living or dead, is purely coincidental. The dedication reads, "For my mother, with love." Prologue. The bike lay on the side of the road beneath a grey oak, the handlebars at an odd, jutted angle, as if it had been thrown with angry force. It was early on a Saturday morning, the 5th day of a heat wave. More than 40 bushfires continued to blaze doggedly across the state. 6 regional towns had evacuate now warnings in place, but here in suburban Sydney, the only danger was to asthma sufferers who were advised to stay indoors. The smoke haze that draped the city was a malicious yellow-grey, as thick as a London fog. The empty streets were silent, apart from the subterranean roar of cicadas. People slept after restless hot nights of jangled dreams, while early risers yawned and thumb-scrolled their phone screens. The discarded bike was shiny new, advertised as a vintage ladies' bike. Mint green, 7-speed, with a tan leather saddle and a white wicker basket. The sort of bike you are meant to imagine riding in the cool, crisp air of a European mountain village, wearing a soft beret rather than a safety helmet, a baguette tucked under one arm. 4 green apples lay scattered on the dry grass beneath the tree, as if they had spilled and rolled from the bike's basket. A family of black blowflies sat poised at different points on the bike's silver spokes, so still they looked dead. The car, a Holden Commodore V8, vibrated with the beat of 80s rock as it approached from the intersection, inappropriately fast in this family neighbourhood. The brake lights flashed and the car reversed with a squeal of tyres until it was parked next to the bike. The music stopped. The driver emerged, smoking a cigarette. He was skinny, barefoot and bare-chested, wearing nothing but blue football shorts. He left the driver's door open and tiptoed with balletic, practised grace across the already hot asphalt and onto the grass, where he hunkered down to study the bike. He caressed the bike's punctured front tyre as if it were the limb of a wounded animal. The flies buzzed, suddenly alive and worried. The man looked up and down the empty street, took a narrow-eyed drag of his cigarette, shrugged, and then grabbed the bike with one hand and stood. He walked to his car and laid it in his boot like a purchase, deftly popping off the front wheel with the quick-release lever to make it fit. He got back in the car, slammed the door shut, and drove off, rapping the beat to AC/DC's Highway to Hell on his steering wheel, pleased with himself. Yesterday had been Valentine's Day, apparently, and he didn't believe in that capitalist shit, but he was going to give the bike to his wife and say, "Happy late Valentine's Day, babe," with an ironic wink, and that would make up for the other day, and odds were he'd get lucky tonight. He didn't get lucky. He got very unlucky. 20 minutes later, he was dead, killed instantly in a head-on collision. A semi-trailer driver from interstate didn't see a stop sign concealed by an overgrown liquid amber. Local residents had been complaining for months about that sign. It was an accident waiting to happen, they said. And now it had happened. The apples rotted fast in the heat. Chapter 1. 2 men and 2 women sat in the far corner of a cafe underneath the framed photo of sunflowers at dawn in Tuscany. They were basketball player tall, and as they leaned forward over the mosaic-topped round table, their foreheads almost touched. They spoke in low, intense voices, as if their conversation involved international espionage, which was incongruous in this small suburban cafe on a pleasant, summery Saturday morning, with freshly baked banana and pear bread scenting the air and soft rock drifting languidly from the stereo to the accompaniment of the espresso machine's industrious hiss and grind. "I think they're brothers and sisters," said the waitress to her boss. The waitress was an only child and intrigued by siblings. They look really similar. They're taking too long to order, said her boss, who was one of 8 and found siblings not at all intriguing. After last week's violent hailstorm, there had been blessed rain for nearly a week. Now the fires were under control, the smoke had cleared along with people's faces, and customers were finally out and about again, cash in hand. So they needed to be turning over tables fast. They said they haven't had a chance to look at the menus. Ask them again. The waitress approached the table once more, noting how they each sat in the same distinctive way, with their ankles hooked around the front legs of their chairs, as if to prevent them from sliding away. "Excuse me?" They didn't hear her. They were all talking at once, their voices overlapping. They were definitely related. They even sounded similar, low, deep, husky-edged voices. People with sore throats and secrets. "She's not technically missing. She sent us that text. I just can't believe she's not answering her phone. She always answers. Dad mentioned her new bike is gone." "What? That's bizarre. So she just cycled off down the street and into the sunset? But she didn't take her helmet, which I find very weird. I think it's time we reported her missing. It's over a week now. That's too long. Like I said, she's not technically. She is the very definition of missing because we don't know where she is." The waitress raised her voice to a point that was perilously close to rude. "Are you ready to order yet?" They didn't hear her. "Has anyone been over to the house yet? Dad told me please don't come over. He said he's very busy." "Very busy? What's he so busy doing?" The waitress shuffled alongside them, in between the chairs and the wall, so that one of them might see her. "You know what could happen if we reported her missing?" The better-looking of the two men spoke. He wore a long-sleeved linen shirt rolled up to the elbows, shorts, and shoes without socks. He was in his early 30s, the waitress guessed, with a goatee and the low-level charismatic charm of a reality star or a real estate agent. They'd suspect Dad. "Suspect Dad of what?" asked the other man, a shabbier, chunkier, cheaper version of the first. Instead of a goatee, he just needed a shave. "That he, you know." The expensive version brother drew his finger across his neck. The waitress went very still. This was the best conversation she'd overheard since she'd started waitressing. "Jesus, Troy," the cheaper version brother exhaled. "That's not funny." The other man shrugged. "The police will ask if they argued. Dad said they did argue." "But surely, maybe Dad did have something to do with it," said the youngest of the four, a woman wearing a short orange dress dotted with white daisies over a swimsuit tied at the neck. Her hair was dyed blue. The waitress coveted that exact shade. And it was tied back in a sticky, wet, tangled knot at her neck. There was a fine sheen of sandy sunscreen on her arms, as if she'd just that moment walked off the beach, even though they were at least a 40-minute drive from the coast. Maybe he snapped. Maybe he finally snapped. "Stop it, both of you," said the other woman, who the waitress realised now was a regular, extra large, extra hot soy flat white. Her name was Brooke. Brooke with an E. They wrote customers' names on their coffee lids, and this woman had once pointed out, in a diffident but firm way, as if she couldn't help herself, that there should be an E at the end of her name. She was polite, but not chatty, and generally just a little stressed, like she already knew the day wasn't going to go her way. She paid with a $5 note and always left the 50-cent piece in the tip jar. She wore the same thing every day, a navy polo shirt, shorts, and runners with socks. Today she was dressed for the weekend in a skirt and top, but she still had the look of an off-duty member of the armed forces or a PE teacher who wouldn't fall for any of your excuses about cramps. "Dad would never hurt Mum," she said to her sister. "Never." "Oh my God, of course he wouldn't. I'm not serious." The blue-haired girl held up her hands, and the waitress saw the rumpled skin around her eyes and mouth and realised she wasn't young at all. She was just dressed young. She was a middle-aged person in disguise. From a distance, you'd guess 20. From close up, you'd think maybe 40. It felt like a trick. "Mum and Dad have a really strong marriage," said Brooke with an E. And something about the resentfully deferential pitch of her voice made the waitress think that in spite of her sensible clothes, she might be the youngest of the four. The better-looking brother gave her a quizzical look. "Did we grow up in the same house?" "I don't know. Did we? Because I never saw any signs of violence. I mean, God!" "Anyway, I'm not the one suggesting it. I'm saying other people might suggest it." The blue-haired woman looked up and caught sight of the waitress. "Sorry, we still haven't looked." She picked up the laminated menu. "That's okay," said the waitress. She wanted to hear more. "Also, we're all a bit distracted. Our mother is missing." "Oh no, that's worrying." The waitress couldn't quite work out how to react. They didn't seem that worried. These people were, all a lot older than her. Wouldn't their mother therefore be properly old? Like a little old lady? How did a little old lady go missing? Dementia? Brooke with an E winced. She said to her sister, "Don't tell people that." "I apologise. Our mother is possibly missing," amended the blue-haired woman. "We have temporarily mislaid our mother." "You need to retrace your steps." The waitress went along with the joke. "Where did you see her last?" There was an awkward pause. They all looked at her with identical liquid brown eyes and sober expressions. They all had the sort of eyelashes that were so dark they looked like they were wearing eyeliner. "You know, you're right. That's exactly what we need to do." The blue-haired woman nodded slowly, as if she were taking the flippant remark seriously. "Retrace our steps." "We'll all try the apple crumble with cream," interrupted the expensive version brother, "and then we'll let you know what we think." "Good one." The cheaper version brother tapped the edge of his menu on the side of the table. "For breakfast," said Brooke, but she smiled wryly, as if at some private joke related to apple crumble, and they all handed over their menus in the relieved, "that's sorted then" way that people handed back menus, glad to be rid of them. The waitress wrote 4 times app crumb on her notepad and straightened the pile of menus. "Listen," said the cheaper version brother, "has anyone called her?" "Coffees?" asked the waitress. "We'll all have long blacks," said the expensive version brother, and the waitress made eye contact with Brooke with an E to give her the chance to say, "No, actually, that's not my coffee. I always have an extra large, extra hot soy flat white." But she was busy turning on her brother. "Of course we've called her 1,000,000 times. I've texted, I've emailed. Haven't you?" "So 4 long blacks?" said the waitress. No one responded. "Okay, so 4 long blacks." "Not Mum, her." The cheaper version brother put his elbows on the table and pressed his fingertips to his temples. "Savannah. Has anyone tried to get in contact with her?" The waitress had no more excuses to linger and eavesdrop. Was Savannah another sibling? Why wasn't she here today? Was she the family outcast, the prodigal daughter? Is that why her name seemed to land between them with such portentousness? And had anyone called her? The waitress walked to the counter, hit the bell with the flat of her hand, and slapped down their order. Chapter 2. Last September. It was close to 11 on a chilly, breezy Tuesday night. Pale pink cherry blossoms skittered and whirled as the taxi drove slowly past renovated period homes, each with a mid-range luxury sedan in the driveway and an orderly trio of different-coloured wheelie bins at the curb. A ring-tailed possum scuttled across a sandstone fence, caught in the taxi's headlights. A small dog yelped once and went quiet. The air smelled of wood smoke, cut grass, and slow-cooked lamb. Most of the houses were dark, except for the vigilant winking of security cameras. Joy Delaney, at number 9, packed her dishwasher while she listened to the latest episode of the Migraine Guy podcast on the fancy new wireless headphones her son had given her for her birthday. Joy was a tiny, trim, energetic woman with shiny shoulder-length white hair. She could never remember if she was 68 or 69, and sometimes she even allowed the possibility that she was 67. She was 69. Right now she wore jeans and a black cardigan over a striped T-shirt with woolly socks. She supposedly looked great for her age. Young people in shops often told her this. She always wanted to say, "You don't know my age, you darling idiot, so how do you know I look great for it?" Her husband, Stan Delaney, sat in his recliner in the living room, an ice pack on each knee, watching a documentary about the world's greatest bridges while he worked his way through a packet of sweet chili crackers, dipping each one into a tub of cream cheese. Their elderly Staffordshire terrier, Steffi, named after Steffi Graf because as a puppy she'd been quick on her feet, sat on the kitchen floor next to Joy, chewing surreptitiously on a fragment of newspaper. Over the last year, Steffi had begun obsessively chewing on any paper she could find in the house, which was apparently a psychological condition in dogs, possibly brought on by stress, although no one knew what Steffi had to be stressed about. At least Steffi's paper habit was more acceptable than that of her neighbour Caro's cat, Otis, who had begun pilfering clothing from homes in the cul-de-sac, including, mortifyingly, underwear, which Caro was too embarrassed to return, except to Joy, of course. Joy knew her giant headphones made her resemble an alien, but she didn't care. After years of begging her children for quiet, she now couldn't endure it. The silence howled through her so-called empty nest. Her nest had been empty for many years, so she should have been used to it, but last year they'd sold their business, and it felt like everything ended, judded to a stop. In her search for noise, she'd become addicted to podcasts. Often she went to bed with her headphones still on, so she could be rocked to sleep by the lullaby of a chatty, authoritative voice. She didn't suffer from migraines herself, but her youngest daughter did, and Joy listened to the Migraine Guy podcast, both for informative tips she might be able to pass on to Brooke, and also as a kind of penance. Over recent years, she had come to feel almost sick with regret for the dismissive, impatient way she'd first responded to Brooke's childhood headaches, as they used to call them. Regret can be my memoir's theme, she thought, as she tried to shove the cheese grater into the dishwasher next to the fry pan. A Regretful Life by Joy Delaney. Last night she'd been to the first session of a So You Want to Write a Memoir course at the local evening college. Joy didn't want to write a memoir, but Caro did, so she was keeping her company. Caro was widowed and shy and didn't want to go on her own. Joy would help Caro make a friend. She already had her eye on someone suitable, and then she'd drop out. Their teacher had explained that you began the process of writing a memoir by choosing a theme, and then it was simply a case of finding anecdotes to support the theme. Maybe your theme is, I grew up on the wrong side of the tracks, but look at me now, the teacher said, and all the ladies in their tailored pants and pearl earrings nodded solemnly and wrote, wrong side of the tracks in their brand new notebooks. "Well, at least your memoir's theme is obvious," Caro told Joy on the way home. "Is it?" said Joy. "It's tennis. Your theme is tennis." "That's not a theme," said Joy. "A theme is more like revenge, or success against the odds, or you could call it game, set, and match, the story of a tennis family." "But we're not tennis stars," said Joy. "We just ran a tennis school and a local tennis club. We're not the Williams family." For some reason, she found Caro's comment annoying, even upsetting. Caro looked astonished. "What are you talking about? Tennis is your family's passion. People are always saying, follow your passion. And I think to myself, oh, if only I had a passion. Like Joy." Joy had changed the subject. Now she looked up from the dishwasher and remembered Troy as a young boy standing right here in this very kitchen, racket gripped like a weapon, face rosy with rage, his beautiful brown eyes full of blame and tears he would not let himself cry, shouting, "I hate tennis!" "Ooh, sacrilege," Amy had said, because her role as the oldest child was to narrate every family argument and use big words the other kids didn't understand, while Brooke, still little and adorable, had burst into inevitable tears, and Logan's face became blank and moronic. "You don't hate tennis," Joy had told him. It was an order. She had meant, "You can't hate tennis, Troy." She'd meant, "I don't have the time or the strength to let you hate tennis." Joy gave her head a little shake to dislodge the memory and tried to return her attention to the podcast. Zigzag lines that float across your field of vision, shimmering spots or stars. People who have migraine aura symptoms say that Troy hadn't really hated tennis. Some of their happiest family memories were on the court. Most of their happiest memories. Some of their worst memories were on the court too. But come on now, Troy still played. If he'd really hated tennis, he wouldn't still be playing in his 30s. Was tennis her life's theme? Maybe Caro was right. She and Stan might never have met if not for tennis. More than half a century ago now. A birthday party in a small crowded house. Heads bounced in time to Popcorn by Hot Butter. 18-year-old Joy gripped the chunky green stem of her wine glass, which was filled to the brim with warm Moselle. "Where's Joy? You should meet Joy. She just won some big tournament." Those were the words that unfastened the tight semicircle of people surrounding the boy with his back against the wall. He was a giant, freakishly tall and big-shouldered, with a mass of long, curly black hair tied back in a ponytail, a cigarette in one hand, a can of beer in the other. Athletic boys could still smoke like chimneys in the 70s. He had a dimple that only made an appearance when he saw Joy. "We should have a hit sometime," he said. She'd never heard a voice like it, not from a boy of her own generation. It was a voice so deep and slow, people made fun of it and tried to imitate it. They said Stan sounded like Johnny Cash. He didn't do it on purpose. It was just the way he spoke. He didn't speak much, but everything he said sounded important. They weren't the only tennis players at that party, just the only champions. It was destiny, as inevitable as a fairy tale. If they hadn't met that night, they would have met eventually. Tennis was a small world. They played their first match that weekend. She lost 6-4, 6-4, and then went right ahead and lost her virginity to him, even though her mother had warned her about the importance of withholding sex if she ever liked a boy. Why buy a cow when you can get the milk for free? Her daughters shrieked when they heard that phrase. Joy told Stan she only went to bed with him because of his serve. It was a magnificent serve. She still admired it, waiting for that split second when time stopped and Stan became a sculpture of a tennis player, back arched, ball suspended, racket behind his head, and then wham! Stan said he only went to bed with her because of her decisive volley. And then he said, that deep, slow voice in her ear, "No, that's not true. Your volley needs work. You crowd the net. I went to bed with you because as soon as I saw those legs, I knew I wanted them wrapped around my back." And Joy swooned. She thought that was so wicked and poetic, although she did not appreciate the criticism of her volley. This causes the release of neurotransmitters. She looked at the grater. It was covered in carrot, which the dishwasher wouldn't wash off. She rinsed it in the sink. "Why am I doing your job for you?" she said to the dishwasher, and thought of herself in pre-dishwasher days, standing at this sink, rubber gloves in hot dishwater, a skyscraper of dirty plates by her side. Her past kept bumping up against her present lately. Yesterday she'd woken from a nap in a panic, thinking she'd forgotten to pick up one of the children from school. It took her a good minute to remember that all of her children were adults now. Adults with wrinkles and mortgages, degrees and travel plans. It made her wonder if she had dementia. Her friend, Linda, who worked at a nursing home, said a wave of restlessness swept through the place at school pickup time each day as the elderly ladies became agitated, convinced they should be rushing to collect long-since grown children. Hearing that had made Joy teary, and now the exact same thing had kind of happened to her. "It's possible my superior intellect is masking my dementia symptoms," Joy had told Stan. "Can't say I've noticed," said Stan. "My dementia symptoms or my superior intellect?" "Well, you've always been demented," he'd said, and then wandered off, probably to climb a ladder, because his sons had informed him that 70 was too old to climb ladders, so he liked to find excuses to climb them as often as possible. Last night, she'd listened to a very informative podcast called This Dementia Life. The cheese grater refused to join the fry pan in the dishwasher. She studied the two items. It felt like a puzzle she should be able to solve. "Trigger a change in the size of the blood vessels," said the migraine guy. What? She was going to have to rewind this podcast and start again. She'd heard that retirement caused a rapid decline in brain function. Maybe that's what was going on here. Her frontal lobe was atrophying. They had thought they were ready to retire. Selling the tennis school had seemed like the obvious next step in their lives. They couldn't keep coaching forever, and none of their children were interested in taking on the business. In fact, they were insultingly disinterested. For years, Stan had nursed a wild hope that Logan might buy into Delaneys, that old-fashioned idea of the eldest son becoming his proud successor. Logan was a great coach, he'd mutter. He got it. He really got it. Poor Logan had looked completely aghast when Stan had diffidently suggested he might like to buy the business. "He's not very driven, is he?" Stan had remarked to Joy, and Joy had snapped at him because she couldn't bear to hear criticism of her children, especially when that criticism was valid. So they sold up, to good people for a good price. She hadn't anticipated this sense of loss. She hadn't realised how much they were defined by Delaney's Tennis Academy. Who were they now? Just another pair of boomers. Thank God for their own tennis. Their most recent trophy sat, heavy and proud, on the sideboard, ready to show off when everyone was together on Father's Day. Stan's knees were paying for it now, but it had been a good solid win over two technically excellent players. She and Stan had held the net, attacked the middle, and never lost their cool. They still had it. In addition to tournaments, they still played in the Monday night social comp that Joy had established years ago, although that had recently got depressing because people kept dying. 6 months ago, Dennis Christos had died on the court while he and his wife Debbie played against Joy and Stan, which had been terribly traumatic. Joy believed poor Dennis's heart couldn't take the excitement of thinking he was going to break Stan's serve. She secretly blamed Stan for making Dennis think it was a possibility. He deliberately let the game get to 40-love for his own pleasure. It was taking a lot of willpower for her not to say, "You killed Dennis Christos, Stan." The truth was, she and Stan weren't suited to retirement. Their 6-week dream holiday to Europe had been a disaster. Even Wimbledon, especially Wimbledon. When the plane landed back in Sydney, they'd both been giddy with relief, and they'd admitted that to no one. Not to their friends or their children. Not even to each other. Sometimes they tried to do things that their other retired friends did, like a lovely day at the beach, for example. Joy cut her foot to shreds standing on an oyster shell, and they got a parking ticket. It had reminded her of those occasions when she had got it into her head that she and Stan would take the children on a lovely picnic, and she'd tried so hard to pretend they were a lovely picnicking family, but something inevitably went wrong. There was always someone in a bad mood, or they got lost, or it rained just as they arrived, and the drive home was silent and resentful, except for the regular sniffles of whichever child felt he or she had been unjustifiably admonished. "We've actually become quite romantic since retirement," one annoyingly chipper friend told her, which made Joy want to gag. But the other week, she bought 2 banana milkshakes at the food court as a kind of fun gesture because she and Stan used to buy them for breakfast at small-town milk bars when they used to travel together for regional tournaments in the early years of their marriage. They'd save on motels by sleeping in the car. They had sex in the back seat. But it was clear that Stan didn't even remember their banana milkshakes, and then on the way home he dramatically and unnecessarily slammed on the brakes when someone pulled out in front of them, and Joy's milkshake went flying. So their car now permanently and disgustingly smelled of sour milk, the sour smell of failure. Stan said he couldn't smell a thing. They needed different personalities to retire with grace and verve like their friends. They needed to be less grumpy, Stan did, and have a wider variety of interests and hobbies beyond tennis. They needed grandchildren. Grandchildren! The word alone filled her with the kind of giant, complicated emotions reserved for the young. Desire, fury, and worst of all, spiteful, bitter envy. She knew one tiny grandchild was all it would take to stop the silence roaring, to make her days splutter back to life again. But you could not ask your children for grandchildren. How demeaning, how ordinary. She believed herself to be more interesting and sophisticated than that. She was a feminist, an athlete, a very successful businesswoman. She refused to be that particular cliché. It would happen. She just had to be patient. She had 4 children, 4 tickets in the raffle, although 2 of her 4 children were single, so perhaps they didn't count as tickets just yet. But 2 were in solid long-term relationships. Logan and his girlfriend Indira had been together for 5 years now. They weren't married, but that didn't matter. Indira was wonderful, and the last time Joy saw her, she definitely had a mysterious, secretive look about her, almost as if she wanted to tell Joy something but was holding off. Maybe until she got to 12 weeks? Brooke and Grant were happily married, settled with a mortgage on a proper house and a family car, and Grant was older, so it could be on the cards soon. If only Brooke hadn't opened up her own physiotherapy practice. It was admirable. Stan glowed with pride whenever anyone mentioned it, but running your own business was stressful, and migraine sufferers had to manage their stress. Brooke was too driven, but surely she'd want a baby soon. Brooke always knew the latest medical guidelines, so she would know you shouldn't leave it too late. Joy secretly hoped her children might find a creative way to tell her about their pregnancies, like other people's children were always doing on YouTube. They could, for example, wrap up an ultrasound picture and then film Joy's reaction as she opened it. Bewilderment followed by understanding, hand clapped across her mouth, tears and hugs. They could post it on their social media. Joy finds out she's going to be a grandma. It might go viral. Joy dressed extra nicely every time her children visited, just in case. She would never share that fantasy with anyone, not even the dog. The migraine guy spoke seductively into Joy's ears. "Let's talk about magnesium." "Good idea. Let's do that," said Joy. There was no way for the fry pan and grater to fit together. There was no solution. The grater would have to miss out. It was clean anyway. She straightened up from the dishwasher to discover her husband standing right in front of her, like he'd teleported himself. "Jesus, bloody, what the—" she shrieked. She pushed her headphones down onto her neck and put her hand to her thumping heart. "Don't creep up on me like that." "Why is someone knocking on the door?" Stan's lips were orange from the chili crackers. There were damp circles on the knees of his jeans from the melting ice packs. It was aggravating just to look up at him, especially because he was looking down at her with an accusing expression, as if the knock on the door was her fault. Steffi sat herself down next to Stan, ears pricked and alert, eyes shining with the glorious possibility of a walk. Joy's eyes went to the clock on the kitchen wall. It was far too late for a delivery or a market researcher, too late for a friend or family member to drop by, and no one really did that anymore, not without calling first. Joy considered her husband. Maybe he was the one with dementia. She knew from her research that the spouse must be patient and kind. "I didn't hear anything," she said patiently and kindly. She would be an excellent carer, although she might waitlist him at a nice nursing home sooner rather than later. "I heard a knock," insisted Stan, and his jaw shifted back and forth in that way that indicated annoyance. But then Joy heard it too. Thump, thump, thump. Like someone banging a closed fist on their front door. Their doorbell had been broken for years, and people often knocked impatiently after they gave up on the bell. But this had the quality of an emergency. Her eyes met Stan's, and without saying a word, they both headed for the front door, not running, but walking fast down the long hallway. Quick, quick, quick. Steffi trotted along beside them, panting with excitement. Joy's socks slipped on the floorboards, and she felt that all three of them, man, woman, and dog, shared an invigorating sense of urgency. They were needed. There must be a crisis of some sort. They would fix the crisis because even though there were no children living at home, they still had that mindset. We are the grown-ups. We are the fixers. Maybe there was even pleasure in that rapid walk to the door, because it had been a while since any of the children had asked for money or advice or even a lift to the airport. Bang, bang, bang. "Coming!" called out Stan. Fragments of memories flashed through Joy's mind. Troy arriving home from school when he was around 8 or 9, hammering on the door and hollering, "FBI, open up!" He did this for years every time he came to a door, thought he was so funny. Amy frantically ringing the bell back when it worked because she'd lost her house key yet again and was always in a hurry to get to the bathroom. Stan got there ahead of her. He click-clacked the deadlock with an efficient twist of his wrist and threw open the door. A sobbing young woman lurched forward as though she'd been resting her forehead on the door and fell straight into Stan's arms, like a daughter. Chapter 3. "Hello there," said Stan, stunned. He clumsily patted her shoulder. For the first fraction of a second, Joy assumed it was one of their daughters, but this girl barely came up to Stan's chest. Joy's children were tall. The boys were 6'4", Amy was 6 foot, and Brooke was 6'1". They were all broad-shouldered, dark-haired, olive-skinned, scarlet-cheeked, and dimpled, like their father. "Your children all look like giant Spanish matadors," Joy's mother used to say, chidingly, as if Joy had picked them off a shelf. This girl was petite, with straggly, dirty blonde hair and blue-veined, mottled white skin. "I'm sorry." The girl stood back, took a shuddery breath, sniffed and tried to arrange her mouth into the shape of a smile. "I'm so sorry. How embarrassing." She had a fresh, deep cut just beneath her right eyebrow. Trails of shiny wet blood trickled down her face. "It's fine, darling." Joy took a firm hold of the girl's stick-thin upper arm in case she fainted. She would call her darling until she remembered her name. Stan would be no help. She could sense his eyes trying to meet hers. Who the heck is this? The girl had a tiny seed-like piercing in her nose and a tattoo of a green vine curled around her pale forearm. She wore a threadbare long-sleeved shirt with a spatter of old grease stains on the front and ripped blue jeans. There was a silver key on a chain around her neck. Her bare feet were purple with cold. She was vaguely, blurrily, not quite familiar. It would be helpful if the girl said her name, but young people always assumed that they'd be remembered. It happened all the time. A young stranger would make a beeline for them, waving delightedly. "Mr. and Mrs. Delaney, how are you? It's been ages." Joy would have to bluff her way through the conversation while simultaneously flicking through her mental database. A tennis kid? A club member's grown-up child? One of the children's friends? "What happened to you?" Stan gestured at the girl's eye. He looked frightened, suddenly elderly. "Is someone out there?" He peered over her shoulder onto the street. It would never have occurred to Joy that there would be someone out there. "There's no one out there," said the girl. "I came in a cab." "It's okay, sweetheart. We'll get you fixed up," said Joy. This was very confusing, but it would all become clear. Stan always wanted everything instantly clarified. Joy guessed the girl to be in her late 20s, the same age as Brooke, but she didn't look like one of Brooke's friends, who were busy, polite young women with a lot on their minds. This girl had the grungy look that Amy favoured, so it seemed most likely she was one of Amy's friends. This made it difficult because Amy moved in a variety of eclectic circles. Someone from that amateur theatre group Amy had been so enthusiastic about for at least a week? A university friend? From her first abandoned degree? Second? "How did you hurt yourself?" asked Joy. "My boyfriend and I got in an argument," said the girl. She swayed and pressed the heel of her hand to her bloody eye. "I just ran out of the apartment onto the street and jumped in a cab." "Your boyfriend did this to you?" said Stan. "You mean he hit you?" "Sort of," said the girl. "Sort of? What does that mean?" said Stan. The man could be so abrasive at times. "Did he hit you or not?" "It's complicated," said the girl. "No, it's not. If you've been assaulted, we should call the police," said Stan. "No." The girl shifted from Joy's grip. "No way. I don't want the police involved." "We don't need to call the police, darling. Not if you don't want," said Joy. "It's your choice. But come and sit down." If the girl didn't want to call the police, then that was fine with her. She didn't want police here. As they passed under one of the hallway downlights, Joy saw that the girl was older than she'd first thought. Maybe her early 30s. Think. Could she be one of the boys' ex-girlfriends? There had been a few years where it had been hard to keep track of all the young girls sashaying about their house. Both boys had long-term relationships with tanned blonde girls in white sneakers called Tracy. Stan could never tell which Tracy was which. Both Tracys ended up crying at Joy's kitchen table on separate occasions while Joy chopped onions and murmured comfortingly. Logan's Tracy still sent Christmas cards. But this girl didn't look like one of the girlfriends. Troy went for glossy princesses and Logan went for sexy librarians, and this girl was neither. "Then I realised I didn't have any money," said the girl as they walked into the kitchen, and she stopped and tipped back her head to study the high ceiling as if it were a cathedral. Joy followed her gaze as it travelled around the room to the sideboard crammed with framed family photos and ornaments, including the pair of horrible, sneering china cats that had belonged to Stan's mother, and lingered on the bowl of fresh fruit sitting on the table, shiny red apples and bright yellow bananas. Was the child hungry? She was welcome to all the bananas. Joy didn't know why she kept buying them. It was as if they were for display purposes only. Most ended up mushy, soft and black, and then she felt ashamed throwing them away. "I was just completely empty-handed. No wallet, no phone, no money, nothing." "Sit down, darling." Joy pulled out a chair at the kitchen table. Stan had stopped barking questions, thank goodness. He silently took down the first aid kit from its place in the cupboard above the refrigerator where Joy couldn't reach it without standing on a chair. He put it on the table and opened the lid because Joy always struggled with the stiff lock. Then he went to the sink and got the girl a glass of water. "Let's take a look at this." Joy put on her glasses. "Is it very painful?" "Oh, it's fine. I have a high pain threshold." The girl lifted the glass of water with a shaky hand and drank. Her fingernails were ragged. A nail-biter. Amy used to be a terrible nail-biter. The chill of the cold night air radiated off the girl's skin as Joy cleaned the wound with antiseptic. "So you realised you didn't have your purse?" prompted Joy as Stan sat down, put his elbows on the tabletop, clasped his hands together and rubbed his nose against his knuckles, frowning heavily. "Yeah, so I was freaking out, thinking, how am I going to pay the fare? And the driver wasn't one of those friendly cabbies, you know? I could just tell. He looked like he could be the type to be mean, even aggressive. So we were just driving randomly and..." "Driving randomly?" interrupted Stan. "But what destination did you give the driver when you got in the cab?" Joy shot him a look. Sometimes he didn't realise how he could come across to people. "I didn't give him an address. I wasn't thinking. I said, head north. I was trying to buy myself time while I worked out where to go." "Did the driver not even notice you were hurt?" asked Joy. "He should have taken you straight to the nearest hospital without charging you a cent." "If he did notice, he didn't want to know about it." Joy shook her head sadly. People these days. "But anyway, then, for some reason, I don't know why, something made me do it. I put my hand in the pocket of my jeans and I couldn't believe it. I pulled out a $20 note. It was so random. I never find money like that." The girl's face lit up with childlike pleasure as she remembered the moment she'd found the money. "Someone was looking out for you," said Joy. She cut a piece of gauze from the roll. "Yeah, I know. So as the fare got closer to $20, I started giving the cabbie random directions, like turn left, second right. I don't know. I was kind of delirious. I was just following my nose." "Wait, did I make that up? Following your nose. It sounds funny now I say it. How do you follow your nose?" The girl looked up at Joy. "No, that's right," said Joy. She tapped her own nose. "Following your nose." She looked over at Stan. He was pulling on his lower lip the way he did when he disapproved of something. He never followed his nose anywhere. "You need a game plan, kid. You don't just hit the ball and hope to win. You plan how you're going to win." The moment the fare clicked over to $20, I shouted, "Stop!" And I just got out of the car. It's so cold outside tonight, I didn't realize. The girl shivered convulsively. "And I've got bare feet." She lifted her dirty foot and pointed at her toes. "I was just standing there in the gutter. My feet felt like blocks of ice. I thought, you idiot, you stupid, stupid idiot, what now?" And then I started to feel dizzy, and I looked at the houses, and yours seemed the friendliest, and the lights were on, so... She tugged on the sleeves of her shirt. "So here I am." Joy paused, the gauze mid-air. So are you saying you don't... She tried to think of a more elegant way to put it, but couldn't. "You don't know us?" She saw now that she'd been kidding herself, thinking the girl was familiar. She was only familiar in the way everyone seemed familiar these days. They'd just let a stranger into the house. She checked for signs of criminal tendencies and found none, although she wasn't exactly sure how those tendencies would manifest themselves. The nose stud was really quite pretty. Amy had the most dreadful lip piercing a few years back, so Joy wasn't too concerned by a nose piercing. A tattoo of a leafy green vine wasn't exactly intimidating. She seemed fine. A bit flaky, perhaps, but she was sweet. This girl couldn't be dangerous. She was too small. As dangerous as a mouse. "You didn't have any friends or family you could go to?" asked Stan. Joy gave him another look. It was true she wanted to ask the same question, but there had to be a nicer way. "We've only just moved down here from the Gold Coast," said the girl. "I don't know a single person in Sydney." Imagine, thought Joy. You're all alone, without money, in a strange city, and you can't go back home. What can you do except throw yourself on the mercy of strangers? She couldn't imagine herself in the same situation. She had always been cushioned by people. Stan said, "Do you maybe want to call someone? Your family?" "There isn't really anyone available right now." The girl lowered her head so that Joy could see her poor, defenceless, thin white neck between the clumpy strands of her hair. Look up at me, darling. Joy pressed the gauze over the cut. Finger there. She guided the girl's hand to the gauze, taped it in place with a strip of adhesive, and sighed with satisfaction. There you go. All fixed. Thank you. The girl looked at Joy with clear, pale green eyes, framed by the fairest eyelashes Joy had ever seen. They looked like they'd been dusted with gold. Joy's children all had those dark matador eyelashes. Joy herself had very ordinary eyelashes. The girl was unexpectedly pretty now that the blood had been cleared up. So pretty, and so very skinny and dirty and tired. Joy felt an overwhelming desire to feed her, run her a bath, and put her to bed. I'm Savannah, said the girl, and she held out her hand for Joy to shake. Savannah? That's a pretty name, said Joy. I have a friend called Hannah. Quite similar. Well, not that similar. Savannah. Where do I know that name from? I know. I think Princess Anne has a granddaughter called Savannah. She's a cute little girl, a bit wicked. I don't think she's Princess Savannah. I don't think she has a title at all. Not that you'd be interested in that. I've just always had a special interest in the royal family. I follow them on Instagram. She couldn't seem to stop talking. It happened when she felt upset or shocked, and she realised that she possibly did feel a little upset and shocked right now by the blood and the story of violence she'd just heard. She saw she was still holding the girl's small, icy-cold hand and gave it a quick, comforting squeeze before releasing it. There's another Savannah I'm thinking of, besides the royal one. I'm sure there is. Oh, I know. My youngest daughter, Brooke, has a friend who just had a baby, and I'm 90% sure she called her Savannah. Or it could have been Samantha. She remembered the baby's name was actually Poppy, which was nothing at all like Savannah or Samantha, so that was embarrassing, but no need to mention it. Brooke herself isn't ready to have a baby yet because she started her own physiotherapy practice, which is exciting. Not exciting at all. Infuriating. But as her grandfather used to say, never spoil a good story with the facts. She's very busy focusing on that. It's called Delaneys Physiotherapy. I have a card somewhere. She's really very good. Brooke, I mean. My daughter. Very calm and patient. It's interesting because we never thought... Joy, interrupted Stan. Take a breath. We never thought we'd have anyone medical in our family. Joy trailed off. She put her hand to her neck and felt the headphones that were still sitting there like a giant statement necklace. I was listening to a podcast, she explained idiotically. In fact, she could hear the tinny, disembodied voice of her podcast host, still chatting obliviously on, unaware that Joy was no longer listening. I like podcasts, said Savannah. We never said our names. I'm Joy. Joy switched the headphones off and put them on the table. And this is my grumpy husband, Stan. Thank you for fixing me up, Joy. Savannah gestured at her bandaged face. Even though you're not a medical family, I think you did a tip-top job. Tip-top. What a funny word. A blast from the past. Oh, well, thank you, said Joy. I never... Well... She made herself stop talking. I had a good feeling about this house. Savannah looked around her. As soon as I saw it, it just felt very warm and safe. It is safe, said Joy. She avoided looking at her husband. Would you like something to eat, Savannah? Are you hungry? Have a banana. Or I have leftovers from dinner I could heat up. She didn't give the girl time to accept the offer before she rushed into the next. And then you'll stay the night, of course. She was so glad her cleaning lady, good old Barb had been today, and that together they'd vacuumed and dusted Amy's old bedroom. "Ah," said Savannah. She looked uneasily over at Stan and then back again at Joy. "I don't know about that. I could just—" But it was clear there was nowhere else for her to go at this time of night, and there was no way in the world that Joy was sending this tiny barefoot girl back out into the cold. Chapter 4. Now. "We're trying to track down that girl who stayed with Mum and Dad last year." The beauty therapist, dressed in immaculate white, knelt at her client's enormous feet as she gently guided them into a foot bath filled with warm, scented water, floating rose petals, and smooth, oval-shaped pebbles manufactured to look like they had come from a mountain stream. She turned up on their doorstep late one night. The client, who was booked in for the deluxe power pedicure, a luxury experience for the busy executive, wiggled his feet against the stones and kept talking, fortunately at an acceptable volume. He'd politely asked the beauty therapist if she minded if he made some calls while he had his pedicure. Most people just started randomly shouting. "She's probably got nothing to do with it," he said. "We're just calling everyone Mum knows." The client's phone was in the pocket of his slouchy, soft white shirt. He wore AirPods. The therapist's dad said people wearing AirPods looked like peanuts. Her dad had recently turned 50, and it was cute the way he thought his opinions still had value. The client didn't look like a peanut. He was very attractive. "It's just strange for Mum not to be in touch for this long. Normally she calls me back within 2 minutes, all breathless and horrified that she missed the call." The beauty therapist scrubbed apricot kernel exfoliator into the heel of his right foot in hard, vigorous circles. "I know, but it's not like she disappeared without a word. She texted us all on Valentine's Day." He paused. "I'll tell you exactly what it said. Hold on a sec." He scrolled through his phone with his thumb. "Here it is." He read out loud. "Going off-grid for a little while. I'm dancing daffodils, 21, dog champagne to end Czechoslovakia. Spangle moot. Love Mum. Heart emoji, butterfly emoji, flower emoji, smiley face emoji. Off-grid was in capitals." The beauty therapist's mother used a lot of emojis in her texts too. Mothers loved emojis. She wondered what all that dancing daffodils stuff could possibly mean. "It just means she was texting without her glasses," said the client to the person on the phone, who must have been wondering the same thing. "Her texts are always filled with weird random phrases." The beauty therapist tried to massage his calf muscle. It was like trying to massage granite. He must be a runner. "Yeah," he said, "I'm going over there now to talk to Dad to see if I can find out more. Not that he'll tell me anything." At that moment, his foot gave a sudden spasm. The toes splayed at an unnatural angle. "Cramp!" he cried. The beauty therapist swerved her head just in the nick of time. Chapter 5. Last September. Joy closed their bedroom door with a gentle, apologetic click, as if Savannah would overhear and know they were only closing it because she was there. They had always slept with their door wide open throughout their married life, so that small, anxious children could hurtle straight into their bed after nightmares, so that they could hear teenagers crashing through the house, drunk but thankfully home alive, so that they could rush to administer medication, advice, comfort, so that they could leap from their beds each morning and run straight into the action of their busy, important lives. Once, closing the bedroom door had been a signal that someone thought sex might be a good idea. Now it was a signal that they had a guest, an unexpected guest. Savannah was hopefully warm and comfortable in Amy's old bedroom, wearing an old pair of Amy's pyjamas. Amy, their eldest, their free spirit, as Joy liked to call her, their problem child, as Stan liked to call her, was turning 40 next year, and she hadn't officially lived at home for 2 decades, but she still used her old bedroom as a kind of permanent storage unit because she never seemed to settle at one address long enough to properly relocate her possessions. It was, admittedly, strange behaviour for a nearly 40-year-old, and there had been a time when Joy and Stan had talked about putting their foot down, and friends had suggested they should do so, as if it were possible to use sheer force of will to mould Amy into a regular person. Amy was Amy, and right now she had a job and a phone number, her fingernails were generally clean, and her hair, albeit currently dyed blue, did not look like it was crawling with lice, and that was all Joy wanted from her, although it would be nice if she combed her hair occasionally. "Is she in bed?" asked Dan as he came out of the bathroom, wearing boxers and a V-necked white T-shirt, from which sprang white chest hair. He was still a big, muscly, overbearing man, but he always looked vulnerable to Joy in his pyjamas. "I think so," said Joy. She seemed sleepy after her bath. She had insisted on running a bath for Savannah. The taps were tricky to manage. She'd added some of the peach-scented bubble bath someone had given her for Mother's Day and laid out 2 of the fluffiest guest towels she could find. And it had been so pleasing to see Savannah come out of the bathroom, pink-cheeked and yawning, the tips of her hair wet, Amy's dressing gown trailing on the floor behind her. Joy could hear the rounded notes of contentment in her voice. It was the long-ago primal satisfaction of feeding and bathing a hungry, tired, compliant child and then tucking that clean, pyjama-clad child straight into bed. Amy's dressing gown was so long. Joy stopped. "What the heck?" Her mouth dropped. "Oh, my word," she said. "You didn't." A pile of random objects was crammed, higgledy-piggledy, on top of their chest of drawers. Stan's ancient laptop that she was pretty sure was broken, her iPad that she never touched, their desktop computer, including the monitor, their 10-year-old television, a calculator, and an old jar of 20-cent coins that probably had a total value of $10, if that. "I'm just being cautious," said Stan defensively. "We don't know anything about her. She could rob us blind in the night, and we'd feel like real dickheads calling the police in the morning. Oh, yes, that's right, officer. We fed her dinner, ran her a bubble bath, put her to bed, and, lo and behold, we woke up this morning and all our worldly possessions have gone." "I can't believe you crept around the house unplugging all our worldly possessions." She ran her fingers over the snarl of dusty electrical cords that dangled off the chest of drawers. Oh, my Lord, there was his precious laminator, which Troy got him last Christmas, thus beginning Stan's obsession with laminating anything he could find. Instructions for using the TV remote, admittedly helpful, the article in the local paper about the sale of Delaneys, inspiring sporting quotes he printed out from the internet and wanted to remember. He'd laminate Joy if he got the chance. "Wait, is that the DVD player?" "Stan, she wouldn't take the DVD player. No one uses DVD players anymore." "We do," said Stan. "People her age don't watch DVDs," said Joy. "They all stream." "You don't even know what streaming means," said Stan. "I do so," said Joy. She went into the bathroom to clean her teeth. "It's just watching Netflix on TV, isn't it? Isn't that what streaming means?" He had no right to pretend he had superior knowledge about technology. He was a man who didn't own a mobile phone as a matter of principle and stubborn pride. He loved it when people were shocked to discover he had never owned one, never would own one. He truly believed it made him morally superior, which drove Joy bananas because, excuse me, he was not. The way he talked about his stance on mobile phones, you would think he were the lone person in the crowd not giving the Nazi salute. Before their retirement, he told people, "I don't need a phone. I'm a tennis coach, not a surgeon. There are no tennis emergencies." There were tennis emergencies, and more than once over the years she'd been furious when she couldn't contact him, and she was left in a tricky situation that would have been instantly solved if he'd owned a phone. Also, his principles didn't prevent him from happily picking up the landline and calling Joy on her mobile when she was at the shops to ask how much longer she'd be, or to please buy more chili crackers. But when Stan was gone, he was gone. And if she thought about that too much, and all it implied, she could tap into a great well of rage. So she didn't think about it. That was the secret of a happy marriage. Step away from the rage. She put on her nicest pajamas, seeing as there was a guest in the house, and hopped into bed next to Stan. Her movements felt theatrical, as if she were being observed. They lay in silence for a few moments, flat on their backs, the quilt tucked under their elbows, like good children waiting for bedtime stories. The light was out. Their lamps were on. There was a framed wedding photo on Joy's bedside table. Most of the time she looked right through it, as though it were a piece of furniture. But sometimes, without warning, she could glance at it and feel the exact moment the photo was taken. The scratchy, lacy neckline of her dress, Stan's hand insistently, inappropriately low on her back, the casual expectation that this wild happiness would always be instantly available, because she'd got the boy with the deep voice and huge serve, and next would come trophies, babies, picnics and fancy restaurants on special occasions, maybe a dog. Everything at that time had rippled with sex. Tennis, training, food, the very clouds in the sky. For years, she'd been so confused when people talked about knowing the day their babies were conceived. How could they possibly know? She'd blissfully, adorably believed that all couples had sex every day. She knew the exact day that her youngest daughter was conceived. By then, she got it. Joy waited for Stan to pick up his book, or turn on the radio, or turn off the light. But he didn't do any of those things, so she decided he was up for a chat. "I'm glad I had that leftover chicken casserole to give her. She seemed starving." Savannah had eaten like a wartime refugee. Halfway through her meal, she'd begun to cry, great convulsive sobs. But even as the tears streamed down her face, she'd continued to eat. It had been unsettling and distressing to watch. Then she'd eaten not one, but 2 bananas. It wasn't an especially good casserole. It needed more flavour, I guess. Joy always overcooked chicken. She had a terror of salmonella. "I've still got enough left to give some to Steffi for breakfast." Joy preferred not to embarrass Steffi by offering her dog food, as Steffi didn't appear to know she was a dog. She chatted at length with Joy each morning after breakfast, making strange, elongated whining sounds that Joy knew were her sadly unintelligible attempts at English. The one time they'd taken her to the local dog park, Steffi had been appalled and sat at their feet with an expression of frozen hauteur on her face, as if she were a society lady at McDonald's. Stan punched his pillow and settled it behind his head. Steffi would prefer a copy of the Sydney Morning Herald for breakfast. She makes me think of the little match girl, mused Joy. Steffi? No, Savannah. After a moment, Stan said, Remind me who the little match girl is? What match are we talking about? Did she win? Joy snorted. It's a fairy tale about a little girl trying to sell matches on a freezing night. My mother used to read it to me. I think the little girl freezes to death in the end. Trust your mother to pick a fairy tale with a corpse at the end. I loved that story, said Joy. Stan reached for his reading glasses and book. He wasn't a reader, but he was trying to read this novel Amy had given him for Christmas because she kept asking, What do you think of the book, Dad? Stan had confided to Joy that he had to keep starting again because he couldn't make any sense of it. It's horrible to think of her boyfriend hurting her like that, said Joy. Just horrible. Imagine if that was one of our girls. He didn't answer, and she kicked herself for suggesting he imagine his own daughters in a situation like that. When Stan was 14, he'd witnessed his father throw his mother across the room, knocking her unconscious. It was, supposedly, the first and only time his father had done anything like that, but it must have been a terrible thing for a teenage boy to see. Stan refused to talk about his father. If the children ever asked questions about their grandfather, he'd say, I can't remember. Eventually, they'd stopped asking. Stan said, Our girls are athletes, and they grew up with brothers. They'd never put up with it. I don't think it works like that, said Joy. It starts out small. You put up with little things in a relationship, and then the little things gradually get bigger. He didn't answer, and her words floated for too long above their bed. You put up with little things, and then the little things gradually get bigger. Like the frog getting boiled to death, said Stan. What? Joy heard herself sound a little screechy. Stan kept looking at his book. He flipped a page in the wrong direction, and for a moment she thought he wasn't going to answer her. But then he said, his eyes on the page, You know that theory. If you put a frog in warm water and keep slowly turning up the heat, it doesn't jump out because it doesn't realise it's slowly being boiled to death. I'm sure that's an urban myth. I'll Google it. She reached for her phone and glasses. Google it quietly, said Stan. I need to focus. This bloke just spent 3 pages yabbering on about his memory of someone's smile. Let me read it, said Joy. I'll summarise it, give you the gist. That's cheating, said Stan. It's not a test, sighed Joy. But Stan seemed to think it was a test, set by Amy to prove his love. There had been a lot of tests set by Amy over the years to prove their love. Joy didn't bother to Google the poor boiling frog. She flicked through her text messages and thought about texting one or all of the children to let them know that a stray girl had turned up on their doorstep. But she had a feeling this news might be met with disapproval or even dismay. Since they'd sold the tennis school, their children had become increasingly vocal about how they thought Joy and Stan should be leading their lives. They dropped suggestions about package holidays, retirement villages, cruises, multivitamins, and Sudoku. Joy tolerated this intervention while never once mentioning the conspicuous lack of grandchildren in her life. There was one new text from Caro sent earlier in the night. Have you done your homework? She meant the memoir writing course homework. They had to do an elevator pitch where they wrote their life story in just a few paragraphs. She would have to do it, even though she wasn't going to complete the course. She didn't want to hurt that peppy little teacher's peppy little feelings. No point in answering Caro now. She'd be asleep. Savannah would never have chosen Caro's house as a safe haven because all the lights went off reliably at 9 p.m. each night. Instead, Joy clicked on an article that her phone predicted would interest her. 40 sweet father-son moments between Prince William and Prince George. She was on the 7th sweet moment between Prince William and Prince George when Stan gave up on the book with a heavy sigh and picked up his iPad, which Troy had given him as a birthday present a few months back. Everyone assumed Stan wouldn't use it on principle because wasn't an iPad pretty close to an iPhone? But apparently not. Stan loved the iPad as much as he loved his laminator. He read the news on his iPad every day because he could make the font nice and big, which he couldn't do with a newspaper. Troy was inordinately pleased by the success of his present. It was important to him to always win the competition for best gift. Joy looked over Stan's shoulder to see what he was reading and scrolled through the same news site on her phone, so she would have read the same articles and would be prepared to set him straight if he attempted to set her straight on a particular issue. "Stop mansplaining, Dad," Amy once said at a family dinner. "He's stansplaining," Joy had said, and that got a good laugh. Her thumb stopped. That specific combination of letters was so familiar it jumped out from the screen as if it were her own name. Harry Haddad. She waited. It took ages. She wondered if he was going to miss it. But then, finally, his body went still. "You see this?" He held up the iPad. "About Harry?" "Yes," said Joy. She kept her tone neutral. It was important to maintain the pretense that their former star student, Harry Haddad, was not a touchy subject. Not at all. And that she wasn't trying to change the subject or, God forbid, offer comfort or sympathy. "Just saw it then." "I knew it," said Stan. "I knew this day would come. I knew he wasn't done." "Did you?" If this were true, which Joy doubted, he'd never once mentioned it, but she didn't say that. Well, that's going to be very interesting." She waited a moment and then carefully placed her phone face down on her bedside table, next to her headphones. Her glittery metallic phone case, also a gift from Troy, shimmered like a disco ball under the bedside lamp. She yawned. It started out fake and ended up genuine. She stretched her arms above her head. Stan turned off his iPad and took off his glasses. "I wonder what time Savannah will wake up," she said as she switched off her light and turned on her side. Thank God this poor young girl had chosen to knock on their door, tonight of all nights. She would be a distraction from Harry bloody Haddad. "Did she seem like a morning person to you?" Stan said nothing. He put down his iPad, switched off his lamp, and rolled onto his side, taking the covers with him as usual. She wrenched them back, as usual. His back was warm and comforting against hers, but she could feel the tension that gripped him. Finally, he spoke. "I don't know if she's a morning person or not, Joy." Down the hallway, their unexpected guest lay flat on her back in the neatly made-up single bed, wide awake and staring dry-eyed at the darkness, hands clasped like those of a corpse or a good little girl, her bedroom door pulled wide open, as if to show she had nothing to hide from anyone. Chapter 6. Now. Barb McMahon grimly dusted the framed picture of Joy and Stan Delaney on their wedding day and thought what a good-looking couple they'd been. Joy's dress had a high neckline and billowing sleeves. Stan wore a ruffled wide lapel shirt and purple bell-bottom trousers. Barb had been at that wedding. It was a big, raucous affair. Some guests thought the bride and groom an odd couple. Stan, the giant, long-haired lout, and Joy, the tiny, blonde fairy princess. But Barb thought they were probably just jealous of the couple's obvious sexual chemistry. So obvious it was almost indecent. Not that anyone would have used the phrase chemistry back then, because she was pretty sure it was invented by the people who made The Bachelor. Barb had married Darren a year after that wedding, and she didn't remember much chemistry, just a lot of earnest conversation about savings goals. When Darren died of a stroke 10 years ago, Barb started cleaning to bring in extra cash. She generally only cleaned for friends, people like Joy, of her own circle and generation. Barb's daughter thought that was weird. "Doesn't it make you uncomfortable, Mum?" It didn't make her at all uncomfortable. Why should it? Barb preferred to clean for friends, and friends of friends, the sort of women who had never had a cleaner before and felt embarrassed by the luxury of it. So they liked to work alongside you, chatting at the same time. And Barb liked that too, because it made the time fly. But Joy wasn't here today, so time wasn't flying. "She's away," Stan had said. He looked terrible without Joy there to look after him. He probably couldn't boil an egg. His jaw was covered in snow-white stubble, and there were 2 long scratch marks, like a railway track, down the side of his face. Away? Joy never went away. Where would she go? When did she go away? It was on Valentine's Day, according to Stan, 8 days ago. "She never mentioned she was going away," said Barb. "It was a last-minute decision," Stan had said tersely, as if Joy were in the habit of making last-minute decisions. Very odd. Barb put down the framed photo with a regretful sigh, plugged in the vacuum cleaner, and tried to remember if they were due to vacuum under the bed. How long had it been? Joy liked to make sure they pushed the bed to one side and gave it a good clean at least once a month. She got down on her hands and knees and peered under the bed. Not much dust. She'd leave it until Joy was back. She was about to stand up again when something caught her eye. A sparkle. She dropped flat on her stomach and reached out with her fingertips. She had a good reach. Joy used to tell her that when she played in the afternoon ladies' tennis comp. She pulled the object towards her. It was Joy's mobile phone. She recognised it immediately because of the glittery phone case, like one of those glow-mesh evening bags they all used to love in the 70s. She got back up and sat on Joy and Stan's bed, panting a little from the effort. The phone was dead. So Joy had gone away without her phone? There was a sick feeling in her stomach. She walked out into the kitchen where Stan was sitting at the table with his son Troy. They weren't talking. They looked like 2 strangers forced to share a table in a food court, although there were no cups of tea or food on the table. Troy was holding Joy's precious headphones, which gave Barb a strange, chilly feeling. It felt too intimate, like he was holding something that was part of his mother, a wig or dentures. "Hi, Barb," said Troy brightly. "Haven't seen you for ages. Love the new haircut. How is—" "I just found your mother's phone." She held it up. Troy's smile vanished as fast as if she'd slapped him. His eyes flew to his father. Stan said nothing, not a word. He didn't even look surprised. He just stood and dully held out his hand for the phone. I have to say, I found Stan's reaction quite peculiar, Barb would later tell people. Then she'd pause and let her cheeks collapse with the dreadful gravity of her inside knowledge. Even, you might say, suspicious. Chapter 7. Troy just called to say Barb found Mum's phone under the bed. The physiotherapist's voice carried out to where her patient sat reading a health and fitness magazine. It was the patient's third rehab visit after surgery for a ruptured anterior ligament following a clumsy fall while jogging. The patient hadn't rung the bell on the reception desk when she arrived 15 minutes early, just in case Brooke, that was the physio's name, she was very nice, very caring and calm, was seeing another patient. She wanted to be helpful because she knew Brooke had only just started out and didn't have a receptionist yet. At their first consultation, the two of them had bonded over their shared experience of debilitating migraines. Brooke Delaney said she'd decided to become a physiotherapist after seeing one as a child. He said he might be able to help my migraines if they were caused by upper neck tension, she said. My neck wasn't the culprit, but it still felt like he was one of the few people in the medical profession who took me seriously. You know how people think you're exaggerating your pain? Especially when you're a little girl? Oh, the patient knew all about that. She turned a page of her magazine and tried not to listen to what was clearly a private conversation. So that explains why Mum isn't answering our calls. Brooke's voice was looser and louder and also somehow younger than the soothing, well-modulated tone she used when addressing her patients. We just feel like this might be more serious than we first thought. Goodness me. The patient closed her magazine. She wished now that she had rung the bell. I know, off-grid means off-grid, but it just doesn't seem like her to leave her phone behind. Pause. Sure, but you know how you said you and Mum argued the last time you talked? Pause. Yes, I know, Dad, but I just wondered. Was it a very bad argument? There was a seismic tremor of emotion on the word bad. The patient stood. She tossed the magazine back into the basket. This was not a call that should be overheard. Everyone had secrets. The patient had not, in fact, been jogging when she ruptured her ligament. She'd never jogged in her life. She'd fallen out of a taxi after 2 glasses of champagne and 3 espresso martinis at a 50th birthday lunch. She suspected that Brooke Delaney knew she hadn't been jogging, and she appreciated the fact that she didn't push the point. The patient quietly got up and left the office. She would come back in 15 minutes. She didn't need to know her lovely physiotherapist's possibly terrible family secrets. Chapter 8. Last September. Brooke Delaney drove to work on Monday morning with breakfast radio on low, her window shield shades tilted down. Occasionally she moaned softly for effect. For whose effect, she didn't know. Her own, presumably. She wore polarized sunglasses, but the morning sunlight pouring through her tinted car windows still felt hurtful in an unspecified way, like a mild insult from a stranger. She stopped at a pedestrian crossing to let a little schoolgirl cross. The girl waved her thanks, like a grown-up, and walked hurriedly, gratefully. Flat feet. She broke Brooke's heart. You are fine, Brooke told herself as her eyes filled with tears and she put her foot on the accelerator. You feel strange and teary and fragile and surreal, but you are fine. She touched her forehead. The ache is just the memory of the pain, not the pain itself. The migraine had attacked with a brutal blow to her right eye early Saturday morning. She was braced for it. She'd known the fucker was coming, so she'd cancelled her plans in anticipation. She'd spent the weekend alone in her bedroom, the blinds down, a cold cloth on her forehead. No one but her and her migraine. It was her first migraine since Grant had moved out 6 weeks ago. No one to bring her ice packs or glasses of chilled water, no one to check in or care or lay a firm hand on her forehead. But she'd got through it on her own. A migraine wasn't childbirth, although she'd read a survey that showed women who had experienced both rated their migraine pain as the higher of the two, which was oddly cheering to hear. She remembered her friend Inez talking about how, after her divorce, she'd constructed a desk from an IKEA flat pack on her own while playing I Am Woman. But then, after she was done, all she'd wanted to do was call her ex and tell him about it. Brooke felt the same desire to call Grant and tell him she'd got through a migraine on her own. How pathetic. Her migraines were no longer of interest to him. Perhaps they never had been of interest to him. "Are you post-drome, my darling?" her mother would say if she saw her this morning, because now, thanks to her podcasts, she recognised symptoms and spoke the lingo with jaunty ease. Brooke wanted to snap, "You don't get to use the lingo, Mum, if you've never had a migraine." But her mother would be so remorseful, and Brooke couldn't stand it. She knew her mother wanted exoneration, and she didn't think she was deliberately withholding it, but she certainly wasn't giving Joy what she needed. "The thing is," Joy would say, "I was so busy that year, the year the headaches started. I mean the migraines, when your migraines started. That was a really bad year in our family, a terrible year. Our annus horribilis, as the Queen would say. I might be mispronouncing it. My grumpy old Latin teacher, Mr. O'Brien, would know how to pronounce it. He drowned, the poor man, on Avoca Beach. Not swimming between the flags, apparently. Got caught in the rip, so no one to blame but himself, but still. Anyway, that year, that bad year, there was just a lot. And we thought we might lose the business, and both your grandmothers were so sick, and I had no idea what you were going through." And Brooke would cut her off, because she'd heard all this so many times before, right down to the drowning of the Latin teacher. "Don't worry about it, Mum. It was a long time ago." Her mother had too much time on her hands. That was the problem. She was going a little dotty. She spent hours looking at old photos and then ringing her children to tell them how little and cute they'd been and how sorry she was for not noticing it at the time. The truth was, Brooke didn't even remember her mother dismissing her migraines. She had no memory of the unforgivable time when Joy yelled at Brooke for coming down with a migraine when they were running late. What she remembered was the extraordinary, astonishing pain and her fury with her mother for not fixing it. She didn't expect her dad or the doctors to fix it. She expected her mother to fix it. Brooke managed her migraines now, efficiently, expertly, without resentment. Watch for the symptoms, get onto the medication fast. This had been the first in 6 months. She was responsible for the incarceration of a monster, and sometimes the monster broke free of its shackles. Last Tuesday, retired tennis star Harry Haddad revealed that he is planning. The radio announcer's words slid into her consciousness. She flicked up the volume. A return to professional tennis next year. The 3-time Grand Slam champion retired after a serious shoulder injury 4 years ago. He announced his plans on social media last Tuesday and today posted a picture of himself working out under the guidance of his newly appointed coach, former Wimbledon champion Nicole Lenoir-Jourdain. Haddad, who is reportedly soon to release his autobiography, is obviously hoping for one last exciting chapter in the story of his incredible career. "Oh, for God's sake, Harry," said Brooke. She changed the radio station to show her disapproval. He was making a mistake. His shoulder would never be the same, and Nicole wasn't the right fit. Former greats didn't necessarily make great coaches. Nicole Lenoir-Jourdain was a beautiful, single-minded player, but Brooke suspected she didn't have the patience for coaching. She tapped her fingers against the steering wheel and murmured, "Come on," to the traffic light. Her dad had no patience with traffic lights either, or children who took too long to put on their shoes, or romantic scenes in movies, but he had all the patience in the world when it came to coaching. Brooke remembered how he used to watch and analyse a student, eyes narrowed against the glare. He refused to ever wear sunglasses on the court. It had been a historic moment when he let Brooke wear them in a fruitless attempt to combat the migraines. And then he would beckon the player to the net, holding up one finger while he thought it out. What do I need to say or do to make it click in this kid's head? He never gave the same lesson twice. Brooke's mother had been good with the group lessons, keeping the little kids running and laughing. She wore glamorous, oversized sunglasses when coaching, although never when playing. But she didn't have the passion or patience for one-on-one coaching. She was the businesswoman, the brains behind Delaneys, the one to start the pro shop, the cafe, the holiday camps. Joy made the money and Stan made the stars. Except they'd lost their shiniest star, Harry Haddad. Stan could have taken Harry all the way, and much further, although some would argue that 3 Grand Slams were as far as he was ever going to get. Not her dad. He believed Harry could have flown as high as Federer, that Harry would be the Australian to finally break the Australian Open drought, but they would never know what could have happened in the parallel world where Harry Haddad stuck with his childhood coach, Stan the Man Delaney. The light changed and she put her foot on the accelerator, thinking of her poor parents and how they'd be feeling about this news. They must surely know. The announcement was made last Tuesday. If they hadn't seen it on the news, someone in the tennis community would have told them. It was strange that her mother hadn't called to talk about it and to worry about Brooke's dad and how he'd feel seeing Harry back on the court. It was painful to watch her dad watch Harry Haddad play tennis on television. He quivered with barely contained tension through every point, his shoulders up, his face a heartbreaking combination of pride and hurt. The whole family had complicated feelings about their most celebrated student. Multiple Delaneys tennis academy players had done well on the circuit, but Harry was the only one who'd made it all the way to the promised land. The only one to kiss that magical piece of silverware, the Gentleman's Singles Championship trophy at Wimbledon. Not once, but twice. Brooke's dad had discovered Harry. The kid had never held a racket, but one day Harry's dad won a 1-hour private tennis lesson at Delaney's Tennis Academy in a charity raffle and decided to give the lesson to his 8-year-old son. The rest, as Brooke's mother liked to say, was history. Now Harry was not just a beloved sporting icon, but a high-profile philanthropist. He'd married a beautiful woman and had 3 beautiful children, one of whom had been very ill with leukemia, which was when Harry became a passionate advocate for childhood cancer research. He raised millions. He was saving lives. How could you say a bad word about a man like that? You couldn't. Except Brooke could, because Harry hadn't always been a saint. When he was a kid, back when Brooke and her siblings knew him, He was a sneaky, strategic cheat. He used cheating as a tactic, not just to score points, but to rattle and enrage his opponents. Her dad never believed it. He had always suffered from tunnel vision when it came to Harry, but then again, nearly all adults used to have tunnel vision when it came to Harry. All they saw was his sublime talent. While playing a match against Brooke's brother Troy when they were teenagers, Harry kept blatantly calling balls out that were plainly in. Troy finally snapped. He chucked his racket, jumped the net, and got in a couple of good hits. It took 2 adult men to drag Troy away from Harry. Troy was banned from playing for 6 months, which was better than he deserved, according to their father, who took a long time to forgive Troy for shaming him like that. And then, just 2 years later, Harry Haddad betrayed Stan Delaney when he dumped him as a coach after he won the Australian Open boys singles. Brooke's dad was blindsided. He had assumed, with good reason, that he was taking Harry all the way. He loved him like a son, maybe more than his own sons, because Harry never questioned a drill, never rebelled, never sighed or rolled his eyes or dragged his feet as he walked onto the court. It was supposedly not Harry's, but his father's decision to leave Delaneys. Elias Haddad, Harry's photogenic, charismatic father, was his manager, and there in the player's box at every match with a beautiful new girlfriend by his side. Brooke and her siblings never believed that Harry wasn't involved in the decision-making process to dump their dad, in spite of the heartfelt card he sent their father, or the earnest, disingenuous way he spoke in fawning magazine profiles about his gratitude for his first-ever coach. Her dad never let himself get that close to a player again. He was beloved by his students, and he gave them his all, except he kept his heart safe. That was Brooke's theory, anyway. Brooke drove into the busy car park of the Piazza, as her local shopping village was now called after its recent redevelopment. Everyone enjoyed mocking the Tuscan hilltop town theme, but Brooke didn't care much either way. The new Italian deli was great. The cafe had put up some nice photos of Tuscany. The hanging baskets of artificial flowers seemed almost real if you didn't look too closely. And at least the fake cobblestones didn't catch heels like real cobblestones. Although the occasional twisted ankle would probably be good for your business. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, eh, Brooke? The local MP had said on opening day last month, after he'd cut the ceremonial ribbon with a pair of giant novelty scissors. The MP was one of those men who gave everything he said a vaguely sexual connotation. If this trial separation maintained its momentum and rolled all the way towards a divorce, which it seemed to be doing, Brooke would have to date. She'd have to put on lipstick and endure vague sexual connotations over coffee. She pulled into her favourite parking spot, turned off the ignition, and looked at her bare left hand on the steering wheel. No indentations to mark her missing wedding and engagement rings. She never wore them to work anyway, and often she'd forgotten to wear them on the weekend, which was maybe relevant, but probably not. She was looking for signs she'd missed. Brooke's clinic, Delaney's Physiotherapy, was a 2-room office she rented in between the cafe and the fruit and veg shop. The previous tenant had been a tarot card reader whose customers still sometimes turned up hoping for an emergency reading. Just last week, a guy in a paisley shirt and tight pants had said, "Oh well, if you can't read my cards, you might as well check out this dodgy knee of mine." Brooke had predicted surgery in his future. "It sure doesn't feel like spring yet," said the weather reporter. Brooke fixed a stray eyelash in her rear vision mirror. Her eyes were red and watery. She would tell today's patients she had allergies. Nobody wanted a physio with migraines. Nobody wanted a wife with chronic migraines, a daughter or a sister with migraines, or even a friend with migraines. All those cancellations. Brooke let the self-pitying train of thought unravel only so far before she snipped it short. "Who's looking forward to the last few weeks of the snow season?" said the weather reporter. "I am," said Brooke. Spring skiing meant torn and strained knee ligaments, back injuries, wrist fractures. Please God, let there be injuries, just enough to get that cash flow flowing. God replied in the same aggrieved way Brooke's mother answered the phone when her children left it too long without checking in. "Hello, stranger." Forget I asked, thought Brooke. She turned off the radio, undid her seatbelt, and sat for a moment. Her stomach roiled. Mild nausea was expected the day after a migraine. "Come on," she told herself, like she was a toddler. "Out you get." Even on a good day, when she wasn't post-drome, when she had arrived somewhere she actually really wanted to be, she always experienced this resistance to getting out of the car. It was a little weird, but it wasn't a thing, just a quirk. No one noticed. Well, Grant noticed if they were running late, but no one else noticed. It dated back to her days of competitive tennis. She'd arrive at a tournament and be paralysed by her desire to stay in the warm, musty cocoon of the car. But she always did move in the end. It was not a thing. She was not her sister. No rush. She had half an hour before her first appointment. She hugged the steering wheel and watched a big-bellied man pick up a hefty box from outside the post office without bending his knees. "That's the way, buddy. Strain those back muscles." When she'd taken on the lease for the clinic, she'd known about the planned redevelopment and been offered a substantially reduced rent as a result. But she hadn't anticipated that months would slide by with delay after delay. Business slowed for everyone. The overpriced patisserie closed after 40 years of business. The hairdresser's marriage broke up. It was stressful, and Brooke needed to manage stress in order to manage her migraines. Migraine sufferers shouldn't start new businesses or separate from their husbands, and they certainly shouldn't do both at the same time. They should move gingerly through their days, as if they had spinal cord injuries. Brooke had just managed to keep her fledgling practice afloat. Barely. There was a period where she didn't have a single patient for 23 days in a row. The words, "You need more money, you need more money, you need more money," buzzed in her ears like tinnitus. But now the renovations were complete. The diggers, trucks, and jackhammers were gone. The car park was full every day. The cafe that had replaced the patisserie bustled. The hairdressers were back together and booked up 6 weeks ahead. "It's now or never," her accountant had told her. "This next quarter will be make or break." Her accountant reminded her of her dad. He used to grab her by the shoulders and look her in the eyes. "Leave it all on the court, Brooke." She could not have her business fail at the same time as her marriage. That was too many failures for one person. She was leaving everything on the court. She was giving it her all. She was being the best she could be. She was writing free articles for the local paper, doing letterbox drops, studying her Google Analytics, contacting possible referring doctors, contacting every contact she had. Even God, for God's sake. "If it doesn't work out, the door is always open," her old boss had said when she handed in her notice. New clinics failed all the time. Brooke had 2 friends who'd had to cut their losses and close up shop, one cheerfully and one devastatingly. She put her hand on the car door. "Out you get." She opened the door and her phone rang. At this time of day, it had to be business-related. Friends and family didn't call before 9. She answered at the same time as she registered the name on the screen. Amy. Too late. "Hi," she said to her sister. "I can't talk." Brooke once had a boyfriend who could always tell which family member she was talking to on the phone just by the tone of her voice. "Amy," he would mouth if he heard her now. "When it's Amy, you sound pompous and put upon," he told her, "like you're the school principal." "Is everything okay?" She tried not to sound like the school principal. The problem was that she didn't really feel like the school principal at all when she spoke to Amy. What she felt like was the baby of the family, the one who always did Amy's bidding, because Amy was the revered, adored boss of the family, and they all used to do what she commanded, even the boys. That was fine when they were children, when Amy was the best at coming up with ideas for games and finding loopholes in the rules set by their parents. But now they were grown-ups, or at least Brooke was a grown-up, and she was not taking instructions from someone with no career, no driver's license, no fixed address, and precarious mental health. Yet as soon as Brooke heard Amy's voice, she could sense an involuntary reflex, as irresistible and unmistakable as the knee-jerk reflex, to please and impress her big sister. And consequently, in her fruitless attempt to resist and conceal that reflex, she ended up sounding like the school principal. "Why did you answer then, if you're busy?" Amy sounded breathless. "I accidentally answered." Brooke leaned back against the car door. "Are you running for a bus or something?" "I just finished a run." "Good for you. Did you stretch first?" She knew her sister's hamstrings as well as her own. Her family's bodies were the first ones she'd practiced on when she was studying. She felt a sense of ownership of all their problems. Amy's hamstrings, her dad's knees, Logan's shoulder, Troy's calf issues, her mother's knotted-up lower back. "I sure did," said Amy. Liar. She started walking towards the cafe with the phone to her ear. She was aware of an irrational but fierce sense of competitiveness because Amy had been for a run and Brooke had done no exercise this weekend thanks to the migraine. It made no sense. Brooke was younger and fitter than Amy. Yet as soon as she knew her sister was out for a run, Brooke felt a wild desire to be running too. Faster. Longer. "How are you?" asked Amy. Brooke heard a seagull squawk. She'd been running on the beach. Damn her. So typical. Brooke was in a suburban car park worrying about cash flow, and Amy was running on a beach, probably about to eat eggs Benedict for breakfast. "I'm fine," said Brooke. "Well, not great. I had a migraine on the weekend." A woman walked out of the cafe carrying a cardboard tray of coffees. She lifted the tray in clumsy greeting, and Brooke waved back. Right hip pain. Brooke monitored her gait, which was unfortunately perfect. The patients who were diligent with their exercises got better and didn't need her anymore. "I'm sorry," said Amy. "Did Grant look after you?" "He was away, camping, the Blue Mountains, with some old friends from... just some old friends." She made herself stop. Apparently, the trick for a good lie was not to give too much unnecessary detail. "Oh no, you should have called. I could have brought you soup. My local Chinese takeaway does the best chicken and sweet corn soup you've ever tasted." "It's fine. I was fine. Anyway, what's up?" Brooke put her key in the glass door. The sight of her logo on the door gave her a complicated sensation of pleasure and pride and fear. It was two stick figures of a woman and a man holding the name Delaneys Physiotherapy above their heads like a banner. Logan's girlfriend, Indira, who was a graphic designer, had created it for her, and Brooke loved it. She imagined someone scraping her logo off the door, optimistically replacing it with a brand new logo for their own dream business. "Sorry," said Amy, "I won't take long. Got any patients today?" "Yes," said Brooke shortly. She would never admit her fears for the clinic to Amy. That wasn't the way their relationship worked. She always needed her big sister to see that this was how a grown-up lived her life, and Amy was always gratifyingly impressed, although there was a certain detachment to her admiration, as if Brooke's perfectly normal choices, get a degree, get married, buy a house, were just not possible for her. "Oh, well, that's great. Good for you. Listen, so I only just heard about—" Brooke cut her off. "About Harry's comeback plans?" "Yes, I only just heard about it too. I assume Mum and Dad know, although I'm surprised I haven't heard from them. I don't think he'll have the mobility—" "No, I'm not talking about Harry. I'm talking about the girl." Brooke paused. "What girl? Some other ex-student?" "I couldn't sleep last night thinking about it," said Amy. She was speaking in that irritating sing-song voice that meant she might be about to cry or yell or have some kind of meltdown. "Have you met her yet? I don't know. I just feel quite weird about it. Don't you? The whole situation is just so random, don't you think?" As Brooke listened to her sister, she switched on the lights. There was a reception counter and empty desk ready and waiting for the office manager she couldn't yet afford to hire. The walls were painted an encouraging, calming sea breeze. She'd spent hours trying to decide between sea breeze and deep ocean blue, as if the right wall colour would affect patient outcomes. She'd mounted full-length mirrors so patients could check their form as they did their exercises, although this meant she had to keep seeing her own reflection. It didn't matter when patients were there. It was just when she was alone that she hated seeing her own face. The new rented equipment sat there ready and waiting and costing her money. 1 exercise bike, 3 medicine balls, hand weights, and stretchy bands. Framed posters of athletes celebrating hard-won triumphs, on their knees, foreheads to the ground, kissing gold medals. There was only one picture of a tennis player, and that was the only picture where the athlete wasn't celebrating. It was a black and white shot of Martina Navratilova stretching for a backhand at Wimbledon, her face contorted, mullet hair flying around her headband. It would have looked strange if Brooke didn't have a tennis player, like she was making a point, and her parents would have noticed when they came to see the clinic. "Good old Martina," said her dad fondly when he saw the picture, as if he and Martina went way back. "And what if the boyfriend turns up at their house?" said Amy, "and things get out of hand?" "I've lost you," said Brooke. Her mind had wandered. She seemed to have missed a vital part of the conversation. "What if he has a weapon?" "What if who has a weapon?" "The abusive boyfriend." She said, "Amy, I have no idea what you're talking about." There was silence. Brooke sat down at the reception desk and powered up her computer. "Really?" said Amy. "You don't know? I thought for sure you'd know." The computer buzzed to life. "Know what?" she prompted. "I've got an appointment soon." She looked at the notes on her computer screen. 48 years old, thinks she might have tennis elbow. Remember when Logan thought he had tennis elbow and Dad—" She stopped. Sometimes when she pulled out a funny memory from their shared childhood, it turned out to be not so funny after all. "Brooke, I'm talking about Mum and Dad and their weird house guest." Brooke took out a clipboard and a new patient questionnaire from the top drawer. "So they've got someone staying with them? In your old room? Is that the problem?" Amy moved back into the family home at intervals whenever the new job or new course or new boyfriend didn't work out. "I think she probably is staying in my room," said Amy slowly. There was an aggrieved, faintly aggressive note in her voice. "But that's fine. I've got my own place, Brooke. I've been living here for nearly 6 months." "I know that," said Brooke. "A share house?" "And I'm employed. Last week I worked over 40 hours. "Wow," said Brooke, and she tried not to sound condescending. Amy had actually worked a full working week. Give the girl a trophy. "Sorry, I've just been distracted with the clinic. And my trial separation." Where was Amy working again? Was it a supermarket? Or, wait, a cinema? No, she was a food taster, wasn't she? That's right. They'd heard all about the job interview. "It was like an exam," Amy said, "very stressful." She'd had to arrange 10 cups of liquid in order of saltiness and then another 10 cups in order of sweetness. She was given tiny jars containing balls of cotton wool, and she had to identify their smells. She got the basil and mint right, but not the parsley. Who knew that parsley had a fragrance? Her final task was to write a paragraph describing an apple to someone who had never eaten one. "I don't think I could describe an apple," Brooke had said idly, and her mother had said happily, "Well, I guess you wouldn't have got the job then, Brooke." And Brooke, who had done a 4-year degree and 2 years of clinical practice to become a physiotherapist, suddenly found herself feeling inadequate because she couldn't describe an apple. Amy said, "Have you honestly not heard anything about this girl staying with Mum and Dad?" "Nope," said Brooke. "Who is she?" She could hear the pompous school principal in her voice because, for God's sake, the drama. Why was a house guest such a big deal? Her parents knew a wide circle of people. It would be a former student. So many of them kept in touch. As children, the Delaneys had complicated feelings about the tennis students. They were their parents' other children, with better manners, better backhands, better attitudes. But they were too old for that now. Now they laughed about it, teased their parents and each other about it. It was typical that Amy would suddenly make a fuss. "Her name is Savannah," said Amy darkly. "Right," said Brooke distractedly. "Is Savannah on the circuit?" "She's no one, Brooke. She's just some stray girl who turned up on their doorstep." Brooke let her hands fall flat on the keyboard. "They don't know her." "She's a stranger." Brooke swiveled her chair away from her computer. The memory of the weekend's migraine blossomed across her forehead. "I don't understand." "Late last Tuesday night, a strange woman knocked on our parents' door." "Late? How late? Were Mum and Dad in bed?" She thought of her parents waking, reaching for their glasses from their bedside tables. Her mother in that oversized pyjama top with the sleeves so long they hung past her wrists. Her father in his boxers and clean white t-shirt with his big barreled chest and leathery legs. He acted like he was 30, but his arthritic reconstructed knees were in a terrible state. "We're still winning tournaments, darling," her mother said, patting her hand whenever Brooke expressed concern. It was true. Her parents were still winning, in spite of the fact that after his last knee operation, the surgeon had said to her dad, "Only run if you're running for your life." "Got it," said Stan. "No running." He gave the surgeon a thumbs up. Brooke saw him do it. 3 months later, her idiotic, incredible father was back on the court, serving like a warrior, running for his life. "I don't know if they were in bed," said Amy. "They stay up late these days. All I know is that she knocked on their door and they let her in and then they let her stay the night." But why would they do that? Brooke stood up from her desk. "Well, I think because she had some kind of injury. Mum needed to bandage her up. Her boyfriend did it. Mum keeps referring to her as a domestic violence victim in this breathless, excited way." Amy paused. When she spoke again, her mouth was clearly full. "I can't believe you don't know about this yet." Brooke couldn't believe it either. Her mother phoned often, always on the flimsiest of excuses. Early last week, she'd called 3 times in one day, once to tell her something she'd heard on a podcast about migraines, once to correct herself, because she'd found the piece of paper where she'd written it down, and once to tell her that the cyclamen plant Brooke had given her for Mother's Day had bloomed. Amy had given her the cyclamen, but Brooke didn't correct her mother when she gave her credit for it. "What are you eating?" she said tetchily. "Breakfast, orange and poppy seed muffin. Citrusy. Not enough poppy seeds." Brooke sat down and tried to work it out. Her parents were smart people. They wouldn't have let anyone shady or dangerous into the house. They were only on the very outer edge of old age. They were not yet dealing with dementia or confusion, just bad knees and indigestion. Some insomnia, apparently. They both seemed a bit bewildered and lost now that they'd sold the tennis school. "The days are so long," her mother had sighed to Brooke. "They used to be so short. Anyway, shall we meet for coffee?" My shout. But Brooke's days were still short, and she didn't have time for coffee. "Well, I guess Mum and Dad are pretty good judges of character," she began. "Are you kidding?" said Amy. "Good judges of character? Shall I name every cheating, lying little brat who hoodwinked them? Starting right at the top with Harry fucking Haddad, who broke Dad's poor, fragile heart?" Okay, said Brooke hurriedly. "So did they take her to the police?" "She doesn't want to report it," said Amy. Her mouth was full again, and she has nowhere else to go, so they're letting her stay there until she finds her feet. "But can't she go to a women's shelter or something?" Brooke picked up a pen and chewed on it. "I know that sounds bad, but she's not their problem. There are places she can go for help." "I think Mum and Dad just want to help." Amy sounded airy and philanthropic now. Brooke could sense her deftly switching positions. She'd always had the best footwork in the family. Now that Amy had handed over responsibility, Brooke could be the worried, uptight one, and Amy could be the help the homeless bleeding heart, a role which suited her far more. "Did you say she turned up on Tuesday night?" said Brooke. "This girl has been staying with them for nearly a week?" "Yep," said Amy. "I'll call Mum now." Maybe Amy had misinterpreted everything. "She won't answer," said Amy. "She's taking Savannah to Narelle." "Narelle?" "Mum's hairdresser of 30 years, Brooke. Keep up. Narelle with the identical twins and the allergy that turned out to be cancer, or the cancer that turned out to be an allergy, I can't remember, but she's fine now. Narelle has opinions about all of us. She thinks Logan and Indira should have a baby. She thinks you should advertise in the local paper. She thinks Troy should go on a date with her divorced sister. Oh, and she thinks I'm bipolar. Mum started listening to a podcast called Living with Bipolar. Amy was speaking too fast now, in that weird manic voice she sometimes put on that made Brooke wonder if she actually was bipolar. She did it on purpose. She liked people to think she was crazy because it made them nervous. It was an intimidation tactic. Of course, Narelle. Anyway, I'll call Dad. He's out too. He's looking at cars for Savannah. Dad is buying this girl a car? I'm not 100% sure, said Amy, but you know how he loves it when someone needs a new car. Geez, said Brooke. The end of the pen slipped free and into her mouth. She spat it into the palm of her hand. Do the boys know? I don't think so, said Amy. Didn't you call Troy? Amy and Troy were the closest out of the four of them. Brooke knew she would have called him first. I texted him, said Amy, but he didn't answer. You know he's flying back from New York today. Brooke couldn't keep up with Troy's glamorous international life. I guess I did. And Logan never answers his phone. I think he has a phobia about it. Or he does when it comes to us. He talks to his friends. Brooke pulled the pen from her mouth. Without realizing it, she'd begun sucking it again, and now her mouth was filled with the bitter taste of ink. She was the last one Amy had called. Anyway, I've got to go, said Amy abruptly, as if Brooke had been the one to interrupt her busy schedule. As if she were about to go run a corporation and not sit on a beach eating a muffin. Call me later. This last instruction was given in her eldest sister do-as-I-say voice. It meant, call me to confirm you've fixed this. Brooke looked at herself in the mirrored wall and saw that her frown line was deeper than ever, and her lips were stained a murky shade of deep ocean blue. Chapter 9. Now. So, have you seen these scratches? The Uber driver, who was an electrical engineering student, looked in his rear vision mirror, assuming his passenger, her name was Amy, he'd taken against the name ever since he'd briefly dated an evil bitch of an Amy, was talking to him, and there were marks on his seats, like, whatever, Amy, but he saw she was on the phone and not talking to him at all. She'd obviously launched into conversation without bothering to say hello. The scratches on Dad's face, she said. He says he got them climbing through the lily-pilly hedge to rescue a tennis ball. Pause. The Uber driver listened idly, his mind on tomorrow's exam and tonight's Tinder date. It's just that Troy says the police will assume they're defensive wounds. So this was possibly interesting. Her destination was the local police station. Meanwhile, Brooke is suddenly adamant that we should hold off making a missing persons report at all. Pause. Because Dad told her it's not necessary to report her missing. You know Brooke, Daddy's girl. The Uber driver saw his passenger smile faintly. She had supermodel legs in shorts, ratty dyed hair, multiple ear piercings, and somehow simultaneously gave off a beachy vibe and an inner city vibe. She was old, maybe even late 30s, but he'd go there. Yes, I think we ignore Dad and still report her missing, just in case. It's been over a week now, so it's probably time. I've got a nice photo of Mum. I printed it out. It's one from when she and Dad went to the beach that day, remember? When they were trying to be happy retirees, frolicking in the sun. Anyway, listen, obviously we tell them about Savannah, right? I mean, maybe not every single detail. Pause. Yes, I will be normal because I am normal. Pause. Nope, not offended, Logan. Never offended. I'll see you there. She hung up and met his eyes in the rear vision mirror as they stopped at a red light. My mother is missing, she said brightly. That's scary, said the Uber driver. I'm sure she's fine, said the passenger. She turned her face to the window and spoke quietly, almost to herself. She's perfectly fine. Chapter 10. Joy Delaney, 69 years old. Last contact was 9 days ago when she sent a garbled text saying she was going off-grid. She didn't take her phone with her. Detective Senior Constable Christina Coorey read from her notes as Ethan drove them to interview the missing woman's husband. Ethan's full title was Plainclothes Constable Ethan Lim, but there was nothing plain about his clothes. Today's shirt appeared to be mulberry silk. Could it truly be silk? His shoes had the lustre of a grand piano. Christina tucked her own shoes back out of sight. They could do with a polish. She said the phone was found by the cleaning lady under the bed. I guess if you're going off-grid, you leave your phone behind? She heard him try to suppress the question mark. She'd been Ethan's designated detective for only a few weeks, and she was still trying to find the right rhythm for their working relationship. He seemed nervous around her, and she didn't know whether to embrace that, keep the kid on his toes, or try to help him relax. She wasn't great at relaxing people. She'd been told all her life that she didn't smile enough, and she hated small talk. Her fiancé, Nico, now handled all the small talk requirements of their relationship, chatting to chatty cab drivers and chatty aunts with ease. Christina sometimes fretted she wasn't bringing enough to the table. A relationship isn't a bill you split down the middle, Nico always told her. He was wrong. It was exactly like that. She'd keep an eye on it. When she'd been in Ethan's position, her designated detective had taken a kind of avuncular approach that left no one in any doubt as to where they stood. Remember your ABC? He'd ask. So often it got irritating. Accept nothing, believe nothing, check everything, Christina would answer. But she couldn't pull off avuncular. Was there even a female version of the word? Just be yourself, Nico told her. He said, the guy wants to learn from you. Nico never had any trouble being anyone else but Nico. 2 of Joy's adult children reported her missing yesterday, she continued. A general duties police officer went to interview the missing woman's husband and observed scratch marks on his face. Ethan winced. The husband is cooperating but not saying much. He did confirm to the officer that he and his wife had argued the last time they spoke. So, she sighed. Her throat felt itchy. Obviously, a lot of red flags. She could not get sick right now. In addition to this potentially suspicious missing person job, she was handling 1 street assault, 2 domestic assaults, a service station armed robbery, a wannabe schoolboy arsonist, a break and enter, and a bridesmaid dress fitting. The bridesmaid dress fitting was after work today, and the way her 4 cousins were arguing over waistlines and necklines, a 3rd domestic assault was possible. Her wedding was still 6 months away, but apparently that was no time, according to her cousins, who specialised in weddings. Christina had thought she handled stress well until she had to organise a wedding. "Just keep it small and casual," said her friends, who did not belong to big Lebanese Australian families and therefore did not understand the implausibility of this. "Need a throat lozenge?" asked Ethan. "No," said Christina. She cleared her throat. "No, thank you." She pulled a tiny speck of lint off her suit jacket and discreetly checked that the buttons on her shirt weren't gaping. Her cup size didn't suit either her personality or profession, but she was descended from a long line of short, acerbic, busty women, and so this was her lot. If the police force hadn't abolished height requirements in the late 90s, little Chrissy Coury, the shortest kid in every single class photo throughout her school years, would never have got this job. No lint on Ethan's suit, of course. It looked bespoke. He came from old money, apparently. Private school boy. Christina tried not to hold it against him. She didn't come from old money or new money, but from never quite enough money. They pulled up at a traffic light behind an SUV with 3 children's bikes tied to the back, the number plate responsibly visible. These shady, leafy streets with their manicured lawns had little in common with the neighbourhood out west where she'd grown up, except for the dead bat hanging from the power line above them. Still, she was happy not to be working in her old neighbourhood like when she first started out and was forced to lock up people she knew. The very first person she ever arrested used to sit next to her in biology. "Little Chrissy Coury is arresting me," he'd cried with drunken delight as she cuffed him. "Did she take anything with her?" asked Ethan. "She took her wallet, house keys, and nothing else. No luggage, no clothes, no sign of activity on her bank accounts or social media." Christina pulled out the colour photo of Joy Delaney provided by the family. She looked like a sweet, tiny lady, younger than 69, smiling on a beach, one hand on her head to stop a straw hat from flying away in the wind. A photo of someone wearing a hat wasn't great for identification purposes. She would ask the family to provide another one. At least 2 or 3. In this one, Joy wore a T-shirt over a swimming costume. The T-shirt was white with 3 flowers in a row across the chest, red, yellow and orange. The flowers were gerberas. Christina had only recently become aware of the names of flowers. The bridal bouquet was next on her list. She'd honestly rather solve a murder than choose a bridal bouquet. "Looks like a nice lady," she said to Ethan, flicking the photo against her knee. "Any history of domestic violence?" he asked. "Nope," said Christina. They pulled into the driveway of a large, well-tended family home. Silver Volvo in the driveway. Pink, purple and white flowers, which she could now identify as hydrangeas, spilled from garden beds. A tiny grey cat streaked across the front lawn and through a fence. The white edge of a letter poked out from a wrought-iron letterbox with the house number, the word post, and an engraving of 2 birds, beak to beak, as if they were kissing. This was a neighbourhood of family pets and garden sprinklers, paid-off mortgages and nicely modulated voices. She said, "But just because it wasn't reported doesn't mean it didn't happen," finished Ethan. He listened. Rare for a private school boy. "Remember your ABC?" she said suddenly, on impulse, as Ethan turned off the car ignition. He didn't hesitate. Accept nothing, believe nothing, check everything. Her mood elevated. Maybe they had their rhythm. She gave him an avuncular thumbs up, opened the car door, got out, straightened her jacket, and tugged hard on her shirt. Somewhere in the distance, an ice cream truck played its familiar tinkling chords. 2 hours later, the house no longer looked quite so benign. Blue and white checked police tape hung from the letterbox and ended at the side fence. Christina had put in a request for a crime scene warrant and sealed the house immediately following her interview with Mr. Stanley Delaney. The interview had told her both nothing new and everything she needed to know. This evening's bridesmaid dress fitting was going to have to go ahead without the bride. Her phone was aquiver with outraged texts from outraged cousins. Christina didn't care. She was reserving her outrage for Mrs. Joy Delaney because her husband was a liar. Chapter 11. Last September. It was mid-morning when Logan Delaney drove down his parents' street a little over the speed limit, his head ducked low so as to avoid eye contact with friendly neighbours out washing their cars or walking their dogs. If the Volvo was in the driveway, he might circle the cul-de-sac and keep going, because he wasn't in the mood for solo conversations with the parents. He preferred to have his siblings around to take some of the heat. Being an only child must be hell. The Volvo wasn't in the driveway, so he pulled in. He got out and shielded his eyes as he looked up at the house gutters clogged with leaves from the liquid ambers. He checked the vintage-style letterbox, a present from Troy, naturally, in case there was any mail to bring in. He wore paint-stained track pants, an old T-shirt and runners. He hadn't shaved, and he was a man who looked like a criminal when he didn't shave. His hair stuck up in tufts. His mother would say he looked like a hobo. He was a big, solid guy, and he knew he should dress more respectably because women sometimes crossed to the other side of the street if they saw him walking behind them at night. He always wanted to shout out his apologies. "Oh, that's exactly what you should do, Logan. In fact, you should run after them shouting, 'I mean you no harm, fair lady,'" his sister Amy said once, and then she laughed so much at her own joke, he'd been morally obliged to throw her in the pool. Troy's rooftop pool. It had an infinity edge. His mother had asked him to do the gutters in that way she had of asking without really asking. "Oh, gosh, Logan, you should see the leaves in this wind." "What's going on?" "Climate change. They're just rocketing down," she'd said on the phone last week. "You want me to do the gutters?" Logan had said. Climate change. His mother threw certain phrases around at random to make sure they knew she was up to date with current affairs and listened to podcasts. "Your dad says he's perfectly fine doing them." "I'll swing by next week," he'd said. After Logan's dad celebrated his 70th birthday with a torn ligament and a complicated knee reconstruction, the family had begun playing with the idea that Stan was elderly. It was a nurse who first used the word. "Elderly people can suffer confusion and short-term memory loss after anaesthetic," she'd said, as she checked their sleeping father's blood pressure, and Logan saw all of his siblings jerk their heads in a mutual shocked shift of perspective. "It's like seeing Thor in a hospital gown," Amy had whispered. Their dad had never been sick, apart from his bad knees, and seeing him diminished and acquiescent in that hospital bed had been distressing, even though their father suddenly opened his eyes and said very clearly to the poor nurse in his startlingly deep voice, "Nothing wrong with my memory, sweetheart." He had fully recovered and was once again winning tournaments with their mother. But the elderly idea had persisted. Dad shouldn't climb ladders. Dad needs to know his limitations. Dad needs to watch what he eats. Logan wasn't sure if they were all jumping the gun. Maybe they enjoyed it. Maybe it made them all feel like they were finally grown-ups, worrying about an elderly parent who didn't really need their concern yet. Maybe there was even satisfaction in it. Thor toppled at last. Although Logan wouldn't be surprised if his father could still beat him in an arm wrestle, and he had no doubt at all that he could still beat him on the court. His father knew his strengths, his weaknesses, his strategies. Logan was powerless against all that knowledge. 10 years old again, hands sweaty, heart thumping. Jesus, he'd wanted to beat his dad so badly. It had been 2 years since they'd been on the court together. "Go have a hit with your father," his mother would invariably suggest when he visited, and Logan would make up an excuse. The subversive idea had begun to creep up that he might just never play again. It felt like treason, and yet who would care? Who would even notice? Their mother would notice. Since his father's operation, Logan had begun doing odd jobs around the family home, whenever he thought he could get away with it without his father getting angry. He slid in and out like a ninja. Change a light bulb here and there, get up with a chainsaw and cut back the overgrown branches around the tennis court. He couldn't work out how his father felt about it. "You don't need to do that, mate," he'd said last time he'd caught Logan changing one of the court lights. He clapped him on the shoulder. "I'm not dead yet." That day, Logan had a hangover, and his father actually did look to be in far better health than him, ruddy-cheeked and clear-eyed, yet another doubles trophy on the sideboard. Later that same day, his father had asked about how his career plans were progressing, and Logan, who had no particular career plan except to stay employed, had felt himself squirm like a kid. His father seemed to always be observing Logan's life the way he used to observe his tennis. Logan could sense Stan's desire to call him to the net, to point out his weaknesses, to explain exactly where he was going wrong and where he could improve. But he never did criticise Logan's life choices. He just asked questions and looked disappointed with the answers. The slam of his car door sounded loud on the quiet street. He could hear the twitter of magpies and the sarcastic caw of crows from the bushland reserve that backed onto his parents' tennis court. It reminded him of the rhythms of his parents in conversation, his mother chattering, his father's occasional deadpan response. Logan didn't go inside. He walked straight down the side of the house to collect the ladder from the shed, past the drain pipe where they all had to stand to practice their ball tosses, 100 times in a row, day after day, until they all had ball tosses as straight and reliable as a ruler's edge. He wondered where his parents were, how long he had before they returned, and if his father would be angry or relieved to see this particular job done. Troy wanted to pay people to help out their parents, a gardener, a cleaner, a housekeeper. "What, like a team of servants?" said Amy. "Will Mum and Dad ring a bell like the Lord and Lady of the Manor?" "I can cover it," said Troy, with that very particular look he got on his face when he talked about money. Secretive, ashamed, and proud. None of them really understood what Troy did, but it was clear he'd landed on a level of impossible wealth that you were only meant to land on by working really hard at your tennis. Somehow, Troy had gone ahead and found another way to drive the fancy car and live the fancy life, and now he played tennis socially, with bankers and barristers, and without, it seemed, any hang-ups, as if he were one of the private school kids who got private lessons at Delaneys not because they had talent or a love of the sport, but because it was a good life skill. Their father never once asked Troy about his career plans. Logan opened the shed and found the bucket, gloves, scraper, and ladder. Everything was in its place. His friend Liane said the first heartbreaking sign of his own father's Alzheimer's was when he stopped putting his tools back in the right place. But Logan's dad's shed looked as pristine as an operating theatre. Even the glass of the shed's small window sparkled, revealing the Japanese maple at the side of the tennis court that was just beginning to leaf up for spring. In autumn, the leaves turned red gold. Logan saw himself as a kid searching through a soft, crunchy carpet of leaves for a rogue tennis ball, because tennis balls cost money. He saw himself storming past that tree the day he first lost against Troy, the same day his father told him to watch Harry Haddad demonstrate the kick serve that Logan hadn't yet mastered. And maybe part of him already knew he never would master. He simply didn't have that instinctive understanding of where the ball needed to be. He was so worked up that day, he threw his racket as he walked towards the house, almost hitting some poor kid waiting for her lesson, who had to jump aside with a little squeak of fear. That was the day Logan understood that his younger brother might be better than him, and also, more importantly, that Harry Haddad was a prodigy and had something essential and wonderful that all the Delaney children lacked. He turned resolutely away from his memories and back to his father's immaculate workbench. Troy was a fool to think they could pay someone to come and do jobs around the house that their father had always done himself. Stan would find that demeaning, extravagant, unmanly. Logan had been in the car with his father once when they'd driven past a man in a suit standing on the side of the road, casually scrolling through his phone, while a roadside assistance guy was on his knees changing the tyre on the man's Mercedes. Stan had been so offended by the sight, he opened the window and roared, "Change your own tyre, you big fucking pussy!" Then he'd closed the window, grinned sheepishly and said, "Don't tell your mother." Logan wouldn't let another man change a tyre for him, but Troy sure as hell would, and he'd enjoy it too. He'd amiably chat to the guy while he did it. The last time they'd all got together, for Amy's birthday, someone asked Troy what he'd done that day, and he said, without shame or embarrassment, "I had a pedicure." It turned out, to everyone's amazement, that the bloke got regular pedicures. "Oh, darling, I could have done your nails for free, saved you the money," their mother had said, as if Troy needed to save money. And then everyone briefly and unfairly lost their minds at the thought of their mother on her knees trimming Troy's toenails, as if Troy had actually asked her to do it. Troy was the only Delaney to have ever experienced a pedicure. Their father would rather have pins stuck in his eyes. Joy had ticklish feet, Amy thought pedicures were elitist, and Brooke said they caused bacterial infections. Troy didn't care. Troy was his own man. No one would ever call Troy passive, even though he was the one passively getting his toenails done like a fucking emperor. "You didn't even try to stop me," Indira had said when she called from the airport. "I thought this was what you wanted," Logan said. She'd said she couldn't go on like this. Like what? It was never made clear. "But what do you want, Logan? You're so bloody passive." She was crying as she spoke, crying so hard, and he was so confused. He didn't understand what was going on. She was the one leaving the relationship, not him. Then she'd hung up. So the word passive was the last word she'd said to him, and it kept echoing in his head until he'd become obsessed with it, examining the word and its implications from every angle. He'd even looked up the dictionary definition and now knew it by heart, occasionally muttering it to himself. accepting or allowing what happens or what others do without active response or resistance. What exactly was the problem with accepting and allowing what happens or what others do? Wasn't that a zen, sensible way to lead your life? Apparently Indira's last boyfriend had been domineering. Logan never domineered. He never stopped Indira from doing anything she wanted to do, even leaving, if that's what she wanted, if that's what made her happy. He wanted her to be happy. So maybe no one could make Indira happy. He wasn't going to demand she stay. "You don't want me enough," she'd said at one point, maybe a week before she left, and he couldn't speak because of the stomping sensation on his chest, and so he'd said nothing, just looked at her until she sighed and walked away. "You don't want it enough, mate," his father had said to him once on the way home in the car, after Logan first lost a match to Harry fucking Haddad. Logan remembered sitting silently in the passenger seat, not saying a word, but thinking to himself, "You're wrong, Dad. You're wrong. You're wrong." There was clearly something wrong with the way he communicated his own desires, which was ironic, seeing as he taught communication skills. "I wanted it too much, Dad." He put the gloves and the scraper in the bucket and hefted the ladder under one arm. He blinked in the sunlight as he left the darkness of the shed. "Good morning," said a female voice, and he nearly dropped the ladder. For a moment he thought it was Indira, as if he'd made her materialise just by thinking about her. But of course it wasn't Indira. A strange woman was sitting on the edge of his parents' back veranda, her hands cupped around a mug of something hot, which she blew on as she looked up at him. She had smooth, fair hair cut at sharp angles that swung either side of a skinny, ratty face. Her jeans were so long she'd had to fold them almost all the way to her knees. She wore Ugg boots that looked a couple of sizes too big for her. They rolled loosely around on her feet, like a child wearing grown-up shoes. Her grey hoodie had a pink logo across the front. "I didn't mean to scare you," she said. She smoothed her hair back behind her ears, and two straight pieces swung free, so the tips of her ears poked out. "Who are you?" The fright made him as rude and brusque as his father. "I'm Savannah." She gave a little circular wave of her hand, as if she were being introduced while sitting at a table of his friends at a pub. He studied her. A tiny jewel in her nose caught the sunlight. He felt a familiar childish sense of grievance he instantly tried to quash. This was the way it had always been. Strangers strutting about his backyard with their rackets and designer shoes as if they owned the place. But you had to be polite and friendly because they paid the bills. Once, Brooke caught a kid going through her school bag that she'd dumped on the back veranda and helping herself to a banana that Brooke hadn't eaten at recess. "Who are you?" The girl imitated his tone, her head on one side. "I'm Logan," he said. He rested the ladder against his leg. "This is my parents' house." He tried not to sound childishly defensive, as if he needed to prove that he had far more right to be here than she did. "Hi, Logan." He waited. "I'm staying with your parents?" she said finally. "Were you a student?" asked Logan. "You mean tennis?" said Savannah. She smiled. "No, I'm not sporty." She put on an oddly genteel accent when she said sporty, as if she were saying, "I don't eat caviar." "So you're..." "Your parents have gone out to pick up new glasses for your dad," said Savannah, "bifocals. They were ready to be picked up yesterday, but they ran out of time because the GP ran late for your mum's appointment, and then they got stuck in terrible traffic." Again, he couldn't interpret the subtext. Why was she giving him all the detail? Was she mocking Logan's mother, who weighed down every conversation with tangential detail? Her children were the only ones allowed to tease her about this. "Well, nice to meet you," said Logan. "I'll get on with it." If she didn't want to say who she was, he didn't care. He lifted the ladder. "I'm cleaning out the gutters." "Go for it," said the girl grandly. She tipped her head back to enjoy the sunlight on her face. Logan turned to walk towards the side of the house. He stopped and looked back at her. "How long are you staying for?" "Indefinitely," she said, without opening her eyes. She grinned. He felt a jolt of surprise, almost like fear. "Indefinitely?" She opened her eyes and regarded him thoughtfully. "I was joking. I just meant I'd like to stay here forever. It's so peaceful." She inclined her chin at the tennis court. "I guess you all grew up to be tennis champions, then?" "Not really." Logan cleared his throat. "You were pretty lucky to have a court in your backyard." He assumed her thin, harsh undertone related to money. These days, only wealthy people had backyard tennis courts. "Back in the 60s, every single house in this street had a court," he said, and he heard himself parroting his old man, except his father's point was that the tragic disappearance of backyard tennis courts to make way for apartment blocks heralded the end of Australia's golden age of tennis. It meant working-class kids like Stan no longer spent their childhoods whacking a tennis ball, but hunched over tiny screens. Logan's point was, "Don't you dare think I grew up rich and privileged just because this bush neighbourhood got gentrified." Logan's dad had grown up in this house, and they didn't know much about his childhood except that it wasn't happy, and he spent hours on his own working on his serve on the tennis court his own father, Logan's grandfather, had built before Logan's grandmother kicked him to the curb. Whenever she said that, Logan used to visualise a humorous image, like a children's book illustration, of a grandpa in a rocking chair with a surprised open mouth, hands on his knees, flying through the air. But he assumed it hadn't really been that comical at the time. Before Logan was born, his grandmother moved in with her older sister to take care of her while she died, which she took an inconveniently long time to do. Apparently, Grandma then sold this house to Logan's parents at a very cheap price. It turned out to be an expensive price, though, because Logan's mother then felt permanently beholden to her mother-in-law, and she could never convince Logan's dad to tear up the purple floral carpet in the living room because it would offend Grandma, even after Grandma was long dead. When the tennis school started making money, pretty good money, thanks to Logan's mother's entrepreneurial streak, the house was renovated and extended. The original dingy, dark little Federation bungalow became a light-filled family home, but the purple carpet remained, a constant point of contention. Joy looked away when she vacuumed it. The rest of the house was Logan's mother's preferred arts and crafts style. A lot of timber and copper. "It's like living in a bloody woodchopper's house," his father once said. "We were the only ones on the street who didn't replace our tennis court with a swimming pool," he told the girl, who saw only the respectable present, not the complicated past. "Would you have preferred the pool then?" she asked, head on one side. There were times when they all would have preferred the pool, especially back when it was a clay court and he and Troy had to spend hours maintaining the damned thing, watering it, rolling it. She said, "At least your parents could walk out the back door and be at work, right? That must have made life easy." It meant that Delaney's tennis academy had swallowed up their lives. Yes, although when the tennis school really took off, they leased 4 courts and the clubhouse around the corner. The place with the smiley tennis ball sign? He interrupted himself. She didn't care about the smiley tennis ball. It seemed clear she wasn't a previous student or a club member. If there wasn't a tennis connection, then who the hell was she? "I'm sorry, but how do you know my parents?" She scrunched up her face as if trying to remember the right answer. "Are you a friend of Amy's?" he guessed. She had to be. "I'm wearing her clothes." She lifted up one straight leg to show the 2 long jeans. "She's much taller than me." "We're a tall family," said Logan. He felt protective of Amy, as if this girl had made fun of her height. Amy was actually the shortest in the family. "Except for your mother," said Savannah. A bit of her hair got stuck in her mouth, and she blew it away with an irritated puff. "Your mum and I are exactly the same height?" She removed an elastic band from her wrist and pulled her hair back into a ponytail with one practiced movement. "This hair is driving me crazy. I got it cut yesterday. It's all smooth and slippery. Your mum got me an appointment with her hairdresser." "It looks nice," said Logan automatically. He was well trained. Sisters. "It cost a lot," said Savannah. "Your mother paid, which was really nice of her." "Okay," said Logan. Was she testing out his reaction to this information? He didn't care if his mother wanted to pay for some girl's haircut. He saw now that the hairstyle was very similar to his mother's, as if her hairdresser worked from a template. "You got the day off from work," she said. "I work odd hours," he said. "Drug dealer?" He smiled tolerantly. "I teach at a community college." "What do you teach?" "Business communications." He waited for the inevitable reaction. She raised her eyebrows. "I would have guessed you taught, I don't know, some kind of trade, like house painting?" He looked down at his pants. The yellow splashes were from when he and Indira had repainted their kitchen a sunny yellow that neither of them ended up liking. The blue splashes were from when he helped paint Brooke's clinic. He couldn't remember where the green flecks were from. He'd actually done house painting for a couple of years after giving up tennis, followed by plastering, then roof tiling. "What about building as a career?" his dad had said hopefully, trying to parlay all these different jobs into something more substantial. He wouldn't have minded if Logan had stuck with house painting, but he couldn't stand the fact that Logan kept working for other people. Self-employment was the way to impress his father. "What about a degree, darling?" his mother had said. Neither of his parents had degrees. His mother said the word degree with such respect and humility, it broke his heart. When Logan was 17, he had turned down a tennis scholarship to an American university. He often wondered what his thinking had been. Was it because he knew his father didn't see an American scholarship as a valid path to success in tennis? If you want to make a career of tennis, then focus on your tennis, not study. Or was it fear? A bit of social anxiety? He'd been an awkward teenager. He remembered thinking he wasn't enthusiastic enough for America. He spoke too slowly. He was too Australian. Too much like his dad. He did do a part-time communications degree eventually. God knows why he did that. But that degree was enough to get him this job teaching business communication skills, and it suited him. He had no special interest in the subject itself, but he enjoyed teaching. It was fine. A steady job with good hours. He actually thought he might do it forever. "Do you enjoy your chosen profession?" asked Savannah. Was she laughing at him? Also, was she deliberately avoiding answering his question about how she knew his parents, or had she just got distracted? He wouldn't give her the satisfaction of asking again. "Sure," he said. "Anyway, better get on with it. Do you want some help?" She slammed the mug down on the porcelain tiles next to her, and he winced because the mug was his mother's favourite, the one that said, "There's no place like home, except Grandma's." "Careful with that mug," he said. "It's my mother's favourite." Savannah picked up the mug with exaggerated care, got to her feet and placed it on the table where Logan's father sat to do the crossword on Saturday mornings. "Sorry," she said. "I just grabbed it from the dishwasher." She picked it up again and studied it. "No place like Grandma's. Except your mother isn't a grandma, is she?" "It belonged to my grandmother," said Logan. Troy had bought it for their mother's mother as a Christmas gift, and she'd loved it. Of course she had. Troy was famous for buying the best gifts. Her love of the mug had been inexplicable because their mother's mother had never been especially grandmotherly. Whenever they visited, she was always keen for a departure time to be specified up front. The girl stepped off the veranda onto the grass and walked over to him. She stood a little too close, and Logan took a step back. Amy called people who did that space invaders. The Delaneys were not touchy-feely people, except for their mother. She was a hugger, an arm patter, a back rubber. But Joy had always been the exception to the Delaney rule. Savannah looked up at him with too much interest. Her eyelashes were long and white, like a small native animal's. She had a pointed, freckled nose, thin, chapped lips, and a flesh-coloured Band-Aid above one eyebrow. Logan was taller and bigger than most people, but this girl was so small and fragile-looking, she made him feel enormous and foolish, as though he were dressed up as a football mascot. "Do you want to have children?" She looked at him intensely. Was there something a little wrong with her? "Maybe one day," he said. He took another step back. "What happened there?" He indicated the Band-Aid. "My boyfriend hit me," she said, without inflection. He thought her answer was going to be something mundane. In fact, he had no interest in the answer. He was just deflecting attention, and consequently, in his shock, he responded without thinking. "Why?" The word was out of his mouth before he could drag it back. Why? It was like asking, what did you do to deserve that? His sisters would tear strips off him. Victim blaming. Sorry, that's a stupid thing to ask. It's okay. So he came home from work. When was it? Last Tuesday night. She stuck her hands in the pockets of Amy's jeans and circled the toe of her boot in the grass. He was actually in a pretty good mood that day. You don't need to tell me, said Logan. He held up a hand to try to stop her. He didn't want details, for Christ's sake. It's okay, I'm quite happy to tell you, she said. and he'd asked the stupid question, so his punishment was to endure the painful answer. We were watching TV, just chilling out, and then this news story came on about domestic violence, right? I thought, oh, great, here we go. Those stories. She shook her head. I don't know why they have to keep putting those stories on TV. It doesn't help. It makes it worse. Her voice skidded up. Logan squinted, trying to make sense of what she was saying. Was she saying a story about violence against women inspired it? Those stories always put him in the filthiest of moods. Maybe they made him feel guilty. I don't know. He'd say, "Oh, it's always the man's fault, isn't it? Never the chick's fault. Always his fault." She put on a deep, jock-like voice to imitate the boyfriend. Logan could almost see the guy. He knew the type. So anyway, I changed the channel as fast as I could. I was like, "Oh, I want to watch Survivor." And he didn't say anything. And then I could feel it. He was just waiting for me to do something wrong. And the minutes went by, and I started to relax, and I thought, oh, it's fine. And then, like an idiot, like a fool, I asked if he'd paid the car registration. She shook her head at her own stupidity. I wasn't trying to make a point. I honestly wasn't. She looked up at Logan through her sandy eyelashes as if she were trying to convince him of her innocence. I just said, did you remember to pay it? Sounds like a valid question to me, said Logan. He'd never experienced physical violence in a relationship, but he knew how a question could be misinterpreted, how a simple request for information could be flung back in your face. Well, it infuriated him, said Savannah. Apparently, I was being passive-aggressive. She shrugged and put her fingertips to the Band-Aid over her eye. So it all sort of spiraled from there, the way it always did, and the next thing you know, he's yelling, I'm crying. Just pathetic, really. Embarrassing. She looked off to the side, her hands on her hips. She smelled of cheap perfume, hairspray and cigarettes, like the girls who used to kiss on summer holidays behind the amenities block at the Central Coast Caravan Park. The smell triggered a surge of feeling that Logan hoped was nostalgia for that time, not desire for this girl. It was inappropriate to think about kissing this small, fragile, abused girl. It made him feel complicit with the asshole boyfriend. Anyway, whatever. So that's what happened. Savannah hitched up Amy's jeans around her waist. Here's history. I left, hailed a cab, and I'm never going back. Good, said Logan. And then a series of thoughts clicked into place. He said, Does your boyfriend know you're here? He imagined his mother flinging open the front door in that way she did, always so pleased for company, a smile on her face, to be greeted by some yobbo with a vendetta. He didn't wait for an answer. How do you know my parents, anyway? I don't, said Savannah. I knocked on their door at random. You what? Logan! His mother slid back the glass door leading onto the back veranda and put her hands to her cheeks, as if she couldn't believe it was him, as if she hadn't seen his car in the driveway and would therefore already have had plenty of warning that he was here. Her voice had that marginally posher accent she reserved for non-family members. Actually, it was worse than usual. She sounded almost drunk with excitement. What are you doing here? I'm doing the gutters, Mum, said Logan. Like I said. Oh, you don't need to do that, said his mother. "Your father has it under control." She came over to them and put her hand on Savannah's back as she spoke. "I see you've met Savannah." She looked at Savannah and then back at Logan. Her eyes sparkled. "She's staying with us for a while. She's staying with us for as long as she wants." She patted Savannah gently on the back in rhythm with her words. She stopped patting and said, "How's Indira?" with a penetrating look, as if she suspected something about the breakup. But how could she possibly know? Logan said, "She's fine. Oh, she wanted me to give you this." He pulled the tiny, now rather ratty-looking gift from his pocket. Indira had asked him to give it to his mother weeks ago, and he kept forgetting. "Oh, Logan!" His mother put a hand to her chest. She looked absolutely thrilled. It's not anything." "She didn't want to be here?" said Joy. She looked around her as if expecting Indira to pop out from behind a hedge. "To see me open it?" "It's just a little..." "Logan's partner is a very special girl," Joy told Savannah. "Very special. I wish she was here." She patted her hair, once again looked suspiciously around the backyard before she ripped off the paper. "Oh," her face fell. "It's a fridge magnet." She turned the magnet back and forth, examining it as if for a secret message. It had a yellow flower on it. Logan had no idea why Indira had bought it for his mother or why it had caused that momentary expression of anguish. What had she expected it to be? "It's so pretty," she told Logan. Her eyes were bright. "Indira knows I love yellow gerberas, and that stupid magnet we got in London keeps falling off the fridge. That's why she got it. She's so thoughtful. Please thank her. Well, I'll be seeing her on Sunday, so I can thank her myself." "You won't be seeing her on Sunday," thought Logan. But obviously he wasn't going to tell his mother about the breakup in front of this strange girl. He changed the subject fast. "So I was just hearing how Savannah knocked on your door?" He cleared his throat. "At random? Did Brooke know about this yet?" Brooke was the youngest in the family, but the most sensible and certain. "She said she had a good feeling about this house," said Joy. She smiled guilelessly up at Logan. "She said it felt safe. Isn't that a lovely thing to say?" "Yeah, it is. So I was just asking Savannah if her ex-boyfriend knew where she was staying." Logan met his mother's eyes. Joy liked to put on her dippy act, but she wasn't stupid. "He doesn't know where she is," said Joy, "and he's got no way of finding out." "Don't worry," said Savannah. "He can't track me down. I didn't even bring my phone when I left." "Yes, and we're going to find a time to go over to her apartment to pick up Savannah's things when he's at work," said Joy. She spoke as if she were planning a lunch. "You're not going there, Mum," said Logan. "Oh, yes, I'll probably stay in the car. Your dad will go inside with Savannah, just to be on the safe side." His mother looked up at him, brightly, craftily, and Logan felt himself slide inevitably forward on the course of action his mother had already set for him. "I don't think Dad should go either," said Logan. He sighed. There was no way out. He looked at Savannah and tried to make himself sound gracious, not sulky. "I'll take you." "I don't need anyone to come with me," said Savannah. "I really don't." "Your brother can go too," said Joy to Logan. "Safety in numbers. That's a good idea." She said it in a warm, congratulatory manner, as if it were Logan's good idea. You and Troy can help Savannah scoop everything up and get out of there, quick smart, and that will be the end of that. Would it be the end of that? Isn't Troy in America? Asked Logan. He flew back this morning, said his mother. You can all three go over to Savannah's place tomorrow, once he's over his jet lag. Troy would be appalled. Logan's mood lifted fractionally at the thought. You should go around 11, I think. Avoid peak hour. You'll have time before you teach your 2 p.m. class. Logan wanted to say, maybe I'm doing something else tomorrow morning, Mum. But then his mother would demand details. No, that's okay. I appreciate the offer, but I'll go on my own, said Savannah. And Logan wanted to laugh because she had no idea how pointless it was to resist once his mother had decided something was going to happen. Once your mother has momentum, no one can beat her, Stan always said. And he was talking about tennis, but every single thing Logan's dad said about tennis could also be applied to life. I'll go on my own, said Savannah. No, you will not, darling, said Joy, steel in her voice. Game to Mum, thought Logan. Chapter 12. Now. How would you describe your parents' marriage? Detective Senior Constable Christina Coury flipped the page in her notebook and studied the man opposite her. Logan Delaney, the second of Joy Delaney's 4 grown-up children. 37 years old. The slouched posture and relaxed drawl of a surfer dude, but the watchful eyes of someone with an agenda. Looked like a gardener, but apparently taught business studies. She and Ethan were interviewing him in the lobby of the community college where he worked. He said his next class started in 20 minutes. They sat across from Logan in low vinyl tub chairs with a small round table in between them. A notice board behind Logan's head advertised evening courses. So you want to do your own soft furnishings? So you want to write a memoir? So you want to master small talk? So you want to get married? Some people actually did a course to get married? She must remember to tell Nico about that. Or maybe not. He might want to do the course. He had random bursts of enthusiasm for bizarre activities. I'd describe their marriage as normal, answered Logan. Good. He rotated his right shoulder forward and then backward. They've been married nearly 50 years. Shoulder trouble? Christina pretended to care. She cared about finding out what had happened to this man's mother. It's fine. He stilled his shoulder and sat up straighter. So, they've been married nearly 50 years. That's a long time. It is. Obviously, every marriage has its ups and downs, its conflicts, she said, and waited. A beat. Another beat. He raised a single eyebrow. Still, he didn't speak. He was very much like his father. He didn't rush to fill the gaps. Are you married yourself, Logan? He looked at his left hand as if to check. No, I'm not. Never married. In a relationship? He smiled wearily. It's complicated. Would you say your parents have a complicated relationship? No, he said. They have an excellent relationship. They're doubles champions. You have to be good communicators to play doubles successfully. What about off the court? They ran a very successful business together for 30 years. So their marriage hasn't been... She looked down at her notes. Rocky at times? Every marriage is rocky at times. He peered over as if he were trying to see what she had written down. Did someone actually say that to you? I believe your sister told the police officers that things had been, what was the word she used, a little tumultuous lately. Which sister? He lifted his hand to stop her answering. I know which sister. He seemed to come to a sudden decision. Look, can I get one thing straight? Are you guys treating my father as a suspect? Of course I am, mate. You know I am. She assumed Logan had seen the healing scratch marks on his father's face. Stan Delaney said they came from climbing through a hedge to retrieve a tennis ball. They looked to Christina like classic defence wounds. Yesterday's search of Joy and Stan Delaney's home had revealed little of interest. The house was clean and tidy. It was notably clean and tidy. No signs that remotely indicated a struggle, except for one thing, a faint crack that snaked across the glass of a framed photo in the hallway. The photo was of a child holding a tennis trophy. What happened here? Christina had asked Stan Delaney, and he said, no idea. It was a lie. Just like the story about searching through the hedge for a tennis ball was a lie. They'd seized the framed picture in the faint hope that it might contain blood or hair. Stan Delaney had answered all her questions yesterday with little to no detail. He said yes, he and his wife had argued, but he refused to say what the argument was about. He said, yes, it was out of character for his wife to go away like this. He said, yes, it was strange that she had not taken her toothbrush or any clothes as far as he could tell. He was obviously a smart man. He knew he didn't have to be polite and that he couldn't be compelled to say anything he didn't want to say. He was good. He was bloody good. But Christina was better. Your mother is missing, and I'm hearing that's out of character, she said to Logan. So all we're doing at this stage is collecting information. Dad is worried sick. He's not sleeping or eating. He's not coping well. Christina tapped her pen against the notepad. May I say, you don't seem that worried about your mother, Logan? He raised his eyebrows, waited for the question. Yet it was you and your sister who filed the missing persons report. Again, he waited for the question. As you know, we're holding a press conference later this afternoon. We're putting a lot of time and effort into finding your mother. She saw his good manners kick in. Thank you. We're grateful. We're worried she might have had an accident or that she might have had some sort of episode or something. Episode, Christina pounced. Do you mean a mental health kind of episode? I guess so. He shifted in his seat. Has she been showing signs of depression? Not really, he said. He winced and then said carefully, maybe a little bit. Can you tell me more about that? Said Christina. She's been not quite herself. He looked past Christina's head. She may have been feeling a bit down. What about? Well, he said, and she saw him consider and then discard the truthful answer. I'm not exactly sure. So she sent a text to each of her children saying she was going away, but she left no message for your father. Did you find that strange? He shrugged. That argued. You know that. She sure did know that. My dad doesn't have a mobile phone, so she obviously couldn't text him. She could have called him on the landline. She could have left a note. She could have found some other way to communicate with him, surely, pointed out Christina. The simplest answer is most often correct. I understand how this looks to an outsider, said Logan. But you're wrong. No one wants to believe their parents are capable of murdering each other, no matter what they've witnessed. Christina pushed the point. Your mother's text message didn't say, please let your father know I'm going away. Her text message made no sense, Logan reminded her. Christina said nothing. She waited. Sometimes her job was all about waiting. Logan banged a closed knuckle on the edge of his chair as if knocking impatiently on a closed door. He said, You can't really be thinking that my 70-year-old father murdered my mother, disposed of the body, and sent us all a garbled text from her phone to throw us off the scent? Jesus Christ, it's fantastical. It's just not possible. Our records show your father never once tried to call your mother's mobile phone, said Christina. Her first murder case involved a man making authentically frantic-sounding calls to over 20 friends and family members, but not a single call to his supposedly missing wife. Why would he call her? He knew she wouldn't answer. You'll have to ask him about that, said Logan. So, where do you think your mother is, Logan? What do you think is going on here? Logan continued his previous line of thought, as if trying to work it out himself. So, he sends a fake text, and then he hides the phone under their bed? Of all places? Wouldn't he destroy it? If he's capable of murdering someone, don't you think he's smart enough to destroy a phone? Christina said, Perhaps he wasn't thinking clearly. I don't know where she is. And you're wrong. I am worried because you're right, it is strange and it is out of character. Logan shifted about in his seat and gave a distracted wave to someone who had walked out of a classroom. But at the same time, I feel like maybe she needed to get away for a while. Or maybe she's making a point. Christina said, Why would your mother need to make a point? He lifted his hands. What point would she be making? He shook his head. He looked at a spot on the wall and blew air out of his mouth as if it were a long, thin stream of cigarette smoke. She allowed a hint of aggression to come into her voice. The obfuscation was starting to annoy her. That doesn't make sense. You say your parents had a perfect relationship and now you're saying maybe your mother has disappeared to make a point. I never said it was a perfect relationship. There were issues, like every relationship. Like you said. Can you be more specific about those issues, please? Not really. He sighed. How well could you analyse your parents' marriage? My parents are divorced, said Christina shortly. She could be very specific about the issues. They divorced over a plate. After he retired, her dad got into the habit of making himself a hummus and tomato sandwich every day at 11 a.m. Christina's mother suggested he rinse the plate and put it in the dishwasher. He refused. It somehow went against his principles. This went on for years until one day Christina's mother picked up the plate from the sink, threw it like a frisbee at her dad's head and said, "I want a divorce." Her father was baffled and wounded. Not physically wounded, he ducked. He finally concluded that Christina's mother was deranged and remarried within the year. Meanwhile, Christina's mother got into hot yoga and The Handmaid's Tale. "Under his eye," she said darkly, each time Christina rang her to talk about her wedding arrangements. She said she was very happy for Christina's dad's second wife to be at the wedding, just as long as she was never within her line of sight. "What about housework?" she asked Logan. "Any issues there?" "Housework?" Logan blinked the way that men tended to blink when women brought up frivolous domestic issues in serious settings. "It was just a plate," her father kept saying to Christina. He never understood what that plate represented. Disrespect, disregard, contempt. "My mother did the housework," said Logan. "That was never an issue between them. It was a traditional marriage in that way. She's of that generation." "But didn't she help run the tennis school as well?" Logan looked impatient. "I'm not saying it was fair." She waited. He said, "I'm telling you, I never once saw them argue about housework." Was that an unconscious curl of his lip on the word housework? Did his eyes just flick over to Ethan for masculine support? Can you believe this chick? Or was she projecting her own unconscious biases? She never saw her parents argue about housework either, and yet that plate in the sink ended their marriage. "He just ignores me, Christina. I ask so nicely, and he just ignores me." No one was too old or well-mannered for the sudden snap of rage. So what did they argue about then? He looked away. "My dad wasn't always an easy man. He's different now. And now we're getting somewhere. Was he ever violent towards your mother?" "Jesus, no, never." He looked back up at her, seemingly appalled. "You're getting the wrong impression." Yet she saw a flicker of something, a question, a thought, a memory. It was gone before she could grab it. "Never?" she probed. "Never," he said. "I'm sorry if I've made you think that, because that is so wrong. Dad could just be moody. That's all I meant. He shut down when he was upset, like a lot of men of his age. But he adored my mother." He muttered something inaudible. "Sorry, I didn't catch that." He smiled uneasily. "I said he adores my mother. He still does adore my mother." In a moment, he was going to shut down himself. Christina changed direction. "What can you tell me about this woman who lived with your parents for a while? Last year, was it? Both your sisters mentioned her." "Savannah," he said heavily. "Yeah, well, speaking of complicated, that got complicated for a while there." "In what way?" "In every way." Chapter 13. Last September. "So it's just until she finds somewhere to live," said Joy to Brooke, the walkabout phone cradled between her ear and her shoulder as she dusted the living room with a green microfiber dusting cloth she'd bought at one of those unbearable parties where she'd had to endure various product demonstrations by a very nice woman whose 3 children Joy and Stan had privately coached for many years without improvement, and therefore Joy had felt obligated to buy 3 dusting cloths, one for each kid. Joy had a rule that whenever one of her children telephoned, she dusted, even if it was Logan calling, whose calls lasted an average of 30 seconds. She was in a good mood today. Last night, she and Stan had sex. Surprisingly excellent sex. If she could still get pregnant, last night would have got her pregnant. She always used to say that Stan only had to look at her to get her pregnant, which had caused a very embarrassing misunderstanding with Brooke when she was 6, and one day accused dear little Philip New of trying to get her pregnant at recess. It had been the first time in months. Joy had actually been wondering if they were done with it, and she hadn't even been upset about it, which was upsetting in itself. She suspected it was somehow related to Savannah. Maybe it was as simple as the fact that they were closing the bedroom door again, which used to be the signal for sex, or maybe Stan's libido was helped by the sight of a pretty young girl flitting about the place. Joy honestly didn't care if that was the case. She had, on occasion, found excuses to wander around her own front yard while Caro's grown-up son Jacob did the gardening with his shirt off. She'd known that boy since he was a child, but he'd grown up to look like a young Robert Redford, and Joy was not dead yet. It really had been very good sex for people of their age, Joy thought. She had to suppress the urge to tell Brooke about how well her parents had performed in the bedroom last night, as if they'd won a particularly tough match. "Why are you laughing, Mum?" asked Brooke. "I'm not," said Joy. "I'm dusting. It's tickling my nose." Brooke had left 2 voicemail messages today. She'd learned about Savannah firstly from her sister, and then apparently Logan had called the moment he left the house this morning, so she was now in a fine state. Joy knew that not calling Brooke earlier was an error of judgment. Brooke expected to be the first to find out about significant family developments. The truth was that Joy had put off calling her because she knew Brooke would react to the news of their house guest with incredulity, disapproval, and anxiety. And this was proving to be correct. "Logan said he and Troy are helping this girl move out of her apartment tomorrow." Brooke was talking on the speakerphone as she drove home from work. It was irritating. Her voice kept fading in and out. "Yes, Logan insisted on it," said Joy. "He didn't want your father doing it on his own. He and Troy are going to drive Savannah to her apartment tomorrow and move her out. Then she'll never have anything to do with that vile man again." She moved into the living room, holding her cloth aloft, and started on the tennis ball collection. Stan owned 43 signed tennis balls contained in small glass boxes, and it was amazing how the glass containers collected a thin layer of dust in such a short amount of time. When he died, the signed balls would be the first thing to go. Some of them were probably fake. She'd read somewhere once that sports memorabilia fraud was booming. "What if the boyfriend turns up?" asked Brooke. "It will be 2 against 1, said Joy. "Your brothers can take care of it." "What if he has, a knife?" Joy paused. "Surely he wouldn't have a knife. Should they take knives too?" "Oh, my God, Mum!" Brooke exploded. Her excessive reaction calmed Joy. She wasn't sending the boys into an active war zone. Savannah was quite positive that the boyfriend wouldn't be there, and even if he was, Troy and Logan were very big, strong, intimidating men. Everyone said so. They'd be fine. She wouldn't let them take knives. To be honest, part of her still didn't trust the boys with knives, as if they were still little kids who might cut themselves or each other. She knew there was a very significant contradiction in her thinking right now. "He's not going to be there," said Joy. "He's a graphic designer, apparently, like Indira. I wonder if Indira knows him. I guess that's unlikely. Indira gave me a lovely new fridge magnet. Did I tell you?" She kept telling people about how much she loved the magnet to hide the fact that she couldn't stand to look at it because she'd been so crushed when she opened it. She'd been idiotically convinced it was an ultrasound picture and that Indira was hiding somewhere in the garden, watching her reaction. Mortifying. "No, Mum, you didn't mention that Indira gave you a lovely fridge magnet," said Brooke. Joy recognised the tone. She used to speak to her own mother with the same forbearance. "Anyway, the boys will be fine," said Joy. "I can't believe we need to get involved with these kinds of people," fretted Brooke. "These kinds of people?" repeated Joy. "What do you mean, these kinds of people?" Brooke had never, ever been snooty. Joy hadn't brought her children up like that. Troy liked to strut about like a peacock, flicking his shiny black credit card onto the table at restaurants. "I'll take care of this," he'd say. But it was funny when he did it. "Oh, you know what I mean, Mum," said Brooke. "No, I don't know what you mean. You didn't grow up in Downton Abbey, darling." "It's nothing to do with money or class. I just mean people where there might be a kind of, what's the word, criminal element?" "We've got plenty of criminal elements in our family. Your own brother was a drug dealer. Troy just sold weed to the private school kids. You make him sound like a drug lord. He just, saw a gap in the market. I can assure you that Savannah is a nice girl in a difficult situation," said Joy crisply. "I'm sure she is a nice girl, and it's awful what happened to her, but she's a stranger and she's not your responsibility. You've got enough on your plates." There was that new condescending tone that had begun to creep into Brooke's voice ever since Stan had his knee operation, as if she were just weighed down with the onerous responsibility of taking care of her ageing parents. It was sweet, but also mildly aggravating. "What are you talking about? We've got nothing on our plates. Not a thing. Our plates are empty, darling." Joy hadn't fully understood how bored she and Stan had been until Savannah arrived on their doorstep. Savannah gave Joy and Stan something interesting and new to talk about, and she was so sweet and grateful and pretty. And Savannah isn't a stranger anymore. Joy peered at Agassi's scratchy ballpoint signature on the ball as she polished. "Every person you meet starts out as a stranger. Your father was a stranger when I first met him. You were a little stranger when I first met you." She saw Brooke's outraged little red face as the doctor held her up like an animal he'd rescued from a trap. Amazing to think that angry, helpless baby was now this opinionated young woman. "You didn't let Dad move into your house the moment you met him," said Brooke. "No, but I let you move in," said Joy, which she thought was rather witty. But Brooke's laugh sounded hollow. "Anyway, she hasn't moved in," Joy reassured her. She picked up the Navratilova ball. "This is temporary, obviously." She spoke in the brisk, businesslike voice she used with the accountants. "It's just until she gets back on her feet. There's really nothing to worry about. You'll like her when you meet her. Logan liked her today, I could tell. You know what she's doing right now?" "Going through your jewellery," said Brooke. "Stealing your identities?" Sometimes she sounded so much like her father. "I don't own any jewellery worth stealing," said Joy. "She's welcome to it." "No, she's cooking dinner. Pasta." The scents of garlic and onion wafted from the kitchen. This is the 3rd time she's cooked. She keeps insisting. She says she loves to cook. Do you know how wonderful it is to have someone else cooking for you? Well, you do, because Grant cooks. There was a moment's silence, and then Brooke said plaintively, "I've cooked dinner for you, Mum." "Of course you have," soothed Joy, "many times." Brooke was a perfectly competent cook, like Joy herself, but also like Joy, she took no obvious pleasure in cooking, grimly plunking down plates with a put-upon sigh. Joy's family had been, and still were, big eaters. Keeping her family fed had been a never-ending, arduous task, and now that it was just Joy and Stan, she had to force herself into the kitchen each night with the thought, "This again?" Savannah, on the other hand, cooked as if it was a lovely pastime, not a chore to endure, humming and cleaning as she went. Brooke didn't answer, and Joy heard the traffic in the background, the angry toot of someone's horn, and she imagined her daughter behind the wheel, frowning, worrying about that damned new clinic that Joy wished she hadn't so bravely started, worrying about her parents who didn't yet require her concern. "The time will come, my darling. We'll get frail and sick and stubborn, and your stomach will twist with love and terror each time we call. But plenty of time. Don't get ahead of yourself. We're not there yet." "The thing is, I hate cooking," said Joy. The words rushed out of her mouth, traitorously, venomously. "You've no idea how much I hate cooking, and it just never ends, the cooking. Night after bloody night. Each night at 5 o'clock, like clockwork, your father says, 'What's for dinner?' And I grit my teeth so hard I can feel it in my jaw." She stopped, embarrassed. "Gosh, Mum," said Brooke. She sounded shocked. "We should get one of those meal services for you if you really hate cooking that much. I had no idea you felt like that. All those years. You should have made us help more when we were growing up, but you never let us in the kitchen." "I feel terrible." No, interrupted Joy. She felt ridiculous. It was true she hadn't let her children help in the kitchen. They were too messy and loud, and she didn't have the time or patience to be the sort of mother to smile lovingly while a flowery-faced child cracked eggs onto the floor. She would be that sort of grandmother. Grandchildren would be her second chance to get it right. Now she had the time and the eggs to spare, and she would be present with her grandchildren. When she looked at photos of her children when they were little, she sometimes thought, did I notice how beautiful they were? Was I actually there? Did I just skim the surface of my entire damned life? I was being silly. I don't really hate cooking. I just like it when someone else puts a meal in front of me, as if I'm the lady of the manor. And it's no big deal at all now, when it's just for your father and me. It's easy. Now, how are you? How was your weekend? It was nice, said Brooke. Quiet. A sudden instinct, something about the tension in Brooke's voice and the memory that Brooke had said she might drop by over the weekend, but then never had, and Joy had been so busy with Savannah that she only just remembered now, made Joy say, "Did you have a migraine over the weekend, Brooke?" "So what else has this Savannah been doing all day?" said Brooke at the same time, "apart from cooking." "She's been resting," said Joy. "She needed a rest. I think she's been through quite a stressful time." For the first couple of days, Savannah had slept for long stretches, as though she were recuperating from a serious illness. And Joy and Stan had tiptoed about the house, giving each other quizzical shrugs. Initially, Savannah hadn't spoken at all, just gratefully eaten whatever food was put in front of her. It was gratifying to see the colour come back into her cheeks. As the days went by, she became chattier, and she seemed so interested in Joy and Stan's lives, and to truly enjoy hearing their stories and looking at family photos. She asked them all about the tennis school. How did they come to start it? What was it like in those early days? Was it hard to find students? Did they still play? Did none of their children want to take over the business? It was Stan who answered all those questions, who seemed to want to answer her questions. He kept getting in first. It was so unlike him. As if he needed to do this, as if her interest was fulfilling some sort of therapeutic need, giving him closure, perhaps. Savannah nodded along and never seemed to get impatient when Stan spent 10 minutes trying to work out if a particular tournament had taken place in 1981 or 1982. "And what does Dad think about all this?" asked Brooke. Without waiting for an answer, she said, suddenly suspicious, "Has he got her on the court yet? Does she play?" She was so transparent, always a daddy's girl. It was Stan's approval she so desperately craved, as if it were withheld from her, and yet she'd always had it, from the moment he first held her. Brooke was Stan's favourite. Everyone knew it, except for Brooke. "Savannah doesn't play," said Joy. "She says she's not sporty. But your dad likes her." It was actually surprising how well Stan and Savannah got on. "She and your father have bonded over some television series they both enjoy. They talk about the characters as if they're real people." "Which series?" asked Brooke urgently, as if that mattered. "Oh, gosh, I wouldn't know," said Joy. She'd never been a big fan of television, and the older she got, the less patience she had for it. Her lower back played up as she sat still for too long, whereas Stan had gone in the other direction and would sit in that recliner for hours watching rubbish. "Right," said Brooke. "How's Grant?" asked Joy. "And how's work? I gave your card to someone the other day. Now, who was it? Someone who said they were having back pain, just like me, and I said, 'Well, you must see my daughter.' And he said, 'Amy said something about Dad buying her a car?'" Brooke's voice was sharp. "Who? Savannah? He's not buying her a car. We were just talking about how we'd need to get her set up with a car at some point, and your dad was asking her if she'd consider the new Golf. So they went and test drove one. You know how your dad loves test driving cars, even if he has no intention of buying one." "How is she going to afford a car? Does she even have a job?" asked Brooke. "I think I already told you that she and her boyfriend had only just moved here from Queensland," said Joy. "So why doesn't she just move back to Joy, dinner?" "I've got to go. That's Savannah calling to say dinner is ready." She walked towards the kitchen, the phone to her ear. "How did Dad react to the news about Harry's comeback?" asked Brooke. "Oh, well, Savannah has been a good distraction," said Joy, lowering her voice, knowing Stan was already in the kitchen sorting out their drinks. She could see Savannah through the doorway with 3 plates balanced on her forearms like a waitress. Her haircut looked lovely. "It will be interesting to see what he says about Dad in his autobiography," said Brooke. "Do you think Dad will read it? Or will it upset him too much?" "Autobiography?" Joy stopped. She spun around so she was facing away from the kitchen. "Supposedly he's writing one," said Brooke, "or he's probably paying a ghostwriter to write it for him." Would they ever be free of that boy? "I didn't know that." She should have predicted it. All the big names in tennis wrote their stories eventually. Everyone loved a success story. Their "So you want to write a memoir," teacher had said rags to riches and overcoming the odds were the most popular themes for memoirs. There was something demeaning about Joy doing Caro's silly memoir writing course, while Harry, a kid whose bloodied, skinny boy knees she'd once bandaged, wrote a proper memoir that people would actually want to read. It made Joy's entire life feel silly. A lady's life. "Will you read it?" asked Brooke. "I don't know," said Joy slowly. "Probably." She heard the low timbre of Stan's voice as he spoke to Savannah in the kitchen. She walked to the couch, sat down, and picked up a cushion. She caressed its soft, tasselled fringe while she monitored her reaction to this revelation. Her heart had quickened, but it was certainly not racing. There was really no need for concern here. After all, she and Stan represented only one chapter in Harry's illustrious career. Harry would simply trot out a more detailed version of the, by now, well-worn raffle ticket story. How Harry's father, Elias, won the private lesson at Delaneys, gave the lesson to his son, first time the kid ever held a racket, blah, blah, blah. There would be no further revelations. Harry knew nothing. He'd been a kid, his eyes firmly fixed on his future. His readers wanted to hear what it was like to win Wimbledon. They wanted Harry's secrets, not his father's secrets, not Joy's secrets. She saw Elias Haddad's handsome face, that slow, sensual wink. It used to make her blood run cold. She'd see him at an interstate tournament and think, "Don't you dare wink at me again, Elias." But sure enough, he'd wink at her over the heads of their oblivious children, as if it were all just a joke. Well, she refused to be worried. She would put it out of her mind. It was all so long ago. "No need to dwell on things," her mother used to say. Everyone did far too much dwelling these days. "I must let you go, darling," she said briskly to Brooke. "I know you're busy." She could smell her dinner waiting for her. She replaced the cushion in the corner of the couch. "We'll see you on Sunday for Father's Day. You can meet Savannah then." "She'll still be there?" There was a crack of genuine distress in Brooke's voice. "On Father's Day?" Joy lowered her voice and her head to the phone once more. "Darling," she said. There was a myth in Joy's family, one that Brooke liked to perpetuate, and the myth was that even though Brooke was the youngest and the one with the debilitating health condition, she was the most robust of the Delaney children, the least sensitive, the one who had her professional and personal life sorted, and that Amy, the oldest, who should therefore have been the most responsible, was the flaky, fragile one, who was always getting her feelings hurt. But Joy knew better. She knew exactly what lay behind the facades her children presented to the world. Yes, Amy had her mental health challenges, but she was as tough as nails at her core. Logan pretended not to care about anything, but cared about everything. Troy acted so superior because he felt so inferior, and Brooke liked to present herself as the most grown-up of them all, but sometimes Joy caught the fleeting expression of a frightened child crossing her face. Those were the times Joy wanted to gather her 6'1" daughter in her arms and say, "My baby girl." "Savannah won't find somewhere to live by the weekend," she told Brooke. "No, of course not," said Brooke. She sounded flat and distant now. "That's fine, Mum. This is a really kind thing you're doing, and I'm glad you're getting a break from cooking. I'll see you Sunday. Love you." "Love you too," said Joy. But Brooke had already hung up. Joy went into the kitchen, where Stan had put 3 wine glasses in a row on the island bench, white for Savannah, red for Stan, a spritzer for Joy. Savannah put a big green salad in the centre of the table and angled the good, shiny silver salad servers just so. Someone had given Joy those salad servers years ago, and she'd never used them, as if no occasion was ever good enough, not even Christmas, that Savannah automatically used all the nicest things in Joy's kitchen on a daily basis. The good placemats, the good glasses, the good cutlery, and consequently, dinner each night felt festive and delightful. She had a knack for setting the table. Joy's mother used to have that knack, and Joy had not inherited it. Tonight, Savannah had even picked a little sprig of cherry blossom and put it in a tiny vase she'd found in the back of a cupboard. Music? Joy held up her phone, head on one side. Asking this made her feel like she was maybe in her 30s, living in a share house like Amy. She had never in her life lived in a share house. Logan had helped her set up her Spotify account ages ago, but like the salad servers, Joy hadn't found the right occasion to use it until Savannah came to stay. Yes, please? Savannah moved deftly behind her to pick up the salt and pepper grinders from the sideboard. This pasta looks delicious, Savannah, said Stan. He would never have said, "This looks delicious, Joy," about something Joy had cooked, although occasionally he might grunt, "Looks good," as he picked up his fork. Stan's formality was just like the good crockery and cutlery. It added a nice sheen to the night. He winked at Joy, just a loving, husbandly wink without subtext, and she thought about his hands on her body last night, his voice low in her ear, and as the first notes of Neil Diamond's Sweet Caroline filled the kitchen, Joy let any thoughts about Harry's memoir and her worry about Brooke fade away as a deep sense of contentment spread throughout her body, as blissful as a fast-acting paracetamol. Chapter 14. Now. "Did you kill your wife, Mr. Delaney?" "Aye." The old man, huge and hunch-shouldered, with reddish thumbprints under his eyes, lifted his bald head, seemingly bewildered by the question. "What's that?" The baby-faced journalist in a natty suit and tie shoved a chunky microphone towards his mouth. "Did you have anything to do with your wife's disappearance, Mr. Delaney?" The old man stood on the front lawn of his suburban house, shoulder to shoulder with his 4 adult children, surrounded by a semicircle of journalists and camera operators. The journalists were all young, in smart, casual, brightly coloured clothes, no patterns, solid colours, sharp shoulders, their faces smooth and opaque with makeup. The camera operators were older, all men, with ordinary, impassive faces and weekend hardware shopping clothes, jeans and polo shirts. "Mr. Delaney?" "That is defamatory. Get away from him, you parasite!" It was one of the old man's daughters who spoke. She slapped the microphone, a swift, smooth backhand. She was a tennis player, apparently. They all were. One of her brothers stepped forward, a protective arm in front of his father's face. But the other 2 siblings said and did nothing. They appeared instead to take tiny steps away from their father. And the internet saw. Minds were made up. 2 of his children think he did it. Chapter 15. Concerns are growing for a Sydney woman who has not been seen for 10 days. Police have today launched an appeal for information on the whereabouts of retired tennis coach Joy Delaney. The 69-year-old was reported missing by her adult children, and officers have been unable to locate her. Family members say they received a text message on Valentine's Day described as out of character. It is believed that she may have been riding a green bicycle with a white wicker basket. A search of local bushland and bike tracks involving more than 100 volunteers from the local community has found no sign of her. Police are requesting that anyone with CCTV or dashcam footage in the local area please come forward. A silver Volvo has been seized as part of the investigation and will be tested forensically over the next few days. Investigators are keen to talk with a former visitor to the family home, Savannah Pagonis, who may have important information. Police have stressed that Ms. Pagonis is not a suspect or a person of interest. Any piece of information, no matter how small or seemingly trivial, could prove crucial at this point, said Detective Senior Constable Christina Coury. The missing woman's husband, Stanley Delaney, is helping police with their investigations. Helping police with their investigations, murmured Teresa Gear as she carefully cut out the article from that day's paper with the big kitchen scissors, as was her habit, even though her children teased her for it. It was strange how everyday habits like clipping newspaper articles had suddenly become antiquated. She couldn't decide if she would show this clipping to her daughter when she got back home from her appointment. Obviously, Claire would have already heard that her ex-husband's mother had gone missing. It would be worrying and confusing for her. There was nothing worse than having to feel sorry for people who had wronged you. You don't want lottery wins for your enemies, but you don't want tragedies for them either. Then they got the upper hand. Damn those Delaneys. Teresa had once been fond of the Delaney family, but that had all changed in an instant 5 years ago. She would never forget her daughter's shattered face when Claire told her what Troy had done. Not only had he broken her heart, but it was all Troy's fault that Claire was now married to an American. A nice American, but an American who lived in America. When Troy and Claire had been married, they had lived one of those hybrid lives where they continually travelled back and forth between the US and Australia, as if New York and Sydney were merely a bus ride apart. That's how Claire became friends with a Texan girl in New York called Sarah, who eventually invited her to her wedding a year after Troy and Claire had split up, which was where Claire met Sarah's divorced brother Jeff. And there was nothing wrong with Jeff, except for his address. Austin was a very fun and friendly city, but so was Sydney. Her new son-in-law just smiled when she pointed that out. He wasn't quite as interested in her as Troy had been. Troy had been kind of flirtatious with her. Teresa had enjoyed his flirtatiousness. It upset her now to remember that. They'd all been hoodwinked. Jeff was no Troy. He hated flying. He didn't want a hybrid life. He wanted a life where Claire saw her Australian family maybe once a year. Claire was back in Sydney now, staying in the spare room, which was wonderful, but once she got back on that plane, Teresa might not see her only daughter for months. So thank you for nothing, Troy Delaney. She pushed the point of her scissors against the headline of the newspaper article. Concerns grow for missing woman. His damned mother would choose to disappear right now, of all times. She had liked Troy's parents. They were just an ordinary, down-to-earth couple, like her and Hans. She had imagined them all being grandparents together. Surely she would have noticed if there had been cracks in their marriage that could have led to something catastrophic. But that was 5 years ago, and maybe every marriage had secret cracks that could turn into chasms. She laid down the scissors and crumpled up the carefully clipped newspaper article into a ball. She wasn't going to say a word to Claire about her former mother-in-law unless she mentioned her first, and then she'd tell her that yes, it was upsetting, but she must try her hardest not to be upset. The Delaneys were nothing to do with them anymore. If only that were true. Damn that Troy Delaney. Chapter 16. Last September. Troy Delaney watched the streets of his childhood glide by from the passenger seat of Logan's car. Lush lawns, sharp-edged hedges, ivy-covered brick walls. A postman on a motorbike slid a single letter into an ornate green letterbox. A magpie swooped violently towards a cyclist's helmeted head. A dog walker trotted after 3 little designer dogs. A young mother pushed a double stroller. There was nothing wrong with any of it. There was nothing to complain about, except for the magpie. He hated magpies. It was all perfectly nice. It was just that the unrelenting niceness made him feel like he was being lovingly suffocated with a duvet. He closed his eyes and tried to recall the cacophony of noise and canyon-like streets of New York, where he'd been 24 hours earlier. But it was like Sydney suburbia cancelled out New York's existence. Now there could be nothing else but this soft, bland reality. His older brother driving, a tiny, smug grin on his unshaven face, because Logan knew Troy didn't want to be here. "Love the scarf, mate," he'd said predictably when he saw Troy, who'd worn it just to annoy him. "You look really intimidating." "Pure cashmere," Troy had answered. "This is really very kind of you guys," said a low female voice from the back seat. "It's not a problem." Troy turned and smiled at the girl sitting composedly behind them in his brother's shitbox of a car. Savannah. His parents' bizarre little charity project. She sat upright, her hair pulled back in a schoolgirl ponytail to reveal slightly protruding, tiny ears, like an elf's. Her pale face was makeup-free. She had the kind of thin, bony body and hard face that speaks of addiction and the streets. There was a nearly healed cut over one eye with faint purplish bruising, and Troy tried to feel the sympathy she obviously deserved, but his heart was as hard and suspicious as an ex-girlfriend's. Troy's parents had no idea that being abused didn't automatically make you good. Savannah could be a petty thief, a psychopath, or just an opportunist who had seen their big house and soft, elderly, innocent faces and thought, money. He and Logan were the muscle in case the boyfriend showed up. Troy covertly checked out his older brother, who didn't have a gym membership but still looked gallingly buff, although he'd stacked it on around the belly. He wondered what Logan could bench press, if he could ever be convinced to bench press. How would they handle it if this guy did make an appearance? When Troy was in his angry young man stage, he would have relished the opportunity to hit someone with justice on his side, to defend a wronged woman, to blow off all that angry energy. But he no longer walked around with his teeth clenched as tight as his fists, looking for someone to blame. That stupid, angry kid no longer existed. Now the thought of being involved in a physical altercation seemed grotesque. He gripped his fist, watching his knuckles. Did he still know how to hit someone? What if everything went pear-shaped and he got charged with assault? He imagined a 20-year-old cop handcuffing him and leading him away, hand firm on the back of his neck. To lose control of his life would be unbearable. If he got arrested, he'd no longer be able to travel back and forth between Sydney and New York. He knew how lucky he was that he didn't have a youth criminal record to cause difficulties at the borders, which he sailed through with such ease and regularity. It was all thanks to his mother that he'd been let off with a caution when he'd got caught with cannabis during his entrepreneurial days. She'd arrived like the cavalry, following a phone call from Troy's girlfriend at the time, and launched a full-on Joy Delaney charm offensive that had taken down the older of the two police officers. Troy had just 10 minutes earlier made a profitable sale to the school captain of an elite school, which meant he had a lot of cash on him, but only a small amount of drugs. Small enough that he could argue it was for personal use. Troy could tell the younger officer badly wanted to charge him, that he represented something that guy couldn't stand. "Your luck won't last forever, mate," he'd said to Troy, hatred in his eyes. "Don't talk to me. Don't even look at me," his mother had said, rippling with fury on the drive home. His mother was also the one who'd somehow magically convinced Harry Haddad's father not to call the police when Troy punched the kid in the face for cheating. "If I'd been there, I would have called the police on you myself," Troy's dad had said. "Your dad would never have done that," Joy had told him in private. "He's just upset." But his dad had said those words and never taken them back. Apparently, Harry Haddad was going to release an autobiography next year. Troy wondered if he'd include the story of how his first coach's son jumped the net and nearly broke his nose for cheating. Presumably not. Didn't fit with his wholesome brand. Troy wouldn't be reading the fucker's book anyway. He hated Harry for dumping his father, even more than he hated him for cheating. Troy shifted in his seat, kicked at an old subway wrapper caught on the tip of his shoe from the floor of Logan's car, and for no reason at all found himself considering what had happened in New York, even though he had not given his brain permission to consider it. In fact, he had expressly forbidden himself to think of it again for another 24 hours. His ex-wife had met him for a drink and presented him with an ethical dilemma so excruciating he thought it might have given him an instant stomach ulcer. Did people still get stomach ulcers? Nobody seemed to talk about them anymore. The word ulcerate seemed appropriate for the sensation he experienced at that moment, like a tiny cyst had burst and flooded his stomach with corrosive acid. "This is not about evening the score," Claire had said with a tremulous smile after she'd taken a sip of an overpriced, over-accessorized cocktail. She'd flown in from Austin just to talk to him. Logan turned onto the highway and stopped at the first traffic light. A dead bat hung from the power line. Whenever Troy left his parents' place, he got a red light here and thought, "I always get a red light here." And then he looked up and thought, "Isn't that dead bat always there?" He got trapped in a permanent loop of pointless thoughts. Further down the road, a bus had stopped and a handful of people disembarked. Troy saw an ancient old lady totter towards the bus stop, face desperate, arm raised. She reminded him of his long-dead grandmother, who'd drunk too much and was spiteful to his mother. But Troy had adored her. She had a scar from when her husband, the grandfather Troy had never met, threw her across the room. She wore the scar with pride, like a tattoo she'd chosen for herself. "I threw that bastard out of my house," she told her grandchildren. "I said, I never want to see your face again. And I never did." The last passenger emerged from the bus. The old lady picked up the pace. Troy reached across Logan and banged his fist hard on the horn to get the driver's attention. Too late. The doors slammed shut. The bus took off. For fuck's sake. Logan looked at him sideways. "She'll get the next one." Troy kicked again at the subway wrapper. "Ugh! Christ almighty, it's stuck on my shoe. Oh, God, that yellow fake cheese will stain." "Looks like you're due for some new shoes anyway," said Logan. "They're brand new Armani suede loafers," protested Troy. Logan smirked. Troy reached down and grabbed the subway wrapper, scrunched it into a ball and shoved it in the side pocket of the car door, which was filled with coins, a pair of service station sunglasses missing a lens, and a CD without a cover. "When did you last clean your car? Sometime back in the 90s? "Troy would rather not be seen in my car." Logan looked at Savannah in the rear vision mirror. Wait, did he just wink at her? He wouldn't be flirting because he was in a long-term relationship with Indira. Indira was way out of Logan's league as far as Troy was concerned. It was a mystery what these women saw in him. The only skill Logan had was recognizing the good ones. Sometimes Logan saw something in a woman that Troy didn't see straight away. When they were in their late teens, they'd both dated girls called Tracy, and Troy developed a secret, shameful crush on Logan's Tracy. She was the superior Tracy. The worst part was, Troy had met Logan's Tracy first, so he could have made a move, but he didn't see her appeal until Logan saw it. "You've got a fancy car, Troy," said Savannah. "What type is it?" They'd taken Logan's car because he had a bigger boot for Savannah's stuff. Troy was happy not to park his car outside Savannah's flat, which he assumed was in some crummy low-rent area where it would get keyed within 5 minutes. "It's a McLaren 600 LT. Troy tried to say it in a neutral tone and ignored Logan's inevitable faux awed whistle. "How much does a car like that cost?" asked Savannah. "Is that rude to ask?" "Are you kidding?" said Logan. He's always looking for an excuse to bring his net worth into the conversation. "Fuck off," said Troy, because, as a matter of fact, the very last thing he wanted discussed in front of this potential con artist was his net worth. "What do you do, Savannah?" He turned around to look at her again. "For a living." "Is that rude to ask?" Savannah turned her head and spoke to the car window. "Bit of this, bit of that." Her nose piercing glinted. "Mostly retail, hospitality." So she'd worked as a checkout chick and a waitress. She turned away from the window and looked at him deliberately, her chin lifted. "We'd only just moved here to Sydney, so I hadn't lined up any work yet. Obviously, I will once this is..." She gestured at her forehead. "I'm not intending to sponge off your parents forever, if that's what you're thinking." "I didn't mean that," said Troy, embarrassed and wrong-footed, and irritated that he'd been made to feel that way. He turned back around to face the front and shifted in his seat as he tried to straighten his legs. He thought of the lavish legroom on his Emirates flight from JFK, the stunning flight attendant leaning down to refill his wine glass, bringing with her a cloud of seductive perfume. Baccarat Rouge 540. He knew he had it right, but had checked, to be sure. And now here he was, in a car that smelled of bacon. He shifted position in his seat. Shifted again. He sensed Logan noticing and made a decision not to move for the next minute. He counted it in his head. 1 elephant, 2 elephant, 3 elephant. He made it to 30 seconds and then he had to move. He was 11 years old, the Delaney kid, incapable of sitting still. "Sit still, Troy Delaney," his teachers used to roar. And sometimes, if he liked the teacher, he would try to sit still. He would try so hard, truly, but his body just moved of its own accord, as if he were a puppet with a malicious master tugging strings to jerk his limbs. He gave up trying and let his legs jiggle and his fingers drum against his thighs. "And what do you do, Troy?" said Savannah. "For a living." "I'm a trader," said Troy. "What do you trade?" she asked. He knew she'd lose interest in a moment. Everyone did. "Anything that moves." "I don't know what that means," said Savannah humbly. "Nobody does," said Logan. Troy didn't look at him. "It means anything with volatility. Interest rates, equities, currencies, commodities. That's my bread and butter." "You're a risk taker, then," said Savannah, and he looked at her in the rear vision mirror again and saw that she had her head bowed and was examining her fingernails. "A calculated risk-taker," said Troy. His family thought he played blackjack all day long. Logan said something under his breath. "What?" Troy looked at him. Logan lifted a shoulder. "Didn't say anything." How could he have that smug grin while driving a car filled with Subway wrappers? "Do you have a partner?" asked Savannah. "He's straight," said Logan. "Just likes to act camp." "Do you?" said Savannah to Troy. She lifted her head, interested. "Like to act camp?" "Apparently so," said Troy. He didn't care when people thought he was gay. He kind of liked it. Kept everyone on their toes. He didn't do it on purpose. Or maybe he did, to differentiate himself from Logan, who was a man's man. Logan thought there was only one way to be a man, their father's way. Silence filled the car as they drove down the highway, every traffic light inevitably turning red as they approached, causing Troy to just about lose his mind. Logan hummed under his breath, elbow halfway out the car window, head back against the headrest, as if he were a layabout teenager off to the beach with his friends. He probably still went to the beach with his friends. They probably had barbecues and played beach cricket. Logan was still in touch with his entire circle of high school friends, which made Troy feel both contemptuous, how parochial, how very Sydney, and envious. Troy liked the idea of old friends, just not the reality. When old friends tried to get in touch with him, he always shuddered. It was like they were trying to take something away from him, to peel off an outer layer and show everyone the uncouth, unsophisticated kid he used to be. He was always kind of surprised old friends still existed. Logan continued to whistle. The guy needed a haircut, a shave, probably a shower, for fuck's sake. It was the same toneless, two-note tune Logan used to hum on long car journeys to tournaments when they were kids. The tune that would malevolently worm its way into Troy's consciousness until he had no choice but to resort to violence. Because come on now, how many times did he have to ask him to stop? "Don't." He touched Logan's shoulder. "Please, don't." Logan stopped humming abruptly. He glanced once at Troy, switched on the radio, and changed lanes unnecessarily. Troy closed his eyes so he didn't have to see the next traffic light turn red, and it occurred to him that maybe Logan's humming was a nervous tic. And in the way that a random thought about your childhood can suddenly offer a startling new adult clarity, he saw in a flash that this was true. Logan hummed when he was nervous. He had hummed on the way to tournaments because he was nervous, and Troy couldn't stand the sound of it because he himself had been suffering pre-game nerves. So Logan was nervous right now. It wouldn't be the threat to his own safety worrying him, but the possibility of being involved in a disagreement. Logan had a severe conflict allergy. He'd pick up his cutlery and eat rather than tell a waitress, "That's not what I ordered," even if it was vegetarian. When he used to play the most notorious cheats on the circuit, he never questioned their calls. It was his brother's most significant and, for Troy, most mystifying flaw. Of course, Logan's conflict allergy hadn't applied to Troy. The two of them used to fight to the death. Troy traced his finger down the faint white line on his forearm. 16 stitches. He and Logan had smashed through a window onto the front lawn while they were fighting, like a scene from Die Hard. Logan had a similar scar on his thigh. It was one of Troy's favourite childhood memories, the two of them looking at each other with shocked, thrilled eyes, bloody limbs, glass fragments shining in their hair, their poor mother screaming her head off. Now, Logan competed against Troy by not competing, which was fucking genius. He couldn't win if only one of you was playing. Savannah spoke up from the back seat. "When I said that about not sponging off your parents, I hope I didn't come across as ungrateful." Troy opened his eyes. "Not at all." He slid the words "at" and "all" together to make the one word "at all," a linguistic habit he'd taught himself as a teenager, when he'd heard it used by someone on the radio and decided it sounded sophisticated. It still gave him pleasure, like a fashion choice. He saw the harbour and his heart lifted at the sight of apartment blocks, office towers, skyscrapers, the harbour bridge. Civilization, even if it was only Sydney civilization, not proper civilization. Savannah continued talking. "Like, I'm really grateful to you both for doing this, and to your parents. Your parents are fab." Fab. Odd choice of word. Circa 1990? "They're like one of a kind. Amazing people. Truly. Amazing people." Troy looked at Logan. They'd heard a lot of that growing up. "Your parents are so cool. Your parents aren't like other parents with boring office jobs. We wish we had parents like yours." "It's all good," said Troy. "No problem at all." He twisted around to smile his most dazzling smile at her. She smiled back. A girl had once told Troy that he had a devastating smile. He secretly treasured that compliment. Devastating. "So we take a left here, right?" said Logan. Troy jerked his head. He had not bothered to ask the location of Savannah's unit, but had assumed they were heading over the bridge to some suburb he'd never heard of, way out in the boondocks, right under a flight path or two. Instead, he saw they were driving through a hip harbourside neighbourhood where he himself had lived in his 20s. He'd had after-work drinks at that pub on the corner. He'd taken dates to that little Thai restaurant. This was an area for IT guys in hoodies, junior execs in high heels, and law graduates in new suits. People here were too young and happy, attractive and cashed up to hit their girlfriends. "Go straight at the roundabout," said Savannah, "and then it's the big apartment block right there. That's it. There's heaps of visitors parking." Troy craned his neck. "We must have good views." He realised he was now feeling more sympathy towards her, as if someone who lived in this suburb really didn't deserve a violent boyfriend. His neck turned red with shame. "Our unit doesn't face the harbour," said Savannah. It's just a one-bedroom. They reduced the rent because it's got a really crappy kitchen and bathroom. It's the only unrenovated apartment in the building. It was like she was explaining how they could afford to live here, like she'd seen his neck and read his thoughts. Logan parked, and he and Troy got out of the car, unwinding their bodies with relief, the way men of their height did when released from cars and aeroplanes. Logan removed from the boot a couple of supermarket cardboard boxes that their mother had given them for Savannah's belongings, while Troy stuck his hands in his pockets and kicked his heels against the pavement. He looked about for any nefarious types, but the place was deserted. Everyone would be at work right now. This wasn't an area for young families. Is she getting out? Troy said to Logan after a moment. Logan shrugged. He ducked down to look. She's just sitting there. Should we give her a second? Said Troy. Logan shrugged again. It was like his default gesture. They waited. How's Indira? Asked Troy. She's fine, said Logan, his face blank. You still living? Yes? Logan cut him off. So they were still crammed together in that crummy one-bedroom townhouse Logan had bought decades ago. Troy's mother had mentioned that Indira wanted to move a few years back, but that had obviously gone nowhere. How is New York? Logan asked, without discernible interest. Great, said Troy. As far as Troy knew, Logan had never been to New York. Imagine never having been to New York and acting like it didn't matter. Did Logan even have a passport right now? The thought of not having a valid passport made Troy hyperventilate, but Logan seemed to live his life within the confines of a tiny radius encompassing his workplace, their parents' house, and the homes of his married with children high school friends. Today's exciting adventure to Savannah's apartment might be the furthest Logan had travelled in years. It wasn't like he hadn't had the opportunities. Logan was offered a tennis scholarship to the University of Chicago 2 years before Troy was offered one at Stanford, but he'd turned it down. He'd said, "No thanks, I'm good," without apparent regret. In fact, all 4 of the Delaney children had been offered tennis scholarships to prestigious American universities. Troy was the only one with the brains to take the offer, the only one capable of seeing what a chance like that could mean to a Sydney public school kid. It still infuriated him. His brothers and sisters could have changed the direction of their lives. They thought it was a decision about tennis. They didn't get that tennis was merely the key that unlocked the door to a bigger, shinier world. Tennis didn't just get Troy into Stanford, it kick-started his career. His family enjoyed that story. Once, he'd even overheard Logan recounting it, how Troy was in New York doing a summer internship, competing against a group of terrifyingly slick young graduates for a coveted permanent position, when one day a grey-haired guy came into the office and said with quiet menace, "Which one of you kids is the tennis player?" Troy raised his hand, and the guy said, "I'll pick you up after work. Full whites, please." Troy had to run into Macy's in Times Square. It wasn't Times Square, it was Herald Square, but he'd given up correcting his family. His mother said Times Square sounded better in his 15-minute lunch break and buy the first white clothes he could find. No time to try them on. A shiny black car took them out to a pompous tennis club where they played doubles against 2 guys, one old, one young, who they decisively beat. 6-love. 6-love. Turned out the scary grey-haired guy was the big enchilada, and he hated the other old guy for a reason never explained. There were a lot of hard-eyed smiles that day. Guess who got the permanent position? Yes, his family loved that story. They loved any story where a Delaney won a match or won anything. But it was almost like he needed each of his siblings to say, "I should have taken the scholarship like you, Troy. Then I'd have a life like yours." When in fact, all three of them seemed to view Troy and his life's choices not with envy, but with a kind of amused, detached superiority, as if money and success were shiny, childish toys, comical and absurd. It was true that Brooke's migraines gave her hell when she was a teenager, so she had no choice but to quit tennis altogether and stay in Sydney to study. Amy was Amy. She couldn't cope with the stress of competitive tennis. He never got his older sister until the day she explained it. Think of your worst pre-match nerves, except there's no match, it's just Tuesday morning. That's how it feels to be me. But Logan should have said yes to Chicago. He'd been smarter than Troy at school, and he had that incredible forehand. Did he ever do anything with that brain or that forehand? Troy tried to imagine his brother in a classroom teaching. Who exactly took these classes? And what exactly did he teach in business communications? How to format a business letter? How would Logan know? Had he ever sent one in his life? People emailed these days. He imagined Logan wearing a cheap Kmart tie, one their mother had probably given him for Christmas, standing at an old-fashioned blackboard scribbling in chalk, "To whom it may concern, yours faithfully, dear Sir, Madam," and then shrugging whenever a student asked a question. To be fair, he was probably a good teacher. He'd been the best out of all four of them at coaching, and the only one who seemed to actually like it. He got that same fixed, focused look on his face as their dad did when he watched a kid play. Any kid, even the useless ones. Logan was probably only 14 when Troy heard him say, "You look away from the ball at the last second," to a little kid who Troy would have written off as having no hand-eye coordination. But that was tennis. Logan couldn't feel passionate about spending his days teaching business communication skills to help little wannabe business people enter a world Logan had no interest in entering himself. It was just wrong. Logan was leading the wrong life and didn't care. And for fuck's sake, why did Troy care that he didn't care? When he was a kid, all he'd wanted to do was beat his older brother in anything and everything. It was the point of his entire existence. Winning his first match against Logan had felt like a cocaine high, except, just like cocaine, it also made him feel sick. He always remembered, with resentment and mystification, how nausea had tainted the edge of his win, how he'd gone to have a shower to cool off and thought he was fine, but then he lost his temper with a tennis kid who had wandered through the back door into their house. He hated it so much when kids thought their kitchen was a clubhouse facility. It was almost like he'd felt guilty for beating his brother, as if being 2 years older gave Logan a lifelong right to win against Troy. These days, their father seemed to be equally impressed, or equally unimpressed, by the careers both his sons had chosen. Brooke was the only one who impressed their dad because she was his favourite and she was starting her own business. Stan didn't seem to notice that Troy had also been his own boss for years. This was what happened whenever Troy saw his family. He regressed. His emotions started to gallop all over the place. He wanted to beat Logan when Logan wasn't even playing. He got jealous of the attention his dad showed his baby sister for her little physiotherapy practice. For fuck's sake, you would think he was Amy. It was humiliating. "You were in New York for work, right?" said Logan. "And pleasure," said Troy. There was no point talking about the work part. Whenever Troy tried to explain what he did for a living, his family would get the same expressions of focused yet vacant concentration, as they might if they were trying to tune into an out-of-area radio program and were only hearing every 20th word through the static. His mother, bless her heart, had even subscribed to a podcast, Chat with Traders, and took notes while she bravely listened to it. But to date, she was still none the wiser. So, been on the court lately? Troy gave Logan a speculative look. It had been years since they'd played each other. Logan gave an irritated exhalation, as if Troy had asked this same question multiple times before, which he was pretty sure he had not. No, not for a while now. Why not? Asked Troy, genuinely interested. Not even with Mum and Dad? No time. Logan fiddled with his left wrist as if to indicate an invisible watch. No time? Repeated Troy. What a crock of shit. You've got time to burn. Logan shrugged. Then he said suddenly, as if he couldn't help himself, I don't get how you play socially. He said socially, like the words smelled. I enjoy it, said Troy truthfully. He had friends he played with on a semi-regular basis, both in Sydney and New York. They were all former competitive players like him. He won maybe 70% of the time. Keeps me fit. It doesn't matter anymore. You're saying you don't care if you win or lose? Obviously, I play to win, said Troy, but it's not life or death. They contemplated each other. They were exactly the same height, although Troy preferred to think he had just a fraction on his older brother. It was probably just his hair. He used mousse. Logan said, I don't mind having a hit, but the moment we're scoring, I start to care if I win or lose. And then He paused. I can't stand it. He looked warily at Troy, as though waiting for him to throw this revelation back in his face. After a moment, Troy said, But you still follow the tennis, right? Sure, said Logan. I don't follow it. Don't even watch the finals, admitted Troy. If it's on TV, I switch it off. I can't stand watching it. There were still a couple of guys playing in satellite tournaments who he and Logan knew. Guys they'd beaten. Logan gave a half smile, half grimace, to show he got it. Troy understood why Logan couldn't play. Logan understood why Troy couldn't watch. Tennis was complicated, for all of them. What about the girls? Asked Troy, suddenly curious. He should know this, but Logan was more involved with family life than him. Brooke plays with Dad fairly often, said Logan. I don't know about Amy. The last I heard of her having a hit was that time she grifted that beach volleyball player. They both grinned with identical derision. Beach volleyball. Every now and then, Amy dated a loser who didn't believe it was possible for a woman to beat a man in any sporting endeavour, even if tennis wasn't his sport. She generally capitalised on their sexism with a cash wager. They stood for a moment in uncharacteristically companionable, brotherly silence. And Troy considered telling Logan what was really filling his mind right now. Something of zero consequence, and yet mind-bending significance, depending on how he chose to shift the prism of his perspective. I saw Claire in New York. He could begin. Logan would raise an eyebrow. He'd liked Claire. Claire had liked him. He would listen, with interest and without judgment. Logan couldn't be bothered to judge. But no, Troy wasn't ready to talk about it yet, and anyway, at any moment, Savannah would get out of the car and interrupt them. He shoved his hands in his pockets. Was the chick going to sit there forever? Logan began his toneless whistle, and Troy felt his mind break free. Fuck this. He marched around to the side of the car where Savannah was sitting, opened the back door, and bent down to look at her. She still hadn't even undone her seatbelt. She sat with her hands pushed hard into the centre of her stomach, as if she'd just that moment stabbed herself. His impatience dissipated. "Savannah," he said gently. She looked up at him with unshed tears in her eyes. She blinked blonde eyelashes. The tears spilled. Troy couldn't stand to see a woman cry. "You're safe," he said. He hunkered down next to the car so they were face to face. "You've got us." "I know," she said. She wiped her cheeks and fiddled with the tarnished silver antique skeleton key that hung on a cheap chain around her neck. "I like your necklace," he said. He'd learned this from Amy's meltdowns. Redirect her focus. "Thanks." She dropped the key. "Does the vine symbolize something?" He pointed at the tattoo on her forearm. Green tendrils curled around her purple-veined, stick-thin arm. He had no problem with tattoos. Amy had a few. But this one, though in itself innocuous, seemed a desecration of her childlike arm. "Or did you just like the look of it?" "It's Jack's beanstalk," she said. "Huh," he said. He tried to remember the fairy tale. Jack climbs the beanstalk and steals the giant's gold? So it's about achieving your dreams? She didn't look like the type for self-help books and vision boards. "It symbolizes escape," she said. "Right," he said. "So, speaking of which, let's get in and out of this place as fast as we can." He went to offer his hand, but then thought better of it. Too domineering. He dropped his hand by his side, took a step back and waved his hand in a courtly, over-the-top, "This way, madame" gesture. Give her space. Don't rush her. Try to understand. She undid her seatbelt, swiveled and slid from the car, smiling tremulously up at him as she put her thumbs in the loops of her jeans and hitched them up around her waist. "Sorry," she said. "I know you haven't got all day." "Yes, I do," said Troy. "It's fine." He hoped the boyfriend was here and gave him an excuse to grab him by the shirt and slam him up against a wall like a cop in a movie. "Before we go up, perhaps we should check for his car." She delicately touched her nostrils and sniffed. "Good idea," said Troy. Logan didn't speak. Troy bounced lightly on the balls of his feet. He was suddenly, unexpectedly jubilant. They followed Savannah to the undercover parking area. She stopped, and her shoulders sagged. "It's fine. He's not here." She pointed at an empty space in the far corner. "Okay, so that's good," said Logan. "Great." Troy felt himself deflate. Now this was back to being a boring errand to endure. He looked at his watch. He actually did not have all day. "There's something wrong with you," his mother once said to him as she drove him home from school after another suspension. "There's something very, very wrong with you." "I know," he'd thought at the time, pleased. The three of them went up in the lift to the 3rd floor. Troy looked at the mirrored walls and saw 100 reflections of himself and Logan, getting tinier and tinier, but always towering over Savannah. She led them down a carpeted hallway with the familiar lemon air freshener smell of this kind of well-kept, mid-level apartment block, and unlocked a door. "Please come in," she said shyly, as if this were a social visit. The first thing Troy saw was unframed art leaning against the walls. Proper art. Abstracts with violent strokes of paint so thick and textured they still looked wet. He had not been expecting art. He's an artist. Savannah followed Troy's eye. Amateur artist. There wasn't much furniture. A battered double-seater leather couch faced a television leaning against the wall. A tacky-looking glass coffee table contained half-empty takeaway containers, chopsticks shoved upright into the fried rice, an open newspaper stained with blotches of soy sauce, a half-drunk bottle of Corona with a piece of lime floating in the remaining beer. A stack of unopened removalists' boxes sat in the corner of the room. This was a man who unpacked his art before he put up his television. A man who carefully cut up a piece of lime to put in his Corona, but left his half-eaten takeaway dinner on the coffee table. A man who hit his girlfriend. Savannah shook her head at the food on the coffee table and made a move towards it as if she were thinking about cleaning it up, then stopped. "So these two boxes are obviously yours?" said Logan. He nodded his head at two of the removalists' boxes, one of which was labelled Savannah Clothes and the other Savannah Recipe Books. "Yes," said Savannah. "Yes, thank you. Much appreciated." Much appreciated. The cadences and colloquialisms of her speech slipped back and forth, one moment 20 years old, the next 80. "Let's get everything out of here and in the hallway," said Logan. He and Troy carried out the boxes. Troy got the box of books, which made him stagger. "You right, mate?" asked Logan, straight-faced. They came back in to find Savannah squatting on the floor in the tiny kitchen, all the cupboard doors open, as she filled a box with saucepans, fry pans, and a blender. "I like to cook," she said to Troy, as if explaining herself. "So I've heard," said Troy. "Mum and Dad might keep you permanently." "What else?" asked Logan. "In the bedroom," said Savannah. She looked up at them. "The glory box at the end of the bed. It was my grandmother's." She winced. "It's rather heavy." They went into the musty-smelling bedroom, the bed a tangle of sheets and blankets and pillows, clothes strewn over the floor. "This must be it," said Logan. He experimentally lifted one corner of the mahogany chest at the end of the bed. "What the hell?" A bare-chested man sat upright from the tangle of sheets. Troy's heart leaped. He grabbed the nearest thing he could find from a bookshelf and held it up like a weapon. "Don't fucking move!" Logan dropped the chest with a bang. "Stop right there, mate," he said, his demeanour as calm and controlled as a country cop, his voice as deep and slow as their father's. People often said Troy and Logan sounded like their father, but this was the first time Troy had realised just how much Logan sounded and even looked like their dad. The man scuttled backward up the bed until he was sitting with his back against the wall, his hands clutching the bed sheets. He was scrawny, pasty white with lots of black chest hair, and he wore a pair of faded checked boxers with ripped elastic. Troy felt a revulsion so visceral it made him shudder. "I've about 100 in cash," the man said. He reached over for a wallet on his bedside table and held it up. "That's all." He had an Irish accent. Troy's first girlfriend once said there was nothing sexier than a man with an Irish accent, and Troy had been personally offended by the existence of Ireland ever since. "We don't want your money," said Troy, disgusted. "What the—" Savannah appeared in the doorway. "Savannah?" The man picked up a pair of glasses on his bedside table and put them on. Now he looked like Harry bloody Potter. How dare he look like Harry bloody Potter? Harry Potter would never hit a woman. "Where have you been?" he said to Savannah, as if Logan and Troy weren't in the room. "I've been out of my mind." "Why aren't you at work?" said Savannah. Her eyes darted about the room. She looked terrified, and her terror ignited a flame of red-hot fury in Troy's chest. "I'm as sick as a dog," said Harry Potter. He put his hand to his stomach and a queasy expression crossed his face. "Dodgy, sweet and sour." "Your car isn't there," said Savannah. "It broke down on the motorway, in the rain. Everything has gone to shit." His face twisted with remorse. "I'm so sorry, Savannah, my love, for that night. That was unforgivable, I know, but I wasn't myself. I was upset about... But that's no excuse. I know it's no excuse." He suddenly seemed to remember the presence of Logan and Troy. "Who are these guys?" "They're friends," said Savannah coldly. "They're helping me pick up my stuff." "Is there much else?" Logan asked her. "Friends? From where?" asked Harry Potter. "It doesn't matter where we're from," said Troy. "We're just getting her stuff and getting out of here." Savannah grabbed a suitcase from the corner of the room, wheeled it over to the open built-in wardrobe, and began to fill it with clothes, chucking them in, still on their coat hangers. "But where are you going?" asked Harry Potter. "Where are you staying?" He made a move as if to get out of bed. "Stay right where you are," said Logan. The guy looked panicked. "Savannah?" "Don't talk to her. Don't say another fucking word." Troy walked to the bed and loomed over the little fucker with the full might and power of his fit and healthy 6'4" body. His nostrils twitched at the faint smells of vomit and sweat. "She doesn't owe you an explanation." Troy was showered and clean and wearing a $900 shirt and a Louis Moinet watch, and he might have made some bad choices in his life, and he might right now be facing an ethical dilemma of monumental proportions because of those unfortunate choices. But he had never hit a woman, and he never would. He had inherited not a single one of his villainous grandfather's villainous genes, and he liked the fear and confusion on Harry Potter's face. Harry Potter deserved to feel fear and confusion because he was legally, morally, and spiritually in the wrong. It happened so rarely that you knew that you were right and the other guy was wrong. Troy was Spider-Man, the Hulk, Captain America. He was goddamned Batman. He had never felt better. Chapter 17. Now. So, she sends her sons over to pick up this girl's stuff. Doesn't know her from a bar of soap, but she lets her move in. It was late afternoon, and the packed salon hummed with the roar of multiple hairdryers. Senior stylist Narelle Longford only half listened to her 3 p.m. half-head highlights as she prattled on about Joy Delaney. Nearly every one of her clients had been prattling on about Joy Delaney over the last week. Joy was well known in the local community. It has to be connected, don't you think? This strange girl and Joy's disappearance? I don't know. Narelle removed the towel turban from the woman's head. Isabel Norris was known to be difficult about her colour. Wait, don't you normally do Joy's hair? Isabel spun her head to look at her. You probably know more than me. Have the police talked to you? No. Narelle plugged in the hairdryer. Smooth, with a bit of volume. Did she tell you she was planning on going away? She didn't, said Narelle. I heard that Joy and Stan were having issues. They were barely speaking. I don't know anything about that, said Narelle, who knew all about that. Did she ever mention that girl to you? "Savannah," said Narelle. "Wait, did you meet her?" She met Isabel's eyes in the mirror. "I did. I cut her hair." "Did you?" Isabel looked animated. "I heard she was a little, you know." She mouthed the word, "slutty." "She seemed nice," said Narelle. "It's all tied up somehow," said Isabel. "Too much of a coincidence. Strange young girl moves in, and then the wife vanishes. Don't be surprised if the next thing we hear is that Stan just happens to be in a relationship with this girl now he's got Joy out of the way. Ow! That's a bit hot on my ear." "Sorry," said Narelle unapologetically. She was Joy's confidant and confessor, as bound by secrecy as a priest or lawyer. But if Joy missed her next appointment, Narelle would go to the police and hand over 30 years of secrets. She'd tell them about the betrayals, the ones referred to obliquely and the ones discussed in frank detail. She'd give the police everything they needed to convict her husband. She would say, "Here is one possible motive, and here is another," because any marriage of that many years has multiple motives for murder. Every police officer and hairdresser knows that. Chapter 18. Last September. It was close to midnight, and Amy Delaney, oldest daughter of Stan and Joy Delaney, part-time taste tester, part-time normal person, part-time not-so-normal person, sat cross-legged on her unmade bed, naked, her hair in a perky cheerleader's high ponytail, looking at the poem she'd just written in her journal. Her bedroom was at the very top of the inner-city terrace she shared with 3 flatmates. Red and blue neon light from the sign above the miniature golf course next door flickered across the page as she read, "A strange girl. There is a strange girl in the house where I grew up, sleeping in my discarded bed, wearing my discarded clothes, making lasagna for my discarded mother. And my mother had to go in the middle of my call. I still had things to say, because the strange girl called out her name in 2 syllables, as if she had the right. My mother's name is Joy, and when she answered, the strange girl, her voice was full of joy." Amy languidly drew thick rectangles over various words in her poem, as if she were a wartime censor, tore out the page, crumpled it up, and ate it. She didn't specifically remember eating paper before, but she must have, because the taste and texture was familiar. She chewed carefully, swallowed. If she was rating it at work, she would have said it was pasty, bland, difficult to swallow, with a chemical aftertaste. Apparently Steffi, her parents' dog, had developed a fetish for paper. There was a name for it. Her mother had told her all about it. Ever since she'd retired, Amy's mother brimmed with facts. She listened to podcasts, clicked on BuzzFeed articles, and Googled. Then she called up her children and passed on all the new facts that she'd learned. It was interesting to observe her mother's personality changing after retirement. She'd always been the busiest person Amy knew, impatient and distracted, and now she'd become so uncharacteristically reflective, willing to engage in very long, meandering conversations about topics she would have once deemed frivolous. "Mum needs to do some kind of course to occupy her mind," Brooke had said, sniffily. "She's doing a course. She's learning how to write a memoir," Amy told her, except she says she's never going to write one. "Thank God," said Brooke. "I'd read it," Amy had said. Amy had always been interested in who her parents were before they became her parents. Joy Becker, before she became Mum, Stan Delaney before he became Dad. Both Amy's parents were only children, with beautiful, complicated mothers who should never have become mothers. Her father's mother had a scar that trailed down her wrinkled right cheek from where she'd been thrown across the room by Amy's grandfather. Supposedly, that was the first and only time Amy's grandfather had hurt his wife, and Amy's grandmother immediately chucked him out. And that was that. But Amy thought there had to be more to the story. She'd given her father a book about a man who finally speaks about his troubled childhood to his oldest daughter, in the hope that her dad might speak about his troubled childhood to his oldest daughter, her. But so far, he couldn't make head or tail of it. "I don't know why you thought Dad would suddenly start reading novels," Brooke had said, pleased that Amy's plan hadn't worked, because she believed that Dad belonged to her. "Did you think he'd join a book club when he retired?" Then they had both got the giggles, imagining their huge, taciturn father in a book club, chatting about character development over Chardonnay. "He watches TV now," Amy had pointed out. "He never used to watch TV." "I know," said Brooke. "He told me this long, complicated story the other day about a family where the youngest son had died in a car accident. It turned out he was telling me the entire plot of a movie. I thought it was real." That was a few months ago now. Brooke was too busy to talk much these days because she was starting her own physiotherapy practice, which was a big step. And knowing Brooke, it would turn out to be a proper grown-up success. And Amy was proud of her little sister, although also mystified. Like, why do that to yourself? Had Brooke never noticed how the Delaney family business had controlled their lives? The paperwork, the stress, the requirement for all 4 children to help out. Once, when Amy was a teenager and in the middle of studying for a history exam, an exam she was destined to fail because this was the first time she'd even cracked open the textbook, a kid had come into the house and imperiously demanded Amy make her a sandwich, as if Amy were her servant, and Amy had very nearly got up and made the sandwich before she came to her senses and told the kid to get lost. They could never escape it. When they were growing up, there was a family they knew who had packed up their 3 kids and gone travelling around Australia for a year in a caravan. Amy had been temporarily obsessed with that family. She thought it sounded like a dream. "He'll never catch up," her father had said. He was speaking about the middle kid in that family, the only one who was any good at tennis, and therefore the only one who existed. But her dad was wrong. The kid came back, he kept playing, he didn't do that badly, ranked in the top 200 at one point. "We should go travelling around Australia," Amy had said to her mother, and her mother had burst out laughing as if she'd made a clever joke. Now Brooke was doing exactly the same as their parents, filling her pockets with rocks before she waded out into life. Brooke was meant to avoid stress because of her migraines, not chase it, but she'd always been a martyr. Amy remembered Brooke as a little girl, high pigtails and reflective sunglasses. "She's got a headache," Amy would say to her mother, watching her. "What? No, she doesn't. She hasn't said a word." But Amy could tell. There was something about the way Brooke walked when she had a headache, as if her head was in danger of rolling off and she had to keep it balanced on her neck. And Amy wanted to cry for the poor little kid walking out there with the weight of everyone's expectations on her shoulders, as if she already knew she would end up as the last hopeless hope for the Delaneys. Amy's parents could read their children's games with perfect accuracy. They could predict their every shot, exploit their every weakness. But in other ways, they were clueless, blinded by their love of the greatest sport ever invented. Maybe it was the migraines that made Brooke so serious. Amy wished she could take them away from her. She remembered Brooke when she was a baby, dark curly hair in a top knot, only 2 chipmunk teeth. She never crawled, she bum shuffled. It was hilarious to watch. Now look at her. So serious, so married, her shoes so sensible, her bra strap so beige. You'd think she was 50, not 29. Had Brooke ever danced all night? Had a one-night stand? Brooke would say these were not examples of a life well lived, and maybe she was right. But Amy blamed those cruel migraines for aging her sister beyond her years. Amy threw her journal on the floor and lay back down in the cold flood of air from her open window. Her 3 flatmates were all out. She'd moved here 6 months ago, and she'd thought that with 3 flatmates, she'd rarely have the place to herself. But, in fact, she often seemed to be the only one at home. It was cheap rent because the neon light from the sign lit up her room like a disco. For the last year, she'd been keeping herself afloat with a cobbled-together series of part-time jobs. She'd finally accepted that regular full-time work was not for her. It wasn't a matter of finally settling on the right career path. The right job didn't exist. Full-time work caused a kind of claustrophobic terror to build and build within her chest until one day there was a humiliating emotional spillage that resulted in her termination or resignation, and her parents looking distressed when she said the new job hadn't turned out to be so wonderful after all. Now her most regular work was 3 3-hour shifts a week as a taste tester or a sensory evaluator, if she ever wanted to sound more impressive, which she never did. She joined a group of university students, young mothers, and retirees to taste and discuss food with immense seriousness. She wore no lipstick or perfume or hairspray. She drank no coffee nor chewed gum beforehand. She sat at a laptop, logged in, spun around on her chair, and waited for the kitchen staff, dressed in black, to bring out trays of labelled food. There was no right or wrong. There was no winning or losing. It was very important, but also of no consequence whatsoever. No one got upset, except for the occasional roll of the eyes if someone went on and on making their impassioned point about lemongrass to the panel leader. There was also that one time an executive stormed out because none of the taste testers liked the bolognese sauce he'd spent a year developing. But that had been exciting. In between taste testing shifts, she did market research and product testing work. Today, for example, she'd spent an hour as part of a focus group discussing toilet paper. It was cash in hand, the sandwiches were excellent, that was lunch sorted. Everyone was extremely nice and polite when you did focus group work. She didn't care that it was fake. It was soothing. She got to walk into a lovely plush office in the city like she was part of corporate Sydney, and then walk right out again and go to the beach. This afternoon, she'd filled in a long questionnaire about her thoughts on deodorant, and in return she'd received a department store voucher that she'd used to buy 2 bras on special. It felt like she was getting away with something, like she was living by her wits, picking pockets in Dickensian England. She also had a theory that this sort of work was good for her mental health because it forced her to make multiple choices. Do you prefer spray or roll-on? With or without perfume? And when she was sick, she found choices impossible. She could stand in a grocery store staring at a shelf, paralysed with indecision. She hadn't yet found a therapist who fully endorsed this theory. She would be 40 next April. She wasn't sure how that had happened. She could remember when her mother turned 40, and it had seemed ancient. Amy had assumed there would be flying cars by the time she turned 40. 40 was too old to be eating bad poetry for dinner, to be living in a share house with 20-somethings, to have no savings or furniture or boyfriend. She and Brooke should swap lives. except that if Amy was married to a man as deeply enamoured of his own supposed intellect and supposed wit as Grant Willis, she would have to answer yes to that ubiquitous question, "Have you been experiencing suicidal thoughts?" She reminded herself to get herself a new boyfriend soon, so she wouldn't wake up alone on her 40th birthday. Would this strange girl, this Savannah, still be living in Amy's old bedroom by her 40th birthday? She listened to the panicked scuttle of a possum's paws as it ran across the roof tiles above her head. Her heart raced within the cavity of her chest, and her thoughts scuttled as fast and as foolish as 100 panicked possums. "It's your fight or flight response," explained each new therapist, kindly and patronisingly, as if this were a brand new concept for her. Often, they spent precious, expensive minutes of the session explaining how cavemen needed the fight or flight response because of the saber-toothed tiger. But now there was no saber-toothed tiger, but still we responded as if there was one. They were always so excited by the tiger. And Amy would drift off, thinking about how there could be occasions in the modern world where you could actually face the tiger, like if you were on safari, for example, or if one escaped from a zoo, or how a rapist could represent the tiger, and you needed to race off down the alley, and how she was fast. She was a fast runner, faster than most. She would get away from any rapist or tiger, but she could never get the fuck away from her thoughts, her crazy, stupid thoughts. And next thing, time was up, and that will be $3,056, thank you, and our next available appointment is in 3 years' time. Shall we book you in? She did the 4-7-8 breathing technique. Breathe in for 4, hold for 7, out for 8. In for 4, hold for 7, out for 8. Her heart rate slowed from full-blown panic to an acceptable level of high alert, as if she were no longer running from the tiger, but she'd climbed a tree and was watching it circle and snarl below. She hadn't climbed a tree in a while, but she used to be good at it. She yawned hugely. "Don't fall asleep in the tree, Amy." Tomorrow was Father's Day. She needed to sleep. She had to be up early to make chocolate brownies. Her dad loved her chocolate brownies. If she stayed awake all night, which was a real possibility, she'd have dark circles under her eyes, and her mother would notice and worry. Or perhaps she wouldn't, because she would be so busy noticing and worrying about Savannah, who had proper problems, like homelessness and abusive boyfriends. She considered her options to make herself sleep. Sleeping pill? Hot bath? Hot milk? Guided meditation? Orgasm? Really boring book. One of her flatmates read giant hardback biographies of important men, and they were so boring they made Amy want to weep. Her dad said he played imaginary tennis in his head when he couldn't get to sleep. Amy said, "Doesn't that wake you up?" Her mother suggested doing the ironing. Amy couldn't think of anything less restful than playing imaginary tennis, and she never ironed. "That's evident," her mother said. Amy rolled onto her side, adjusted her pillow. She might love this girl who was trying to steal her parents. This Savannah from the savannah where the saber-toothed tiger roamed. When she asked Troy about Savannah, he said she was fine, which was the word he used when a waiter asked, "How was your meal?" And Troy thought it wasn't that great, but it wasn't bad enough to get all Gordon Ramsay about it. Logan said he had no opinion on Savannah. She could hear his shrug. Brooke would be meeting Savannah for the first time tomorrow too, but when Amy last spoke to her, she said that she'd spoken to Mum and she wasn't worried and Amy shouldn't worry either, and that their parents were doing something nice for a domestic violence victim and they should all feel proud. Amy had never had a boyfriend hit her, although she'd had a couple who fucked her when she was too out of it to consent, but that was before consent got fashionable. Those kinds of incidents used to be considered funny. even hilarious. The worse you felt, the louder you laughed. The laughter was necessary because it put you back in charge. You didn't remember, so you created a memory you hoped was the truth. Sometimes she kept dating a boy, temporarily convinced herself that she loved him, just to keep the correct narrative on track. Well, no need to go all the way back there. Her mind was filled with catacombs it was important to keep sealed shut, like the sealed-up fireplace in her parents' living room. The brick hearth where her grandmother had smashed her face was long gone. She thought of her grandfather, her father's father, who nobody talked about because of what he'd done. She would have liked to have at least seen a photo of him. Why would you want to see his photo? Her younger siblings said, disgusted with her because their grandmother made extraordinary apple crumble and palmed $5 notes into their sticky little hands, as if she were tipping them. He just interested her. Did he regret what he'd done? Did he ever do it to another woman? She assumed her interest in her dead abusive grandfather indicated a pathological attraction to bad men. Sleep, Amy, sleep. She heard a door slam downstairs, so that meant one of her flatmates had come home, which was good. No need to imagine robbers in black balaclavas wandering through the place and getting frustrated when they couldn't find anything to steal except $40 biographies. Breathe in for 4, hold for 7, out for 8. Supposedly, people in the military used the 4-7-8 breathing technique and got to sleep in under a minute. Let's start with sleep, her latest therapist had said. His name was Roger, and she wasn't too sure about his qualifications. He probably read about the breathing technique on the internet. She liked the fact that there was something a bit dodgy about him. She felt more comfortable in his slightly dingy office than she did in the softly lit, plush-carpeted offices of the expensive psychiatrists and psychologists, who she felt were judging her hair and clothes. She didn't actually expect Roger to cure her. It was just so that when people said to her, as they inevitably did, "I think you need to get help, Amy, professional help," she could answer, "Sure, I'm getting help." She moved through therapists like she moved through boyfriends. She dumped both boyfriends and therapists when they offended her, enraged her, bored her. The boyfriend said she was a head case, a nutcase, a drama queen, a psycho. The therapists said she had ADHD or OCD, depression or anxiety, or most likely both, a nervous disorder, a mood disorder, a personality disorder, maybe even a bipolar affective disorder. The word disorder was a popular one. There was one guy who announced there was nothing at all wrong with her, she just needed stress relief, and then he texted her the following week and asked her out for a drink, which he said would be fine now he was no longer treating her. The fact that she said yes to the unethical sleazebag probably demonstrated that there actually was something very wrong with her. Medical diagnosis isn't in my scope of practice, the new guy, Roger, said anxiously when Amy asked, mildly interested, which particular diagnosis took his fancy. "I'm a counsellor. I work alongside the medical profession, and I work alongside you." Then he smiled and leaned towards her confidentially, as if he were sharing a secret, no longer anxious. "You know, sometimes labels are a distraction. You're not a label. You're Amy." Hokey, but sweet. It actually did feel like he was sitting shoulder to shoulder with her, on the same team, rather than simply observing her with the cool, professional eyes of some of his colleagues. She liked him. For now, at least. She only sometimes took the tablets the good psychiatrists prescribed, and she only sometimes took the pills the bad boyfriends offered. Every now and then she pulled out the hopeful, obligatory mental health plan she and her GP had worked on together, and she did her best to keep up strategies and techniques that made her appear semi-normal to the world. Poetry, journaling, exercise, mindfulness, nature, meditation, breathing, berries, vitamins, superfoods, probiotics, gratitude, baths, conversation, sleep. Sometimes they worked, and sometimes they didn't. "It's just that your feelings are too big," her dad's mother told her when she was a kid and cried for so long her parents lost their tempers. "You'll grow into them. My feelings used to be too big too. Have a lemonade, sweetie." Apparently, her grandmother didn't so much grow into her feelings as flatten them with alcohol. But alcohol and lemonade only amplified Amy's oversized feelings. "Oh, Amy is just nervy," she once overheard her other grandmother, her mother's mother, say. "Like Auntie Edna. No need to get your knickers in a knot, Joy. She's fine. Gee, those nervy types do get on your nerves, though. Should we ask her to cry somewhere else?" Auntie Edna spent the last days of her sad, nervy life tied to a chair. But no need to get your knickers in a knot. "We won't let you be tied to a chair, darling," Amy's mother used to say. "Anyway, I actually think you're more like Auntie Mary, and she didn't end up tied to a chair." Auntie Mary was killed after she stepped in front of a tram in the city, but she absolutely didn't step out in front of that tram on purpose, no matter what some people implied. The truth, according to Amy's mother, was that Auntie Mary got distracted trying to save a little girl's Panama hat when a southerly buster blew it straight from her head one summer afternoon a week before Christmas, which, according to Amy's mother, was exactly the sort of reckless thing Amy would do, and if she did, Joy would never forgive her. Look both ways, especially when Christmas is coming up. Make that one of your funny little rituals. Looking both ways. Amy didn't have any funny little rituals at the moment, or none that people would notice. Anyway, they all had their rituals and superstitions, their strange little habits. Troy had to tap his nose 3 times before he served. Logan had to wear his lucky red socks whenever he competed, even when his feet grew too big for them. Brooke still had trouble getting out of the car whenever she arrived somewhere. Brooke thought no one knew that. Amy knew. "There's nothing wrong with you, sweetheart," her father said. "It's all in your head." All in your head. Her dad was so cute and clueless. She lay still and breathed while she chatted with the spirits of Auntie Edna and Auntie Mary. She had never met either of her mad great-aunts, but she felt like they would have got along. "I've kind of got a bad feeling about this girl staying with my parents." "Me too," said Auntie Edna. "Me too," said Auntie Mary. "Get rid of her," said Auntie Edna, who was bossy. The bad feeling intensified, took hold of her stomach, twisted. A car alarm started up down the street. Someone knocked on her bedroom door. Amy grabbed at the sheets and pulled them up, covering her nakedness. "Who is it?" she called out. "Sorry," said a deep, hoarse male voice. "It's just me." He paused. "Simon." He cleared his throat. "Simon Barrington," as if there were several Simons living in the house. She looked at the ceiling. She'd kind of known this might happen, and she'd told herself that under no circumstances should she let it happen. "Are you awake?" he said through the door. "No," she called back. "I'm not awake, Simon Barrington." "Just lying here chatting to the spirits of my crazy dead aunts, Simon Barrington." She wouldn't say anything else. It was a mistake to sleep with your flatmates. especially when they were still in their 20s and you were on the cusp of leaving your 30s. Simon's long-term girlfriend had recently dumped him while they were out at Yumcha. He'd been going out with her since high school, and they were meant to be getting married next year, and he didn't see it coming, and he loved Yumcha, which his girlfriend knew, so that added an extra layer of tragedy. Now he was broken-hearted and drunk, and he'd come home and remembered his single flatmate on the top floor, like remembering some leftover takeaway in the fridge, and he'd thought, He was a nice enough guy, sweet and polite and scrupulous about housework, but he read those boring biographies all the way through to the end, and he was an ex-rugby player with a rugby player's top-heavy body. She liked tall, lean, inscrutable men. There was nothing inscrutable about Simon Barrington, and he had a boring job she could never remember, something to do with telecommunications or property, or possibly he was an accountant, and he was younger than her and shorter than her, and men always said they didn't care about the height thing, but they did. They surely did, and that repressed fury always came to the surface eventually. So it would be once, and it wouldn't be good sex, and then there would be awkwardness between them for the next 7 months of her rental agreement, and then she'd have to find somewhere else to live, and she liked it here. She liked the neon light from the miniature golf course. She liked the possum with the panic disorder. "Sorry," Simon called through the door. "So sorry. I'll go." She waited. There was silence. Had he gone? She should let him go. She got out of bed, put on a t-shirt, and opened the door. He was walking towards the top of the stairs. "Simon?" she said. "Simon Barrington?" He turned. His shirt was pulled loose from the waistband of his jeans. His glasses were askew. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was in need of a shave. She lifted her finger, beckoned. Impulse control disorder. That was another one. Chapter 19. Now. A phone rang. A printer whirred. A keyboard clacked. A man laughed and said, "You're kidding me." A woman sneezed and said, "Bless me." It could have been any open-plan corporate office on a weekday morning, with its grey nylon carpet tiles and beige walls, except that the people working here routinely dealt with the worst of humanity. It was no wonder the most senior of them spoke in similar brittle, impatient tones that made their partners sigh, "Why are you always so cynical?" Christina sat at her desk, drinking a full-cream double-shot piccolo from the cafe next to the station, thinking about Nico this morning, sighing, "Why are you always so cynical, Christina?" when she questioned why his friend of a friend, wedding photographer, was demanding payment up front. Joy Delaney had been out of contact for 13 days following an argument with her husband. This was a woman whose children couldn't recall her going away for one night without her husband. Why are you always so cynical, Christina? Because nice, ordinary people lie and steal and cheat and murder, Nico. They'd paid the photographer up front. She drank the last of her piccolo, opened the file in front of her, and read a printout from Joy's Word documents on her desktop computer. "So, you want to write a memoir. Writing a memoir is an enriching experience. Think of this exercise as a warm-up to get those creative juices flowing. Let's start with your elevator pitch. Tell us your life story in just a few paragraphs below." My given name is Joy Margaret Becker. No relation to the famous tennis player Boris Becker, in case you're wondering. But I am a tennis player. My mother's name was Pearl, and she was a beauty, which is why she never quite recovered from the shock of my father walking out on us when I was 4 years old. He said he was going to meet a friend, but he didn't mention the friend lived over 2,000 kilometres away in the Northern Territory. My father died in a fist fight 3 years after he left us. He had a quick temper. I have a quick temper myself, or so I've been told, but I've never been in a fist fight. I was always told that my father adored me, but that sure was a funny way to show it. My mother moved back in with her parents, my grandparents, who were more like parents to me and brought me up. I was especially close to my grandfather, who was the chattiest man I have ever known. He could talk the hind legs off a donkey. I still think of things I'd like to tell my grandpa. My mother was quite a critical, unhappy person. It wasn't her fault. She was born in the wrong time. I think if she was born now, she might have been the CEO of a big corporation. Or she might have been a weather girl. She was certainly pretty enough and always very interested in the weather. My grandfather loved tennis, and one day when I was a toddler, I picked up his big wooden square-headed tennis racket. It would have been so heavy for a 3-year-old. My grandfather, just for fun, threw me a ball, and I hit it straight back. He said he nearly fell off his chair. I hit 10 balls in a row before I missed one. My grandmother said it was only 5. My mother said she didn't believe a word of it. Who knows? All I do know is that tennis was all I wanted to do when I was a little girl. I just loved hitting that ball. Hard, flat shots from the baseline. That's my favourite. Too much spin these days. It's the fancy new rackets. I loved the sound. Clop, clop, clop. Like horses' hooves. The smell of new tennis balls is one of my favourite smells. I have never taken drugs, apart from paracetamol. I do quite enjoy paracetamol, but I sometimes feel like tennis is my drug. When the match is over, it's like waking up from a beautiful dream. I started entering tournaments when I was 10. When I was 11, I played against a 13-year-old girl, and she cried when I beat her. I didn't feel sorry for her at all. I remember that very clearly. My prize for winning that tournament was an umbrella, see-through with a red trim. That was the same day I overheard a man tell my grandfather that I had the potential to be a world champion. That stuck in my mind. My grandfather and I had a plan. First, I would win the local junior championships, then the state titles, then the Australian women's singles, then I'd go overseas. I'd never been on a plane, and win the French and US titles, and finally Wimbledon. By the time I was 12, my grandfather had to build a new shelf for all my trophies. I was quite young when I married a tall, very tall, dark and handsome young tennis player called Stan Delaney. We planned tennis careers. We drove all over the country playing in tournaments while still trying to support ourselves. It was hard, but fun. I did a secretarial course after school. My mother wanted me to have a backup in case tennis didn't work out. Her hope was that I would marry a businessman. She thought tennis was a fairy tale, and perhaps she was right, because my husband had a very bad injury when he was only 22. He tore his Achilles playing the 3rd set of the Manly Seaside Tournament quarterfinals. He would have won the match if not for that injury. So that was his Achilles heel. But it was his Achilles tendon. So we left the circuit, and a few years later we started Delaneys Tennis Academy, which went on to become one of the most successful tennis schools in the state, if not the country, if I do say so myself. I told my mother that I ended up becoming a businesswoman myself, but she thought I was trying to be funny. We had 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls. Even Stevens. All 4 were very talented players. We have no grandchildren as yet. We recently sold the tennis school, and now we have the time to tick things off our bucket list. If only we had a bucket list. Oh well. Christina? She looked up to see Ethan, in a turquoise shirt today, at her cubicle entrance, gleaming with health and optimism. "These young guys are like fucking Energizer bunnies," one of the other detectives had sighed to Christina, and he was 15 years older than her, but she knew what he meant. "Joy Delaney's internet search history for the day she disappeared," said Ethan, handing her a sheet of paper. He'd highlighted relevant lines in yellow. Joy had Googled the following questions. How do you know when it's time to divorce? Divorcing after 60. How does a divorce affect adult children? Does marriage counselling work? Does whiskey go off? "So much for that wonderful marriage of theirs," said Christina. "I know," said Ethan sadly, and he momentarily bowed his head as if to honour a loss. But then he immediately lifted it again and said brightly, "I've also got her phone records. 1 hour before she sent that text." "If she sent that text," said Christina. 1 hour before that text was sent, Ethan corrected himself, there was a 40-minute telephone conversation with a Dr. Henry Edgeworth. He's a 49-year-old plastic surgeon, married with 2 children. He's currently overseas and not returning our calls. "A plastic surgeon?" Christina frowned. "How does that fit?" It didn't fit. "Booking in for plastic surgery so she could change her identity?" suggested Ethan. "Yeah, because she got mixed up with the mafia," said Christina. "Should I look at potential connections with organised crime?" asked Ethan enthusiastically. She looked up to see if he was joking. She couldn't tell. She said evenly, "We need to look at all potential connections." Ethan nodded. He looked down at his notes. There was that huge hailstorm 2 days after Valentine's Day. "So you're thinking she got hit by a hailstone and now she's got amnesia?" He looked up at her. Now he couldn't tell if she was joking. She said, "How are we going with that house guest of theirs?" "I'm closing in on her." "Good," said Christina, "because I reckon all roads lead to her." Chapter 20. Father's Day. On Father's Day morning, Joy woke late and well-rested. She was sprawled face down right in the middle of the bed like a child. There was a little circle of saliva where she'd dribbled onto the sheet. Stan wasn't there. Spring sunshine poured through the window, warm on the skin of her legs, which were bare beneath her t-shirt. She could smell jasmine from the garden and bacon from the kitchen. Savannah must be cooking breakfast. She was getting far too used to having someone cook and clean for her. This was what it must be like to be a celebrity. No wonder they were so charismatic and cheerful on talk shows. Joy could feel herself becoming more charismatic and cheerful by the day. In fact, Savannah seemed to treat her and Stan as if they were talk show guests and she the host, fascinated by the intricacies of their celebrity lives. She wanted to hear everything about them, their tennis, the tennis school, the club, the children. She asked questions Joy was sure her own children had never bothered to ask. "When did you know you were right for each other?" "The first time I saw her," said Stan. He was sitting when he said this, and Joy was standing, and he grabbed her by the waist and pulled her to him so that she landed on his lap. Joy saw their marriage through Savannah's young, interested eyes. Solid and valuable, like an antique, burnished with age and wisdom. Savannah probably coveted a relationship like theirs, a relationship that produced children and a beautiful house and a successful business and shelves full of framed photos of birthday parties, Easter lunches, and Christmas mornings. Joy stood under the shower, tilting her face up to the spray, and thought about the shameful moments that were never photographed. Her own face ugly with rage, spit flying from her contorted mouth. The back of Stan's head as he walked away. Sitting in a car on the side of the road, 4 children silent with shock in the back, while her heart thudded in rapid time with the click-click of the indicator. She shuddered and got shampoo in her eye. Of course they wouldn't share the nasty secrets with Savannah. There were limits to their honesty, no matter what was going on with their elderly frontal lobes. The shampoo stung like hell. She blinked furiously and massaged in the expensive volumizing conditioner her hairdresser, Narelle, had told her to use every 3rd day. Narelle's recommended hair care regime was complex, but Joy got a lot of compliments for her hair, and she loved Narelle like a sister, or the way that sisters should love each other. Her own daughters absolutely loved each other, but one was generally offended or incensed or bewildered by the other one at any given time. The price tag for the shampoo was still stuck on the back of the bottle. Stan would say, "What's it made of? Gold dust?" Joy peeled it off with her fingernail, rolled it between her fingers, let it fall, and nudged it with her toe down the drain. Yes, Savannah certainly did not need to know how many times Joy and Stan had fallen in and out of love over the last 50 years, how there were times when Joy hated Stan so passionately it made her sick to the stomach, how when the older 3 were very little, they'd talked seriously and matter-of-factly, almost pleasantly, about separating, how Joy had believed it was definitely going to happen, how Brooke was a surprise baby conceived during their surprise reconciliation, how it had truly felt like a brand new relationship, how getting so close to losing each other had made them settle into something deeper and richer. But then, yet again, they'd lost their way, and all that love and happiness drained slowly, imperceptibly away, as if there was an invisible, tiny leak. Amy once told Joy that she had no idea how lonely it felt to be single. Joy had wanted to tell her that you could still be lonely when you were married, that there had been times when she had woken up day after day, crushed with loneliness, and still made breakfast for 4 children. She didn't say that to Amy. She said, "Yes, darling, you're right. It must be so hard." You couldn't share the truth of your marriage with your adult children. They didn't really want to know, even if they thought they did. There was one year, the really bad year, when both her mother and Stan's mother were sick, and then both of them died within 3 months of each other. As only children, Joy and Stan had to grieve alone. That was when Joy made a secret plan to leave. Her idea had been to wait until Brooke finished high school, at which point her mothering duties would be discharged. It had given her pleasure to plan it all out, even to imagine the pain of it, like a sadomasochistic fantasy. But then Brooke finished high school, and they were good again. Maybe even better than they'd ever been. They got back into doubles and won tournament after tournament. Winning seemed to permeate everything, their sex life, the business. Joy focused on squeezing money from the tennis school. She opened the cafe and the pro shop. She introduced the holiday camps. That's what happened. You had a long streak where you felt like you couldn't lose a point, until you did. Now here they were. She couldn't exactly say if Savannah had caught them on an upswing or a downswing, or if they'd finally found an equilibrium that would last them until death did them part. Sometimes it felt like their relationship ebbed and flowed over a day, or even a conversation. She could feel affection followed by resentment in the space of 10 minutes. She went to rinse off her expensive conditioner and then remembered Narelle had told her to leave it on for at least 3 minutes. she decided to spend the 3 minutes doing ankle dips with her eyes closed, which was what Brooke had told her to do every day to improve ankle mobility. She wasn't nearly as obedient with her daughter as she was with her hairdresser, and she wanted to be able to truthfully tell Brooke today that she'd been doing her exercises. She bobbed up and down on one leg, eyes shut, hands outspread, just in case she needed to save herself. Brooke might not approve of her doing these exercises in the shower. If Stan came in and caught her doing her wobbly, naked bobbing, he would laugh and laugh. Would today be okay? She felt strangely nervous about it. Of course, the boys had already met Savannah when they helped her pick up her things, and that had all gone fine, although it turned out the ex-boyfriend had been there, but he hadn't given them any trouble, and everyone's limbs were intact. Perhaps Savannah and the girls would become friends. Probably not Brooke. She was so busy with the clinic, and she could be standoffish. On the other hand, Amy collected new friends of all ages, wherever she went. She once made such good friends with her Uber driver that the driver parked her car and joined Amy and her other friends on their night out, and it was all thanks to this nice Uber girl that Amy had found her current share house. Maybe Savannah could move into Amy's share house if another room became available. Although, frankly, Joy was in no hurry to have her move out. Joy stopped bobbing, rinsed off the conditioner, and gave herself a final blast of freezing cold water, which supposedly caused her stem cells to form brown fat instead of white fat, and brown fat was good, apparently. She would ask Brooke about brown fat today, and Brooke would probably laugh at her and say she'd got it all wrong. Joy tried to make Brooke feel clever and medically qualified as often as possible. Brooke was clever and medically qualified, just desperately in need of approval and desperately trying to hide the desire so naked on her darling frowny face. If only she'd wear a little lipstick. Joy dried herself briskly. Goodness, she really did feel nervous. Was she worried the children would notice the misalignment between the good-humoured, loving selves she and Stan were portraying to Savannah and their true selves, the ones they'd grown up with? But come on now, they were happily married for the most part, and they were good-humoured and loving. Or Joy was, anyway. All 4 of her children each fervently believed in separate versions of their childhoods that often didn't match up with Joy's memories, or each other's, for that matter. Sometimes one of them would tell a story about an incident that Joy was positive never happened, or at least not in the way they described it, because she had biographical facts at her disposal. But we weren't even living in the Fairmont Street house then. But your grandmother wasn't alive when you turned 13. And sometimes they'd argue about which of them was the villain or the victim, the martyr or the hero. That wasn't you that got stung by the bee helping Grandma after she fainted at Troy's party. It was me. And Joy would think, it was Logan's party, not Troy's, and there was no bee, it was a wasp, and no one got stung. Amy just thought she did, and none of you helped, and Grandma didn't faint, she passed out drunk. Her children refused to be corrected. That's what they remembered, therefore that was what happened. And when their memories didn't match up with each other's, they held on tight to their versions of the stories, as stubborn as their damned father. Although sometimes one of them would get a far-off look, and you'd see something click into place, and they'd re-examine a childhood event with grown-up eyes and say, wait a minute, maybe Grandma was drunk that day. Joy put on her dressing gown to go into the kitchen. For the first few days Savannah was staying, Joy had made sure she was fully dressed before she left her room each morning, but it was funny how quickly she'd begun to feel relaxed around her. Most house guests, no matter how pleasant, gave you a sense of something being out of place, so that you only relaxed fully when they were gone. But Savannah had slotted into their home so seamlessly. Joy noticed that Savannah never closed her bedroom door at night. Not even a little bit. She went to bed with the door wide open, so that if Joy went to bed later than Savannah, it was like walking by the bedroom of a small sleeping child. "Good night," she'd call out, if Savannah had the bedside lamp on. "Good night, Joy," Savannah would call back cheerfully. "Sleep tight." It came to Joy with sick clarity that the poor child had probably learned the art of fitting in when she was growing up. She hadn't said all that much about her childhood, but she had told Joy that she'd grown up in the foster system. She said some of her foster homes were great, fantastic, but some were not so great. She'd been moved many times because there were relatives who agreed to take her on, but then it didn't work out, or they changed their mind. She said that, to be honest, those were the living situations that were not so great. Savannah didn't know anything about her biological parents, although she vaguely remembered some supervised visits with her biological mother, but those had stopped when she was very young, and now she had no idea, and not much interest, as to the woman's whereabouts. Joy combed her wet hair. She'd blow-dry it after breakfast. She was starving. She looked at herself in the mirror. Did Savannah cook for Joy and Stan to make them like her? The awful thing was, it did make them like her. Was that another hair on her chin? For goodness sake, where were the tweezers? She put on her glasses, leaned in close, and removed it with one tiny, violent tug that brought tears to her eyes. It would be terrible if Savannah was cooking to buy their affection. They weren't fostering Savannah, she was a grown woman, but still, Joy needed to be mindful of her background. She readjusted the tie of her gown. A day like today would be so hard for Savannah. She would have to see Joy's children celebrating their father with gifts and jokes, when she had never had a father herself. Joy had never had a father either, but she had grown up in the one home with a mother who loved her, albeit in her own peculiar, not especially loving way. But most important of all, Joy had had beloved grandparents who'd more than filled the missing father gap. Poor Savannah had grown up with no stability. Joy walked into the kitchen to find Savannah breaking an egg into the fry pan with one hand. "Good morning, stability," cried Joy emotionally. She blushed. Hannah. Savannah." Good heavens. Stan, who was sitting at the table eating bacon and eggs and doing the crossword, looked at her over the top of his reading glasses. "Are you having a stroke?" "Morning, Joy." Savannah lifted another egg from the carton between her fingertips. "1 or 2 eggs today?" "Oh, well, just one would be lovely. But you really don't have to make us breakfast every day, especially when you're making lunch." Joy hovered uncertainly by the stove. It didn't feel like her stove anymore. It had never respected her the way it respected Savannah. The kitchen smelled of baking. She could see something cool on a cake tray under a sheet of aluminium foil. She glared at Stan. "I'm not having a stroke. If I was having a stroke, you should ask me to raise my right arm." "Raise your right arm," said Stan. "But I love to cook," said Savannah earnestly. "It's a privilege to cook in a kitchen like this. Please, let me cook." Her eyes, with those rabbit-like white eyelashes, held Joy's. Sometimes Joy found her direct eye contact almost unnerving. She had to look away first. "Oh, well, of course you can cook. I love that you cook. Thank you." "One of your eyes is bloodshot," said Stan to Joy. "Is that a sign of a stroke?" "I got shampoo in my eye," said Joy irritably. "Happy Father's Day." "Thank you," said Stan. He finished his last mouthful, put down his knife and fork, and fastidiously patted his lips with the cloth napkin Savannah had laid out for him, as if he were the King of bloody England. "Best Father's Day breakfast I've had in my whole life." "Gosh, that's high praise." High praise your grown-up children probably don't need to hear. Joy had a flash of memory of Brooke on tippy-toes by the stove. Her tongue stuck out the side of her mouth as she attempted to flip the side of an omelette she was making Stan for Father's Day. "What's this?" Joy lifted the corner of the sheet of aluminium foil. The smell was heavy, sweet and familiar. "Chocolate brownies," said Savannah. And it was so silly and melodramatic how Joy's stomach lurched, as if Savannah had said, "Snake" or "fire," not brownies. "Lovely," she said. She avoided looking at Stan. "How lovely." She distracted herself by opening the refrigerator door too fast, which sent that damned souvenir magnet rocketing towards the floor, taking with it a recycling notice from the local council that Stan had busily laminated so they could keep it forever, instead of recycling it. She caught the magnet just before it fell. The magnet was a souvenir from the London Eye, and it showed a photo of Joy and Stan, arms around each other on the Eye, pretending to be smiling retirees on the trip of a lifetime, when in fact Stan couldn't stop complaining about the cost of the tickets. When they'd bought that magnet, Stan said it was too heavy for a fridge magnet. "It's not fit for purpose," he'd said, dismissively, infuriatingly, because Joy wanted so badly to take it back to Sydney to put it on their fridge as photographic evidence of the kind of holiday they didn't really have. And it worked, because she'd overheard Savannah asking Stan about it, and he'd gone on about the magical views of London. He'd actually used that word. Magical. The views had been magical. What was the harm in it? Why not rewrite the memory and remember it as a perfect day? What was the actual benefit of accuracy when it came to memories? What would her dear, sweet little memoir-writing teacher have to say about that? She replaced the fridge magnet and council notice and thought about how she should really throw away the London Eye magnet and use Indira's lovely flower magnet, but she was holding an unreasonable grudge against that magnet for not being the ultrasound picture she'd expected. She'd hidden it in a drawer so it wouldn't hurt her feelings every time she looked at it. She planned to tell Indira the magnet was far too pretty for the fridge and that she had it sitting on her dressing table. Joy was an excellent liar when feelings were at stake. Indira would never check. She opened the fridge once more and stared without recognition at its contents. Everything was unfamiliar because Savannah had gone to the shops yesterday afternoon and done all the grocery shopping for today. Joy had been feeling a little off, and it had been such a relief when Savannah suggested it, although she said she wasn't comfortable taking Joy's credit card. But Joy knew she could trust her, and just to be very sure, she'd already had a quick look at her balance online, and Savannah had not bought herself tickets to France. She closed the refrigerator and pivoted to face Savannah. "Actually, we might have quite an abundance of chocolate brownies today because Amy always brings brownies for Stan. They're his favourite, and they're kind of Amy's signature dish." "Oh, no!" Savannah's face fell. "Her signature dish?" She lifted the sheet of aluminium foil and considered her brownies. They were neat little rectangles. Amy's brownies were always misshapen and lumpy, and were actually a bit too sweet for Joy's taste, although she joined in the family chorus of approval. "That's okay, I'll freeze them," said Savannah decisively. "No problem." Keep them for a rainy day. That might be best. I feel terrible after all that work, said Joy. But absolutely not, said Stan. They both turned to look at him. You can never have too many brownies, said Stan. You most certainly can, thought Joy. We'll have a taste test. See which ones are best. He grinned. He was in an excellent mood. Isn't that Amy's chosen profession? Taste testing? We'll have a bake-off. You are kidding, said Joy. Stan gave a one-shoulder shrug that reminded her of Logan. Why not? He said. Because we're talking about Amy. I don't want to rock the boat. Savannah wiped her hands on her clean apron. Oh, she was so mature. So much more mature than Joy's own daughter, who was older than Savannah, who had grown up with all the privileges. You won't rock the boat, said Stan. Well, said Joy. Amy is 38 years old, said Stan. Not 8 years old. She's 39, Joy corrected him. Stan ignored her. So 2 people made chocolate brownies. This is not a crisis. Joy wavered. Maybe it was silly to make Savannah hide her freshly baked brownies. Amy would understand. She might even laugh at Joy for worrying about it. We can't pander to Amy's moods, said Stan. He spoke lightly, but Joy had spent 50 years forecasting his moods. She knew his patterns. She could see the tight clench of his teeth in the line of his jaw. He'd decided he wanted to make a point of this, as if he was still a young father, and this was a parenting decision he'd made. And as the man, the father, the head of the household, his word was law, as if there was still a possibility of shaping their children's behaviour like they'd shaped their tenors, with the correct combination of rewards and punishments and appropriate bedtimes, when in fact Joy had long ago come to the realisation that all her children's personalities were pretty much set at birth. Stan had always fought so hard against Amy's mental health issues. He thought he could just make her stop and be normal through sheer force of will. I just want her to be happy, he'd say, as if Joy didn't want the same. We don't tell Brooke to just stop having a headache, she said to him once. But he didn't get it. She remembered how Stan used to admonish Amy to wrap it up when she was a little girl and took too long to get to the point of a rambling, senseless story, or slow it down when she became so deliriously excited her words ran together. Amy's face would fall, her mood would crash, and she'd abruptly stop talking, like a tap had been turned off. She sounded like a crazy person. I couldn't understand a word she said, Stan would say afterwards, defensively, guiltily. Joy hadn't understood a word either, but she didn't care. She didn't try to make sense of it. She just enjoyed watching Amy's animated face as she talked her nonsense and enjoyed the fact that she was happy for a change. But Amy was doing well right now. There hadn't been any troubles for a long time. She was in a good place, as people said. Joy liked the sound of this new counsellor, Roger. Joy had been to school with a nice boy called Roger. Anyway, the truth was that Joy could never accurately predict what would upset Amy. Joy had often got herself tied up in knots over some issue she thought might set off Amy and been completely wrong. The trick with Amy was to go along for the ride with her. Let her talk crazy fast when she was happy. Let her be sad when she was sad. And resist the urge to list all the reasons why she should not be sad. It will be fine, Savannah, said Joy. "The more brownies, the better." The risk of upsetting Stan outweighed the risk of upsetting Amy. The risk of upsetting Stan had always outweighed the risk of upsetting any of the children. Nearly always. A hot, sour feeling blossomed across her chest like heartburn or a heart attack. At her age, either was always a possibility. But she ignored it and sat down at the table to wait for her breakfast to be put in front of her. She resolutely turned her head away from her mother-in-law's china cats. Sometimes they seemed to watch her, the way her mother-in-law had once watched her, with pure malice. She placed her hand lightly on Stan's forearm and said, "Maybe change into that blue shirt, darling. The one Amy gave you for Christmas." "It's too tight across the back," said Stan. "I know," said Joy. "But wear it anyway." Chapter 21. Now. "Chocolate brownie?" asked Joy Delaney's oldest daughter, with such anxious, fervent hope as she held out the plate that Christina and Ethan each took one. "They're straight out of the oven," said Amy Delaney. Christina and Ethan sat side by side on a couch in the front room of Amy's inner-city terrace, which she apparently shared with 3 flatmates. Amy sat opposite them, on the very edge of an armchair so ripped it looked like someone had taken to it with a knife. It seemed like a fairly typical share house. The room they were in was filled with mismatched furniture and smelled faintly of cannabis and garlic. Amy was a head taller than both Christina and Ethan, and she wore flowing harem pants that looked like pajamas and a white singlet top inscribed with the words, "This is how I roll." She'd tied back her blue-dyed hair for the press conference, but this morning it was dripping wet, as if she'd just got out of the shower. You wouldn't think she'd grown up in that nice family home with the flower beds and garden gnomes, except for the fussy way she hosted them, insisting that she make them cups of tea and bringing out brownies and side plates and napkins. Christina bit down on the brownie, which was sweet and nutty and gave her an instant sugar rush. She was highly susceptible to sugar highs, also sugar lows. Nico used it to his advantage. When he proposed, he gave her a diamond ring and a caramello koala. The coffee table was too far away to reach the cups of tea that Amy had made them. "Oh, sorry," said Amy, noticing, and she got on her knees and tried to shove the coffee table closer to them. The tea sloshed onto the table. Amy swore under her breath and looked close to tears. "It's okay, I've got it," said Ethan soothingly, and he got to his feet and tugged the table closer in one smooth move. "Thank you." Amy fidgeted with the fabric of her pants. "This room isn't very well set up for guests. Anyway, thank you for coming to me. That was nice of you. I don't know if I can give you any more information than I already have. I mean, I'm not really that worried. I'm sure Mum is fine. She told us she was going off-grid. When she comes home, she'll be so cross with us for wasting your time like this. She'll be so embarrassed. I feel kind of embarrassed, to be honest." Her words said one thing, but her body language said something else entirely. "I'm curious, if you're so sure your mother is fine," Christina asked the same question she'd asked Amy's brother, "then why report her missing?" "Well, I guess just in case she isn't fine." Amy's gaze slid all over the place. She clutched her hands together as if to stop them escaping. Christina ran a practiced eye over her for signs of drug use and didn't find any physical signs except for her skittishness and the shadows under her eyes, which could easily be attributed to her concern for her mother. Amy said, "Expect the best, but prepare for the worst. I thought you'd check out the hospitals, put out an alert, that sort of thing. "We're doing all that," said Christina. "You were obviously there at the press conference." "Yes, I know I was there. That was a great press conference, thank you. It was really professional." She looked around wildly for inspiration. "But, I guess what I'm saying is I really didn't expect you guys to treat my parents' house like an actual crime scene." Christina said nothing. She waited. "Those scratches on my dad's face are from the hedge out the back of our house. I can show you the hedge. They're not from my mother's fingernails." "Yes, they are," thought Christina. "I'd put $1,000,000 on it." Amy shuddered so convulsively at the thought of her mother's fingernails that for a moment Christina thought she was having an actual seizure. Ethan glanced uneasily at Christina as Amy closed her eyes, breathed deeply, and grimaced like a weightlifter, as though she were physically taking control of her mental state. She opened her eyes, and when she spoke again, her voice was steady. "Here's the thing. You don't know my father. He's a stranger to you. All you see is a grumpy old man. He suppresses his emotions. That's what men of his age do. That's probably why he looks guilty to you." Actually, Stan Delaney was not behaving like a guilty person. Guilty people over-explained. They talked too much and gave unnecessary detail. They were too polite and tried too hard to hold eye contact for too long. Stan answered their questions with terse impatience, as if he had somewhere else to be. Amy said, "I mean, you haven't found anything at the house, have you? Like, you haven't found any actual evidence?" There was a tiny flinch on the word evidence, as if she'd burned her tongue. Christina ignored the question. Instead, she threw out a piece of information like a fishing line. "Amy, were you aware that your father had his car washed and detailed the day after your mother went missing?" she asked. "He took it to a car wash cafe he'd never visited before, and he got the most expensive service they had to offer. Their premium treatment. Normally, only people with luxury cars choose that option. It cost him $400. $400? The colour left Amy's face. "You're saying my dad spent $400 getting his car washed? Are you sure?" Christina said jovially, "Would you say that was out of character?" She didn't need to hear the answer. From a forensics point of view, the car told Christina nothing. The car detailers had done an excellent job. No one at the car cafe remembered anything unusual about the car. They did proudly confirm the use of oxidizing cleaners, which would have removed all evidence of bloodstains. But a man who gets his car cleaned the day after his wife goes missing has something to hide. "Do you know a Dr. Henry Edgeworth?" she asked Amy. "Doctor who?" said Amy. "Edgeworth," said Christina. "Henry Edgeworth. Your mother had a long telephone conversation with him on the day she disappeared." "Really?" said Amy. She brightened. "We should call him." It was like she honestly thought they hadn't considered this idea. "We've been trying to contact him," said Christina. "But he's out of the country, at a conference." "Wait, do you think my mother could be with him?" "We can't find any record of your mother having left the country," said Christina. "We also know she hasn't got her passport with her." "Unless she travelled with a fake passport," said Amy. Christina couldn't tell if she was serious. "Does that seem likely?" Ethan spoke up. "That your mother would have a fake passport?" "No," admitted Amy, "but I guess it's possible she could have a secret life that I know nothing about, right? I mean, your parents can surprise you, can't they?" "Is it possible your mother was having an affair?" asked Christina. Amy's mouth dropped. "Absolutely not." "You did just say it was possible that she had a secret life." Christina finished the brownie and licked her fingers. Amy scratched an insect bite on her arm so hard she drew blood. She pressed her thumb against the spot of blood and said, "I did just say that, didn't I? Do you really think that's possible? That she's having an affair with this doctor? I guess stranger things have happened, right? You probably see lots of strange things in your line of work. It's just that my parents... She dropped her thumb from her arm and looked back at them, her face open and earnest. "My parents were the only parents holding hands at school events. They kiss in public all the time. They worked together. They played doubles together. Their marriage isn't perfect, I'm not saying that, but it's a good marriage. I know that for a fact. Their marriage is my benchmark." There was something almost childlike about her view of her parents' marriage. Christina thought of her mother's Google search, "How does a divorce affect adult children?" No wonder Joy Delaney was worried. "When you first reported your mother missing, you mentioned that things had been a little tumultuous lately between your parents," Christina reminded her. "Did I?" said Amy vaguely, and, it seemed to Christina, regretfully. "Well, you know that Mum and Dad argued before she left. Dad isn't hiding that from us. He told us that straight away." "Right," said Christina. "But what did you mean when you said things had been a little tumultuous lately?" There was a pause. Amy fidgeted. "Just that they'd been kind of snappy." "So no hand-holding then," said Christina dryly, and she saw Amy flinch again, as if she'd hurt her feelings. "Not so much recently," admitted Amy, and she avoided eye contact. "Well, obviously we'll keep trying to get in touch with this Dr. Edgeworth. We're also trying to track down the woman who stayed with your parents last year," said Christina. "She seems to be a woman of mystery." "Savannah," said Amy heavily. "I had a number for her, but it's disconnected." "I'm trying to understand what went on with her." "What do you mean?" said Amy evasively. "Your brother said she caused some dramas in the family." "Did he?" said Amy. "Is that all he said?" She looked at Christina warily. "Is there more to say?" "No, I don't know." She curled a long strand of blue-dyed hair around her finger as she considered her next words. "I don't think it's relevant, though, to you. I mean, to this." It was relevant, all right. Christina could taste the relevance, as sweet as sugar. She waited. Ethan quietly cleared his throat. "Do you remember when you first met her?" asked Christina. "It was Father's Day last year," said Amy. "I made brownies." She paused. So did she. Chapter 22. Father's Day. Brooke Delaney parked outside her parents' place and sat with her hands on the steering wheel, willing herself to move, to open the car door, to get out, go inside, and be introduced to this girl, this Savannah, to whom she would try to be kind and welcoming. She didn't want to make conversation with a stranger on Father's Day, especially this particular Father's Day, her first family event since the separation. She considered putting on lipstick, just to please her mother. Brooke didn't like to wear any makeup. She'd always found the whole concept peculiar. Why paint your face like a clown? She found the lipstick that had been rolling about in the console of her car ever since her mother had pressed it upon her at least 2 years ago. She put it on, smacked her lips together, and looked at herself. Yep, clown. She felt hollowed out, scooped out, empty. And not only that, there was a sharp, digging-like sensation at the centre of her chest, like inflammation of the costal cartilage, as if she'd been doing too many plyo push-ups, except she hadn't been doing plyo push-ups, she'd been looking at social media. That's where she'd seen a photo of her husband sitting next to a woman she didn't recognise. There was nothing to say there was anything significant about this woman. And so what if there was? It's a separation, Brooke? Right now, the word separation felt as violent and irreversible as an amputation. Just something about the tilt of her husband's head, the angle of it. The woman had a heap of long hair tumbling about her shoulders, and she wore a lot of makeup. Like, a lot. Grant always said he didn't want a high-maintenance girl. He wanted a girl who camped, who hiked, and who didn't need to blow-dry her hair each morning. Brooke ticked a lot of boxes, he said, on their second date. 3 months after she and Grant started dating, they climbed to the summit of Mount Kilimanjaro. Grant's previous girlfriend could never have done that climb because she wasn't outdoorsy and she had a bad knee. The pain went away when she took the weight off her leg. Cartilage issues, presumably. Brooke didn't know why she was still diagnosing her husband's ex-girlfriend's knee. Maybe it was because Lana's knee had been so present in the early days of their relationship. Brooke had liked hearing about how much more athletic and easygoing and better in bed she was than Lana. She was a Delaney. She liked winning. Was it possible that this competitive rush had propelled the momentum of her entire 10-year relationship? But how had Grant managed to establish himself as the prize? Would the next woman in Grant's life hear about Brooke's inconvenient migraines in the same way that Brooke had heard all about Lana's inconvenient knee? Grant's responses to Brooke's migraines had been exemplary. He helped her into bed in a darkened room. He brought her medication and homemade soup. She couldn't be offended when he joked to friends, his arm lovingly about her shoulder. She's just a little defective. That wasn't nasty. It was witty. It was funny. It was her cue to say how supportive Grant was when she had a migraine. She'd never missed her cue. She imagined him chatting to that woman with the bright red lips and long fake eyelashes. He'd be upfront and honest. He made an excellent first impression. "I'm very recently separated," he'd say. No lies. He'd be respectful when he spoke about Brooke. He'd say that although he supported Brooke's career aspirations, a healthy work-life balance was important to him. "I just think there's more to life than work," he'd say. And the tumbling-haired girl would agree that there was so much more to life than work, and their eyes would meet for just long enough. "It sounds risky," Grant said when Brooke first said she wanted to go into practice on her own, but he didn't try to stop her. He never said, "I told you so," when she fretted about cash flow. When she said she couldn't go riding with him on Saturday mornings anymore because she'd volunteered to be on site at the local sporting grounds in case of injuries, in hope of injuries that might lead to patients and raise her profile, he never complained. He just looked faintly bored. She was no longer ticking quite as many boxes. There had been no counselling, no tears, no shouting. It was an amicable, grown-up separation. "We should feel proud about that," Grant had said. It was strange how he'd always made her feel like they were winning as a couple, even when they were breaking up. "Do you want me to give up the clinic?" she'd asked him. "Of course not," he'd answered. "I just think maybe our paths have diverged, and we need some time apart to think." To think about what? She didn't have time to think. When her family asked her about Grant today, she planned to tell them he was sick at home with a cold. She wasn't going to announce the separation on Father's Day, not with a strange girl at the table. This was going to be a shock for both family and friends. She and Grant had not been a couple who ever fought in public or even snapped at each other. They were affectionate without being over the top about it. There was something suspect about people who were too lovey-dovey. They socialised and exercised together. They had mutual friends and peaceful dinner parties. She thought people would probably have described their marriage as solid. It was not in her nature to shock people with developments in her personal life. That was for Amy. Brooke preferred to go under the radar. She realised she felt ashamed, as if by separating from her husband, she'd done something slightly distasteful and seedy, which was ridiculous. This was not Regency England. It was the 21st century. Her own brother was divorced. Her friend Inez was divorced. She undid her seatbelt. "Where's Grant?" "He's at home. He has a bad cold." She was the worst liar in her family. She used to think it was because she was the youngest, and therefore everyone could see right through her feeble attempts at deceit, thanks to their superior knowledge of how the world worked. She still sometimes caught herself watching for circumspect glances between her older siblings, listening for the nuances of the conversation, as if they might still be keeping secrets from her about sex and Santa, death and grandma. Her brothers and sister once convinced Brooke she was adopted because she was the only left-handed member of the family. Brooke believed it. For months. "Have you not looked in the mirror, you foolish child?" Joy said when Brooke finally, tearfully asked if she could please meet her real parents. "You're all identical." If she got through the questions about Grant, the next question from her family would be about the clinic, and she'd have to lie about that too. Over the last few days, she'd had 4 no-shows and 3 last-minute cancellations. It was unbelievable. It felt like a concerted attack. What was wrong with people? She had a carefully worded cancellation policy on her website, but it was difficult to charge patients who she'd never even seen for an initial consultation. If she told her parents, they would be so enthusiastically sympathetic. They would remind her of the ladies who used to book private tennis lessons and then cancel 5 minutes before. It was selfish of her not to give her parents the opportunity to pleasurably reminisce about the early days of Delaneys, but Brooke couldn't bear to hear their helpful tips, to see their furrowed brows as they brainstormed strategies. The added weight of their hopes for her success was too much to bear. She opened her car door a fraction, put one foot on the ground, breathed in the scented spring air, and wondered if she should text Grant to remind him about his hay fever medication. Was that the way one behaved during an amicable separation? Logan's car was already parked in the driveway. The others would be arriving any minute. The Delaneys were extraordinarily punctual, even Amy, who might arrive hungover or depressed or in some other way incapacitated, but right on time. A good tennis player was punctual. Don't leave the other competitors sitting around waiting for you. As she watched, Logan came out the front door. He smiled, lifted a hand and walked towards her car. He looked kind of old today. His grey sideburns glistened in the sunlight as he ducked down to see her. "Have you been sent out on an errand already?" she asked. "Mum wants me to buy 2 bottles of mineral water." Logan opened her car door the full way and stood back. "You need me to take anything inside for you?" "We don't need mineral water," said Brooke. She picked up the green salad she'd made that no one would eat from the passenger seat, together with her Father's Day gift. A travel-sized massage ball her dad would say was what he'd always wanted, but that her mother would probably re-gift back to Brooke one day. "We can just drink tap water." "Mum says she's noticed that people always expect sparkling water these days," said Logan as she got out, the salad bowl under her arm, the gift balanced on top of the cling wrap. "There are no people coming, it's just us." "Just us," Logan paused, "and Savannah, our new friend." He looked back at the car. "Where's Grant?" "He's got a bad cold. He's sick with a cold. He's very sick with a very bad cold. We're having a trial separation." She really needed to work on strengthening her lying muscles. Logan blanched. "Oh, wow. I'm sorry." He took a step towards her as if he was going to hug her, but they weren't a hugging family, so he didn't know how to complete the move. "That's terrible news. That's quite a shock." He ran his palm along the side of his jaw. "Are you okay?" "Well," Brooke shifted the salad bowl onto her hip, "he hasn't died." "Still, it's a shock." He seemed genuinely, properly upset. "I didn't see that coming." "I didn't either." An understatement. "Mum loves him," said Logan. She could sense him trying not to sound accusatory, but it was as if Brooke had broken one of their mother's favourite belongings, and he didn't want her to feel bad about it, but he felt bad for their mother. It was true that Joy and her only son-in-law seemed to have a special connection, and that Grant made a point of being especially charming with Joy, and Joy went along with it. But Brooke had always wondered how much her mother was truly falling for Grant's charm offensive. Her mother, unlike Brooke, was a fine actress. She'd had all those years dealing with the parents of the tennis students, making them feel like their children were all remarkable. Brooke put the salad and gift down on the bonnet of her car so she could irritably scratch her nose. "It's only a trial separation. We might get back together, so I'm not telling anyone yet. I don't want to upset Mum and Dad unnecessarily." "Good idea." Logan shoved his hands in the pockets of his jeans and rocked back and forth on the balls of his feet, chewing on the inside of his mouth, like he used to do before a match. "How's Indira?" asked Brooke. "Yeah, that's the thing," said Logan uneasily. "What do you mean, that's the thing?" She squinted at him. Then it hit her. They all should have seen it coming. 5 years was about right. Long enough for the family to forget Logan's track record of serial monogamy. Long enough for the girl to become part of the family. And his girlfriends were always so lovely. This was why he was so upset about her and Grant. He didn't want their mother to have to deal with simultaneous breakups. All her children would be single. All possible grandchildren swept off the table in one fell swoop. It would knock her for 6, as their father would say. He hated cricket, but liked that particular sporting colloquialism. "Oh, Logan," she said, "for God's sake." "Well, you can't talk," said Logan. "I can so talk. I've been with Grant for 10 years. We got married." "Exactly," said Logan. "So that makes it worse. You made a proper commitment." "And you didn't," said Brooke. "Is that what Indira wanted? Was she waiting for you to propose?" "I don't think so," said Logan. "I asked her once if she wanted me to propose, and she just laughed." "You're not meant to propose to propose. You should just propose." "She's a feminist." "So what? Did she want babies?" "I don't know. I don't think so." "You don't think so?" Brooke threw up her arms. "I bet she wanted something you weren't giving her." Logan gave his infuriating right-shouldered shrug. You could never argue properly with Logan because he didn't care. The angrier you got, the calmer he'd become. His laid-back philosophy probably charmed his partners for the first 5 years, and then one day they lost their minds. Brooke's eyes filled with stupid tears. "She did all that beautiful graphic design work for me and didn't let me pay a cent. She should have insisted she pay her." "She was happy to do it," said Logan. The shrug. Again. "That's not the point, Logan!" She surprised herself by suddenly shoving him quite hard in the centre of his chest with the heel of her hand, like she was a little kid again. He didn't budge. His core strength was excellent, even though he never worked out. Maybe he'd known it was coming, even if she hadn't. "That all you got?" he said. It seemed to have cheered him up. "I'm sad," she said. "I'm really sad about Indira." "Yeah, well, I'm sad about Indira too, and I'm sad about Grant. But life goes on. We live to play another day." That's what their father used to say when they lost. Nobody found it especially motivational. Logan lifted his keys to go and then stopped as he remembered something. "So, guess what Savannah baked for today?" "What?" "Chocolate brownies." "Oh, my word," said Brooke. Now she was using one of their mother's favourite phrases. "It's not funny," said Logan. "Mum just hissed at me. Logan, this is not funny." He looked over her shoulder. "Here's Troy. Watch him park me in." As predicted, Troy parked his gorgeous, shiny McLaren with a slick one-handed spin of the wheel directly behind Logan's car. He saw his siblings and smiled that radiant smile that could buy him anything. Women, refunds, forgiveness. Brooke smiled back helplessly as Troy leaped from the car with the glittery confidence of a movie star arriving at the premiere of his own movie. He carried a bottle of wine and a small, beautifully store-wrapped gift. "Love the new car," she said. She didn't envy much about Troy's life, except for the luxury cars, which were replaced with the same regularity as the luxury girlfriends. She shot her dowdy old Ford Focus a resentful glance. It had a persistent problem with the air conditioning and had recently begun to emanate a deep, pained groan each time she turned the steering wheel, but there was no way in the world she could justify a new car right now. Troy jerked his chin at Logan and gently cuffed Brooke on the back of the head. "How are you, baby Brooke? You look great. Are you wearing lipstick? Mum will be thrilled. It's maybe just a little smudged there." He pointed at her lip. She swore, licked her thumb, and wiped it away. "How's the physiotherapy business?" asked Troy. She rocked her palm in a so-so motion. "Why do you look so good?" she asked. "You're glowing. It's annoying." "Just healthy living, Brooke," said Troy. "Spot of microdermabrasion. Bit of tennis to keep me active. You should try it. Great sport." He looked at Logan's keys. "You going somewhere?" "Mum says I need to get mineral water," said Logan. "Probably for you, now I think about it." "Great. Could you make it Voss?" said Troy. "That's my preferred sparkling." Logan didn't even bother to fully roll his eyes. "I can't get out now anyway. You've blocked me in. You go get your preferred sparkling yourself." "How's the newest member of the family doing?" Troy looked towards the house. "Have you met her yet, Brooke?" "Savannah." He said it as if it were an exotic foreign word. "Guess what she baked today?" Brooke stole the moment from Logan. She so rarely had the chance to be wicked with her brothers. It was normally Amy and Troy sitting in a corner making snarky comments and obscure pop culture references. Troy considered the question. His face changed. "Not brownies." "Speaking of which," said Logan. They all watched as an unfamiliar car slowly circled the cul-de-sac, with Amy in the front seat talking animatedly to the car's driver, a young man who was laughing uproariously and not really keeping his eye on the road. "Has she got another new boyfriend?" asked Brooke. "It's an Uber." Logan pointed at the sign on the back window. "He might be a new boyfriend by now. Didn't she meet the last one when he served her at JB Hi-Fi?" said Troy. "The one who fixed Mum's computer? I liked him. He added value." The car stopped, the driver hopped out and rushed around to open Amy's door like he was a chauffeur, and Amy emerged, tangle-haired and bright-eyed, dressed like she'd just got back from a grotty but glorious music festival. She was laden with objects, an oddly shaped, badly wrapped present, a bunch of sunflowers, a baking tray with a flapping sheet of aluminium foil, and a Happy Father's Day helium balloon that fluttered above her head. "Hello," she called out to her siblings as she hugged the Uber driver goodbye. She didn't hug her siblings, just her Uber drivers. The guy had probably shared something deeply personal with her that he'd never told anyone before. People sensed that Amy offered the possibility of redemption. "Does she look hungover?" muttered Logan. "It will be worse if she's hungover." "Go help her carry the brownies." Troy nudged Brooke. "I'm leaving," said Logan. "I don't want to be here when she finds out." He held out his hand to Troy. "Give me your keys." "I'll drive you," said Troy. "I'm scared. She has that fragile look about her." "Don't you dare ask if she's off her meds," said Logan to Troy. "I haven't said that in years," said Troy, offended. "No one says that anymore." He winced. "Do you think she is?" "Do not leave me," said Brooke. It wasn't so funny anymore, now that she could see Amy actually carrying her tray of precious brownies. Now it was kind of stressful and mean, and Brooke felt personally responsible. She swung back and forth like a pendulum when it came to Amy. Growing up, she and her brothers had believed Amy to be a drama queen, who felt the same things everyone felt, but chose to make a bigger deal of them. They made fun of her. At times, they got angry with her when she held them up or stole their mother's attention. How could you tell what was truly going on in her head? Brooke got depressed, she got anxious, but she still managed to get herself out of bed each day. It was a choice, surely. There was no need for Amy to lean into her feelings with such gusto. But then a university friend got diagnosed with depression and described it to Brooke as a kind of half paralysis, as if all her muscles had atrophied, and Brooke had a sudden memory of Amy eating cereal in slow motion, swaying like seaweed underwater, and she realized she was offering this friend more sympathy and understanding than she'd ever given her own sister. These days she tried hard to see Amy with objective, compassionate eyes, but it was hard because this was still her big sister, her bossy, charismatic sister who used to call Brooke her peasant. "What are you all doing milling about out there?" Their mother opened the front door and called out from the front porch. She wore a tea dress with a cardigan, as if she were hosting a garden party, and she was in hectic, pink-cheeked, "We have special guests" mode. "Come inside, all of you. Forget the mineral water, Logan. Savannah says we don't need it." Troy said, "Oh, well, if Savannah says we don't need it." "Hurry up!" Joy beckoned impatiently. "Your father is wondering where you all are. Is Grant coming separately, Brooke? I hope he's on his way. I think Savannah is ready to serve." "What don't we need?" trilled Amy. "Brownies," said Troy. Amy's smile vanished. "I beg your pardon?" A familiar constellation of flashing dots appeared in Brooke's peripheral vision. Chapter 23. "Well, this has been a very special Father's Day," said Joy. "Very special." She sat at the head of her beautifully set dining room table, like a woman in a magazine or a television show. Savannah had picked yellow freesias from the garden and put them in a water jug, and they looked perfect. Joy's head felt a little swimmy. She thought maybe she'd drunk more wine than she was used to drinking at lunchtime. Savannah kept refilling everyone's glasses like a waitress. In fact, Savannah had spent most of the lunch on her feet, no matter how many times people suggested she sit down or offered to help. Eventually, everyone gave up and let Savannah serve them an incredibly delicious lunch. Lemon and rosemary roast chicken, roast potatoes, and a green salad with walnuts and goat's cheese. Poor Brooke's salad looked positively wilted in comparison. It was quite remarkable that this level of quality had been produced in Joy's kitchen. What must her oven think? Savannah had served their lunch efficiently, without that whirling, feverish, "Oh, I nearly forgot the bread rolls," up and down and up again thing that Joy knew she did whenever she hosted, and Joy's greedy family had gobbled everything up and accepted offers of seconds. Now everyone had a cup of tea or coffee in front of them, along with their glasses of wine, and there were 2 plates of brownies on the table. Every person at the table had carefully, fairly, taken a brownie from each competing plate. Even Steffi had been waited upon by Savannah like one of the Queen's corgis. She sat now in the corner of the room, curled up on an old cushion that Savannah had set up for her, her head resting on her paws, occasionally licking her lips and thumping her tail with the happy memory of the various morsels and scraps that Savannah had convinced her tasted better than paper. Stan sat at a strange sideways angle at the other end of the table from Joy, trying to avoid the bobbing Happy Father's Day balloon that Amy had tied to the back of his chair. Every now and then it brushed against his face, and he batted it away like a fly, which was normally the sort of thing that would eventually make him lose his temper. But he was still in a remarkably good mood, expansive and chatty. It was either the revival of their sex life or the change in his diet since Savannah had taken over the cooking. If Savannah hadn't turned up, he probably would have spent this Father's Day privately obsessing over Harry Haddad's comeback. Joy's children, on the other hand, were not at their best. Joy wanted to say to Savannah, "They're normally much nicer than this." She'd been looking forward to Savannah seeing her children all together, in the same way that she would feel about any new friend meeting her children. But today, nobody had much to say, although they had been polite and complimentary about the food, thank goodness. They all sat in a similar fashion, their shoulders rounded, backs hunched, especially when compared to Savannah, who sat so upright, like a small, well-behaved child. Her posture was beautiful. Joy scanned her children. Amy was sulking about the brownies and pretending not to, and needed her hair brushed. Logan seemed to have entered a kind of dissociative state, staring vaguely into the distance. If he behaved like that too often, Indira might get impatient and leave him. Joy wished Indira was here today. She was a breath of fresh air, and she would have been polite to Savannah. Troy, normally the life of the party and the one to cajole Amy out of her moods, seemed preoccupied and not quite as handsome today. Meanwhile, Brooke was dead white and wearing a shade of badly applied lipstick that did not suit her at all. Joy worried that a migraine loomed. And also, where the heck was Grant? Brooke said he had a cold too, but it seemed like too much of a coincidence that both Indira and Grant would be sick. And as far as Joy could remember, that man had never even had as much as a blocked nose. He drank those awful green smoothies. Brooke was a terrible liar. Could Grant have run off with another woman? Joy had always nursed a secret, never expressed fear, except to her hairdresser, Narelle, that Grant might have an affair. He wasn't especially good-looking, but he was very charming and chatty, and Brooke would insist on keeping her hair so short. Narelle agreed that a longer style would soften Brooke's sharpish features. "Why is today so special, Mum?" asked Brooke. It was special because Joy hadn't had to do a single thing except hand over her credit card and turn up. But obviously she wasn't going to say that to her children. "I don't know," said Joy. She took a bite of Amy's brownie, put it down on her plate, and then took an equal-sized bite of Savannah's brownie. Savannah's was better, sad to say. It just feels special. "Maybe it's the abundance of brownies," said Troy. His father chuckled, and Troy looked pleased with himself. "Troy?" Joy put a warning finger to her lips and shot a look at Amy. "Mum, please, I am not upset that Savannah made brownies," said Amy. "For God's sake." She tipped back her head and drained the last drops of her second glass of red wine and wiped her hand across her mouth like a small child drinking a glass of milk. She looked around the table. Her words were starting to soften and slur. "Is that what everyone thinks? That I'm upset about brownies?" "Absolutely, categorically not." Troy sat upright and looked mock serious. "Why would we think you would be upset about brownies?" "But I am honestly not upset," cried Amy, looking very upset. "And, by the way, Savannah, your brownies are delicious. The sweetness is just perfecto." She kissed her fingertips. "If we were rating this brownie at work, it would be what we in the business call a hero product." "Amy tastes food for a living," said Joy, hoping to change the subject. She was mystified as to how Amy had managed to trick people into paying her to eat. On past days at work, Amy didn't eat breakfast or lunch, so she knows what she's talking about. "I think your brownies are very good," said Savannah to Amy. She took a tiny bite. She ate like a mouse. That first night, when she'd eaten that huge plate of leftover casserole and 2 bananas, had been an aberration. Much chewier than mine, I left mine in the oven for too long. Thank you, Savannah. But in spite of what my family might lead you to believe, my self-worth doesn't rest on my ability to make brownies, said Amy. It's like you all think I have the maturity of a 4-year-old. You were actually very mature when you were 4, said Joy. When you started preschool, your teacher called you a remarkable child. Wait, I thought that was me, said Brooke. Wasn't I the remarkable child? Joy reflected. Oh, dear. Well, yes, it may have been you, she admitted. But Amy was also remarkable. You were all remarkable. Troy chuckled and rocked back and forth on the rear legs of his chair, which was something they had been trying to get him to stop doing since he was a child. He was a man now. If he wanted to break his neck, that was fine with Joy. She wasn't going to look after him. Stop rocking on your chair, Troy, for goodness sake, she snapped, because she would end up looking after him, no matter how old he was, and he'd be a terrible patient. Troy stopped. Sorry, Mum. Didn't I get expelled from preschool, said Amy, because I wouldn't stop crying, and all the other kids got sick of the sound of me? That was also true. Separation anxiety was the very first label Joy heard applied to her oldest child, the first of many labels she'd hear over the years. But Joy had felt no sense of foreboding when she heard that first one. She'd felt foolish pride. My child can't bear to be separated from me. That's how much she loves me. Amy used to cling to her like a koala, her face pressed against Joy's collarbone. I was happy to have you home with me, said Joy. She said to Savannah, when Amy was just 3 years old, she used to trot about the court picking up balls while I coached, desperate to join in the lessons. That must have been cute, said Savannah encouragingly. She was always so interested in Joy's family. It was lovely. Remember when she first picked up a racket? Said Stan to Joy. It was bigger than her. She was better than kids twice her age, said Joy. They were all 4 better than kids twice their age, said Stan. Wow, said Savannah. A lot of talent in one family. No one moved or said a word in response. But Joy felt a change in the mood of the room, like a slump or a sigh. It was as if her children were all inflated toys and they were slowly leaking air. What was wrong with them? So, I don't know anything about tennis, but I assume you all played in, I don't know, tournaments or whatever? Said Savannah, as she used her fingers to remove another crumb from Amy's brownie and put it on the tip of her tongue. They were all in the top 5 players of the country at some point, said Stan. That's amazing, said Savannah. In the juniors, Brooke quickly corrected her father. Top 5 juniors. Still, said Savannah. But none of us made it any further, said Amy. We never quite got there. What do you mean by that? Said Joy. You all did extremely well. She was surprised and disappointed to find an intense wave of irritability sweep over her, washing away the wonderful sense of well-being she'd been experiencing since she woke up this morning. She could feel her bad mood like a physical sensation, an actual fever of aggravation heating up her face. Amy raised a single eyebrow in a condescending manner. I mean exactly that, Mum. We never quite got there. We all got close enough to make you think it was going to happen, and then one by one, we crashed and burned. This was technically true. In fact, it was distressingly accurate, but there was no need to say it in that hard, bitter tone. Joy and Stan had never revealed their disappointment to their children, only their pride. It was something they hadn't even properly admitted to each other. Joy remembered their trip to Wimbledon last year. Their first time, their lifelong dream. They'd been giddy with anticipation. This was the point of their big trip, not seeing Buckingham Palace or the Tower of London or riding that overpriced London Eye. The point of the trip was Wimbledon. After all these years, they finally had the time and the money, and they were there. Their kids and their friends had been texting, "Send us photos." She'd seen the moment it hit Stan, the realization that they should never have come. Not like this. Not as ordinary fans, as ordinary people, because Stan had never really believed they were ordinary when it came to tennis. If he couldn't play at Wimbledon, then he should be there as the coach for one of his kids, and if not one of his kids, then one of his students, and if none of the above, then he should be watching from his armchair at home with his chili crackers and cream cheese and his dog. "I don't feel great," he'd whispered, his face pasty white. It was the men's semi-finals. The tickets had cost them $6,000 each. She thought, heart attack, like poor Dennis Christos. He said, "You stay." But of course she didn't send him off to have a heart attack on his own. She'd dreamed of playing at Wimbledon too, and she'd dreamed of seeing one of her children or one of her students play at Wimbledon, and she'd dreamed, far more reasonably and feasibly, of one day being a spectator at Wimbledon. But her dreams didn't have the same ferocious entitlement as Stan's, because she was a woman, and women know that babies and husbands and sick parents can derail your dreams. At any moment, they can drag you from your bed. They can forestall your career. They can lift you from your prized seat at Wimbledon from a match later described as epic. She thought she'd need to call an ambulance or take him to a hospital. She was thinking about travel insurance and telling the children, and how would they transport his body home. But it wasn't a heart attack. He said it was something they ate. She didn't believe it. Joy watched the match on television and sent fraudulent texts about how Wimbledon was wonderful. Like a dream. They couldn't believe they were there. While Stan lay curled on his side in their king-sized bed, his eyes closed, forehead creased, so much like Brooke with a migraine that Joy had wondered if she should do the same as she once did with Brooke and press her hand to his forehead, firmly, the way Brooke wanted. "Harder, Mummy, harder!" Except it was never hard enough to make it go away. Stan got up the next day and said, "I'm so sorry," and couldn't meet her eye. She said, "You don't have to say you're sorry," because he didn't. If they started saying sorry, where would it begin and where would it end? They went down to the hotel buffet breakfast, silent in the lift, and never spoke of it again. "We were always so proud of you," said Joy now to her children. "You were all incredibly talented, and you all did your best. And that's all we could ask for." Troy snorted. Joy glared at him. Stan said to Savannah, "Every single one of my kids was good enough to play on centre court at Wimbledon. Except clearly we weren't," interrupted Amy. "You were!" Stan pounded his fist on the table so hard that the crockery rattled. The Happy Father's Day balloon spun frantically. Joy looked at her children. Brooke had her elbow on the table, her forehead rested on her hand. Logan lifted his eyes to the ceiling. Troy grinned that inane grin, and Amy pulled a strand of blue-dyed hair across her face and sucked it, a childish habit that made Joy want to scream. Was it because none of them had partners with them today that it felt like she'd hurtled back through time to the dinner table of their childhoods? Or was it the sudden explosive sound of Stan's fist on the table? He had no right. They were grown-ups. Didn't the stupid man realize that he no longer had the power to send anyone to their room? They could stand up and leave whenever they liked. They could move interstate or overseas. They could choose to never visit, to never call, to never have children. The children had all the power now. And how inappropriate to behave like this in front of Savannah. Stan's fist on the table might remind her of previous foster placements with abusive fathers. No one knew what that child might have suffered. Stan leaned forward on the table, his shoulders huge and muscled in the shirt that Amy had given him, a size too small. This one was a beautiful player. Stan pointed at Amy, his eyes on Savannah. Impeccable ground strokes. The ball just fizzed off her racket. It was a pleasure to watch her play. Oh, it was true. It had been a pleasure to watch Amy play. Joy and Stan used to exchange smiles as their ponytailed daughter glided back and forth across the court, when she was maybe 8 or 9, back when she had a funny little personality, not a possible mental illness. Joy never forgave the GP who wrote that particular referral letter. We used to call her the comeback queen, reflected Stan. Remember? He looked down the table at Joy. I do remember, said Joy carefully, because that was much later, and that wasn't such a good memory. She'd suspected that as Amy got older, she began to deliberately lose points or games just so she could claw her way back to a win. Amy loved being the underdog. It was a dangerous, stupid strategy against the better players. The better players gripped that lead between their teeth and ran with it. Amy had lost matches she should have won because she'd mounted her comeback too late. Once, she lost 9 games in a row and still went on to win the match, reflected Stan. Incredible. But, said Amy airily, does anyone need another tea or coffee? Asked Joy. But then she got to 14 or 15 and she started choking, said Stan. Simple as that. It had been awful to witness. Amy would shout at herself. It wasn't her opponent she was fighting, but herself, the voice in her head. Amy, you stupid idiot! Sometimes Joy felt like that summed up Amy's whole life, a constant power struggle with a cruel, invisible foe. Choking? Asked Savannah. Amy wrapped both hands around her throat, stuck her tongue out, and put her head on one side. It's a sports term, Stan explained to Savannah. It basically means that your state of mind prevents you from reaching your potential. Stan, said Joy. It felt like he was undressing in public, or undressing his family. It felt deeply personal. These were conversations they'd had about their children in the privacy of their bedroom. Amy did choke. If she was serving for the match, you could almost guarantee she'd double fault. Joy, said Stan. He couldn't be stopped. It was like standing in front of a semi-trailer speeding towards you. He said, Amy lost the match in her own mind before she'd even walked out on that court, and her mother and I, we just couldn't work out how to... Fix me, finished Amy. No, said Stan, not fix you, help you. Move it along, Dad, said Amy. She bundled her hair up into a messy top knot, put her elbows on the table and locked her hands together. Joy knew it was only a defence mechanism, but Amy's mocking, glamorous smile reminded Joy of Stan's mother. Joy hated it when Stan's bloody mother made a guest appearance on her beloved children's faces. Let's hear why the others failed. No one failed. Joy's stomach cramped, and I'm sure Savannah isn't interested in this. Oh, no, it's very interesting, said Savannah brightly, as if she couldn't sense the tension in the room. It was the first time Joy had ever felt even slightly annoyed with her. Stan jerked his head at Logan. This one was an athlete. Jesus, he was an athlete. Doesn't look like it now, of course. Gee, thanks, Dad. Logan lifted his wine glass in a mocking toast. He had one of the most powerful forehands I've ever seen. Extraordinary. Powerful, yes, but would we call it accurate? Asked Troy with a sidelong look at his older brother, and Logan gave him the rude finger, as if they were both little boys. Logan was so fit. Stan ignored Troy. He was into his stride now. It had been years since he'd had the chance to talk to someone with no previous knowledge and such apparent interest in the topic of his children's tennis. He could play for hours and look like he'd just walked onto the court. I remember one match when Logan was up against this kid who was meant to be the next big thing. Stan's eyes shone with the memory of that long-ago January day. Logan wore that kid out. Every game was deuce, add, deuce, add, deuce, add. Every rally was a marathon. We're talking 10, 15-shot rallies. 1 hour in, that was it. This other kid, this supposed star, he was done. Stan sliced his palms sideways. Meanwhile, this one, he pointed his thumb at Logan, fresh as a daisy, barely broke a sweat. Joy hadn't been at that match, but she must have heard the story 100 times, and each time Stan told it with such delight, his head unconsciously going back and forth like a tennis spectator as he chanted, deuce, add, deuce, add. But Logan took another 2 brownies, one from each plate. My turn for the but. Logan never truly committed to the sport. He just didn't want it enough. He never had that burning desire. It was like he could take it or leave it. He was too passive, said Logan, with a strange expression on his face. Is that the word you were looking for, Dad? I was going to say you are just too nice, said Stan. I sometimes wondered if you even liked winning. You hated seeing the other kid lose. I liked winning, muttered Logan. He aggressively massaged the back of his neck. Bloody hell, Dad. How much of my childhood did I spend on the court if I didn't commit to the sport? How much more committed did I need to be? Yeah, but mate, like I said, you just didn't have that desire. Stan discarded poor Logan and turned his gaze to Troy. Now, Troy had the desire because all he cared about was beating you and Amy. Younger siblings always end up the better players. Look at Venus and Serena. But see, the thing with Troy... Stan shook his head and clicked his tongue. Troy was a show pony. Still is, said Logan. Troy whinnied. Brooke giggled. Savannah smiled uncertainly. He was all about the show reel, said Stan. He'd go for shots that Federer wouldn't go for. Show-off shots. And sometimes he'd get those shots, but I'd say to him, "Spectacular doesn't win the match," filled in Troy. He picked up his glass. "Could someone pass me the wine?" "Exactly." Stan twitched as the Father's Day balloon brushed against his face. "Spectacular doesn't win the match. You have to have substance." He pushed the balloon gently away as if it were a small child trying to look over his shoulder. If Joy and Stan were having this conversation alone, she would have told him it was nothing to do with bloody substance. It was focus. Troy could keep his concentration for only so long, and then it was gone. That was the kid's fatal flaw. He'd be a set and a half up, and Joy would see him staring dreamily at the sky or checking out some attractive young girl in the stands. He did the show-off shots to keep himself interested. Behold, a man without substance. Troy made jazz hands. And then there was the altercation with Harry, said Stan. Shut up, thought Joy. Shut up, shut up, shut up, you stupid man. Isn't it my turn yet? Asked Brooke quickly. You never really came back from that, said Stan to Troy. I did get a tennis scholarship to Stanford, Troy told Savannah, but that meant nothing to my parents. It certainly did not mean nothing, said Joy. It meant you went to the other side of the world and returned an entirely different person. After America, it was like he'd been shellacked. You could tap your fingertip against that shiny, hard, cheerful surface. Troy couldn't control his temper, said Stan. Inherited his hot temper from his mother. He chuckled, as if he could turn one of the most distressing events of their family history into a funny anecdote suitable for sharing with new friends. He was a racket thrower. We had to tie his racket to his wrist. Not we, said Joy. You. I thought it would ruin his grip. But it didn't, did it? Said Stan. His grip wasn't the problem. I know it's your day, Dad, said Amy, but could we change the subject? Don't worry about it, Amy, said Troy, as Brooke silently passed him the wine. I don't care. Anyhow, I thought we had the temper under control. He was 13 when it happened, said Stan to Savannah. He got banned for 6 months. Fair enough, too. He was 14, thought Joy. He'd turned 14 the day before. Playing against a Delaneys student. Harry Haddad. Stan paused, allowing space for Savannah to give a little gasp of recognition, but Savannah just looked blankly back at him. Famous Australian player. Former number 1. Won Wimbledon twice. Won the US Open a few years back. It was beyond Stan's comprehension that she wouldn't recognise the name. Oh, yes, of course, I've heard of him, said Savannah, clearly pretending. Joy thought how refreshing it was to have someone in the house with so little interest in tennis she hadn't even heard of Harry Haddad. He was a former student of mine, said Stan. He glanced at Joy, corrected himself. Former student of ours. He's been in the news because he's in training now to make a comeback. Anyhow, so back to the story. Troy was playing against him and not doing so well. Dad, said Amy, please, let's not talk about Harry Haddad. It's not good for my mental health. I feel like it's not good for your mental health. Another thing to mention is that Harry Haddad was a snivelling little cheat. Troy studied his wineglass. Never saw it happen, said Stan, calmly, but with that edge, the edge still sharp enough to make his children bleed. He still didn't get it. Even after all these years, he never saw how he betrayed Troy every time he made that statement. Doesn't mean it didn't happen, said Troy evenly. How can you cheat? Asked Savannah. Isn't there like a ref? There are no chair umpires at the lower levels, said Brooke. The players make their own line calls. It's hard for some kids to be ethical. It's hard for some grown-ups, said Joy. She'd seen plenty of players at the club make questionable line calls. Sometimes umpires can be biased too. She thought of the first time she played in the under-13s grass court championships at White City. Her grandfather was busy that day, and so her mother took her. Her mother, bored out of her mind, flipped through Vogue while Joy played. Joy couldn't understand why the umpire kept calling her shots out and her opponent's shots in. She later discovered the umpire was her opponent's mother. Well, you're much prettier than her mother said on the way home, as if that was what counted. It did help a little bit. Look at his talent, Troy. Look at where he got. He didn't need to cheat. Stan was still stuck on the topic of Harry. He would forever be stuck on the topic of Harry. He grabbed the string of the balloon and snapped it free from the chair so that it floated up to the ceiling. Oh, said Amy sadly, watching it go. Good to see you're still so loyal to him, Dad, said Troy, considering how loyal he was to you. Brooke sucked in air through her teeth as if she'd stubbed her toe. Stan pulled at the fabric of his too-tight shirt with such ferocity, Joy was reminded of the Incredible Hulk bursting free of his ordinary clothes when he lost his temper. Troy used to adore that show, perhaps because of his own unstoppable temper. It was Harry's father's decision to drop me. Stan spoke calmly. He wasn't going to explode into the Hulk. To drop us. He directed his attention to Savannah. Harry's father decided to change coaches. He shrugged. A big fake shrug. It happens. Tennis parents are a unique breed. They get some success and they start looking for something bigger and better. That's life in the coaching game. Maybe it wasn't a fake shrug. His insouciance seemed almost believable. Did he truly feel that now? Was he over it? But I guess you must still feel really proud that you discovered him, said Savannah. We do feel proud, said Stan. Sure. He looked uncertainly around the table. Where was I? His eyes caught on Brooke, and his face softened. The little one. The little one who is a whole inch taller than me, commented Amy, her gaze still on the balloon. Brooke was the smartest of our kids, said Stan. Thanks, Dad. Troy tipped his finger to his forehead. On the court, said Stan. She was the smartest and most strategic one on the court. She had to be, because she was playing you lot, and you were all so much bigger and faster than her. She was analysing her competitors' weaknesses at an age when most kids were just thinking about getting the ball over the net. It was true that Brooke was clever on the court. But Joy had never really enjoyed watching her play as much as the others, because Brooke herself seemed to take no pleasure in the game. That permanent frown made its first appearance when Brooke was about 8, even before the headaches. But Brooke gets migraines, said Stan. It was a terrible, terrible shame. He shook his head with such regret and sadness, you would think he was describing Brooke's early death, not her early retirement. Joy remembered the day Stan and Brooke came home hours early from a tournament. "What are you doing here?" Joy had asked. She was rushing out the door on her way to fill in for one of the coaches who had called in sick. She was in a permanent rush in those days. "She's done," said Stan. "She's finished." "What happened?" Joy asked as Brooke walked past her and went straight to her room without saying a word. But the look she shot at Joy seemed so accusatory. And when she looked at Stan, she saw the same accusation in his eyes. You failed. Because the children's medical care was her responsibility, and she couldn't fix Brooke's headaches. "That doctor you take her to has no fucking clue," Stan had said. And what Joy should have done was tell Stan to take her class for her, and she should have gone and comforted Brooke. But she was so angry with Stan for swearing at her, for blaming her, that she didn't even think of it. She just left, slamming the door behind her. "If we'd got the right medical advice, things might have been different," said Stan now. And Joy felt that long-ago frustration rise within her, as if it were yesterday. Savannah lifted up Amy's plate of brownies. "Would anyone—" "I took her to doctor after doctor after doctor," said Joy. "No one is blaming you, Mum," said Brooke, as the dog began to whine. "Well, it certainly sounds—" "Indira left me," said Logan, and the room fell instantly silent. Chapter 24. Logan sat upright and stoic after his announcement, his forearms on his armrests as if he were strapped to the electric chair. Even the dog seemed shocked and gazed steadfastly at the wall as if to point out this awful business was nothing to do with her. "Eh? What's that?" said Stan confusedly. "Now just seemed like as good a time as any to mention it," said Logan. "Oh, Logan!" Amy looked back down from the balloon. "We love her!" When Logan had arrived today and said that Indira was at home sick, Joy had a thought, a deliriously hopeful thought. Maybe she's feeling sick because she's pregnant. That cryptic look on Indira's face the last time Joy saw her had not been the indication of a special secret announcement she was waiting for the safe 12-week mark to make. She'd been getting ready to leave. The flower magnet Joy had so hoped was an ultrasound picture had been a farewell gift. "I loved her too," said Logan. "Did she know that?" asked Amy. "Should have put a ring on it." Troy shook his head in mock exasperation. "Says you," said Logan. "I've been married. You haven't stayed married." Brooke opened her mouth as if to say something and then briefly closed her eyes. "Have you got a migraine coming on, Brooke?" asked Joy. A cramping sensation hit her lower abdomen again. She suppressed a groan. "You mustn't drive home. If you do, you must never drive when you're suffering a migraine." "I'll drive her home," offered Savannah. "I don't have a migraine," snapped Brooke. "We've talked enough about migraines today." Joy didn't believe her. She really didn't look well. "If you do, maybe you should stay here. Grant won't be much use to you if he's sick. Grant and I have broken up too." Brooke spoke so rapidly, it took Joy a moment to separate out the words. "I beg your pardon?" Brooke exhaled and her shoulders sagged. It's a relief to say it. She looked at her father. Sorry to ruin Father's Day. She looked at Logan, although Logan started it. It's all right, sweetheart, said Stan with deep sadness. He patted Brooke on the shoulder before slumping back in his chair. These things happen. Joy said, You mean you're getting a divorce? It's just a trial separation for now, but Brooke squinted as if at a sudden bright light. It looks that way. Joy should have realised this was more than a migraine. The poor girl looked exhausted, pale and haggard, with dark circles under her eyes, and her hair was just so lank. Troy put his arm around his sister. How long? He asked. We've been separated for 6 weeks. 6 weeks? Joy didn't mean it to sound like an admonishment, but how could Brooke have been separated for 6 weeks without saying a single word about it to her parents? Was it all the pressure you put on yourself with that damned clinic? Now she was accidentally giving away her hatred of the clinic. She was getting this all wrong. This was becoming one of those pivotal life moments she would wish she could go back and do again so she could say all the right things. She put her fingertips to her hairline. She was sweating. Food poisoning? Savannah's roast chicken had been so wonderfully tender. Was this the price you had to pay for tender chicken? It was too high a price. I should have helped out more at the clinic, she said to Brooke. She should have. Grant probably felt neglected. I should have insisted. Oh, Mum, said Brooke wearily. I can't believe you never told me, said Amy. Can we not make it about you, Amy? Said Brooke. Amy's face crumpled. I just meant I could have helped you. Okay, well, thank you. I'm fine. Brooke massaged tiny circles in her forehead with her fingertips. I'm sorry. I just wasn't ready to talk about it. I thought we might work it out. Nobody needs to get upset. Savannah had folded her napkin into a neat square, concealing her mostly uneaten brownies. What must she think of them all? It was embarrassing to remember how she'd worried that Savannah would be envious of Joy's loving, stable family. Well, Joy said to Savannah, I hope this isn't too awkward for you. All these upsetting announcements on Father's Day. Sorry, Dad, said Logan remorsefully. I didn't mean to ruin Father's Day. Neither did I, said Brooke. Sorry, Dad. No one needs to be sorry, said Stan. He looked at the balloon floating above his head, grabbed for the end of the string and pulled it down. He clutched the balloon like a child in a stroller being pushed around a fairground. What are you doing? Joy asked him. Holding my balloon, said Stan. Do you actually need me to give you all some privacy? Asked Savannah. I could go to my room. She corrected herself in a sudden fluster and glanced at Amy. Not my room. We don't need privacy, said Stan. We're fine. These things happen. It's no one's fault. Of course it's no one's fault, said Joy doubtfully, although she'd quite like to ascertain where the fault did lie in each of these breakups. Does anyone need... began Savannah. We're fine. Stan cut her off. There was silence for a moment. Stan kept idiotically clutching his balloon. Joy didn't know if it was fury or nausea rising in her belly. Was she about to vomit or yell, faint or cry? All of them seemed like possibilities. Troy said, Seeing as the curveballs are coming from every direction, I might throw one more. Fabulous, said Joy through gritted teeth. You do that, Troy. Throw us another curveball. You throw it right at me, darling. Right. Well, okay then, Mum, said Troy. He actually looked nervous. It couldn't be another breakup. He wouldn't bother telling them. He was in and out of relationships all the time. I was considering keeping it a secret, but to hell with it. I could do with your advice. He moved his glass to one side, sloshing red wine onto the white tablecloth. Was he drunk? Was Joy herself drunk? She really did feel very strange indeed. He said, So, you remember Claire? Well, for goodness sake, Troy, yes, we remember Claire, said Joy. Claire was Troy's ex-wife, once a much-loved member of the family, just like Indira, and, to a lesser extent, Grant. It was like a death each time her children broke up with someone, and over the years there had been many, many deaths. She would write that in her memoir. When I look back over the last decade, it's like looking at a battlefield strewn with the corpses of all the perfectly lovely young men and women who have been in unsuccessful relationships with my annoying, ungrateful children. What would the little innocent teacher think of that? She did say to try to be colourful. Troy said, So I saw Claire when I was in the States. Are you getting back together? Amy's face was full of foolish hope. Of course they're not getting back together, said Joy, to conceal her own foolish hope. Surely not. Hadn't Claire gone off to Texas or somewhere like that? Somewhere that made you think of cowboys and married an American cardiologist? A friend of a friend from when Troy and Claire lived together in the US? No, she's happily married, permanently settled in the US, said Troy. She's ready to have a baby. Well, I'm not surprised. She was ready to have a baby with you all those years ago, said Joy bitterly. Claire and Troy had been in the process of going through IVF when their marriage broke up. Apparently Troy had been unfaithful, and at the time Joy had been so angry with him she hadn't been able to look him in the eye for a good 6 months. She shivered violently. It was too hot or too cold in here. So she and her husband have been trying for a long time now, and apparently they haven't been having any luck, said Troy. Oh, no, said Brooke. Tell me she doesn't want to use... Yes, said Troy. He looked at his sister, who seemed to have guessed something that Joy couldn't even imagine. Yes, she does. Use what? Asked Stan. Well, we've kept our embryos on ice all this time, from when we were doing IVF. Claire has been paying the storage costs. Anyway, now she's wondering how I would feel if she tried her luck with one of those. Joy felt like she was stumbling about in the dark for a light switch. You mean Claire wants to have your baby? But I don't understand. Why can't she do IVF with her new husband? Make some new embryos. She tripped over the word embryos. When she was getting pregnant, there had just been babies or no babies. She had low ovarian reserve back when she was doing IVF with Troy, said Brooke, who remembered everyone's medical histories. She's probably got no more eggs. But you'd be this child's father, said Joy. And she saw Troy as a baby, the cutest and naughtiest of her babies. He'd wail so loudly each time he woke, you'd think he was dying. And Joy would go running, tricked every time, and the instant she picked him up, the crying would stop, like a switch had been flicked, and he'd smile that heart-melting smile, crocodile tears still wet on his fat, rosy cheeks. She wants her husband To formally adopt the child as soon as it's born, said Troy, and Joy heard him trip on the word husband in the same way she'd tripped on embryo. But could you be involved if you wanted to be involved? Asked Amy. Troy shrugged. She says it's up to me. But what would be the point of me turning up every few months and taking the kid out to McDonald's like some sad, divorced dad? Better if it just thinks the cardiologist is its father, don't you think? Joy was on a boat being rocked about on a stormy sea. She met Stan's eye. He looked stunned. She could tell he didn't really get it. The brand new possibilities and dilemmas created by modern technology, modern science, and modern thinking were beyond him. "You like this idea?" asked Logan. "No, I don't like the idea at all," said Troy. And there it was, a flash of anguish. "To be frank, I hate the idea." "Well then, mate, you're not obliged. But it could be Claire's only chance to have her own biological child." Troy lifted his hands in a hopeless gesture of surrender. Her only chance, ever. How can I take that away from her? When those embryos are just sitting there? It would be so cruel. His voice dropped, and he moved his wine glass around in circles on the red wine stain on the tablecloth, as if he could rub it away, which he couldn't. That stain would be there forever. Troy added in a small, remorseful voice, "Especially after what I did to her." Oh, for goodness sake! This was exactly how Joy used to feel when Troy got in trouble as a kid, and he'd sit there in front of her and Stan, head hanging, hands dangling between his knees, looking so sad, remorseful and bewildered, as if the actions he'd taken hadn't been his choice. Not really, but he was once again stuck with their consequences. "I think I have to say yes, don't I?" He looked up the table at Joy. "Don't I, Mum?" Joy sighed. She put her hand once again to her burning cheek and shuddered. She was freezing. "Don't you think, Mum?" said Troy. "I have to say yes?" He needed an answer. He'd always looked to her, not his father, for answers to the moral quandaries in which he found himself. "I stole this CD, Mum, and now I feel bad about it. Should I just take it back to the shop and tell them?" But I kind of scratched it. Oh, Troy. Joy thought of Claire's parents. She and Stan had met them only a handful of times, but they'd liked them. Uncomplicated and kind people. They'd even played doubles against them. The mother, Teresa, had a nice double-handed backhand. Joy had been mortified when her son had broken Teresa's daughter's heart like that. She'd phoned her and told her she was so sorry and she was ashamed of Troy, and Teresa had been kind and gracious. If the situations had been reversed, Joy would have been well-mannered too, but cool and snippy. Now that nice woman would get Joy's grandchild, and Joy wouldn't be allowed to see it, to hold it, or know it. What if the baby had Troy's smile and Claire's beautiful red hair? Joy would have especially loved a red-headed grandchild. "Yes," she said to Troy, "you're right. You have to say yes. It's the right thing to do." "Well, I don't know," began Stan uneasily. "It's the right thing to do," Joy hissed at him. He shut up. Yes, this was the right thing to do, but it was also the wrong thing. What if this child, this dear little red-headed child who she already loved but might never meet, turned out to be Joy's only grandchild? she said suddenly, "Maybe you should all go home now." Everyone stared at her. "I'm not feeling the best," she said. "I feel like I'm coming down with something." All of a sudden, she recognized the combination of symptoms she'd been experiencing for the last few days. What a foolish old woman she was. She had a damned UTI, just like the one she had on her honeymoon, because of the recent unusual sexual activity. Now she was furious with Stan, sitting there like a silent, stupid monolith at the end of the table with his balloon, contributing nothing except a UTI at her age. She picked up her glass and took a long drink of water, although that ship had clearly sailed. She needed antibiotics, and it was Sunday, so she couldn't go to her lovely GP, Susan. She'd have to go to a medical centre, and she'd have to tell a kid straight out of medical school about her sex life. "Damn it to hell," she said to Stan. "Eh?" said Stan. "Why are you looking at me? What did I do?" "Well, for one thing, you killed Dennis Christos," she said. And it was so strange, because she hadn't even been thinking about poor Dennis, what with everything that was going on, but the accusation had been sitting there these past 6 months, ready and waiting in her subconscious for just the perfect moment. "Dennis Christos died of a heart attack," Stan responded instantly, without any confusion at all, conclusive proof of his guilt. "You made him think he was going to break your serve, and his poor heart couldn't handle it." "He could not really have believed he was going to break my serve," scoffed Stan. "You let the game get to love 40, cried Joy. "Well, I'm sorry," said Stan, sounding not at all sorry. "Don't apologise to me. Apologise to poor grieving Debbie Christos." "Never admit liability, Dad," said Troy. "That's my tip." "I bet it is," said Logan. "Dennis Christos once made a very inappropriate remark to me," commented Amy. "If that makes you feel any better, Mum. Very inappropriate." "Should we give Dad our gifts before we go?" asked Brooke anxiously. "What have I done wrong?" The words exploded from Joy without her permission. Everyone looked at her like stunned bloody mullets. "You haven't done anything wrong, Mum," said Amy soothingly. "Then how is it that not a single one of you can maintain a long-term relationship? Did your father and I not set a good example to you? Of a good marriage?" Her children all dropped their heads as if she'd called for volunteers for an unpleasant task. "So your dad and I weren't perfect," she said. "But, well, we weren't that bad, were we? Are you punishing us for something? For what? For making you play tennis? We did not make you play tennis. Never. You loved tennis. You are all so talented." "We're not punishing you," said Troy. "That's crazy talk, Mum." "It's just bad luck," said Brooke. "Bad timing." She shot Logan a steely look. "I couldn't believe it when I heard that Logan and Indira had broken up too." "Mum," said Amy, "you will get to be a grandmother. I mean, obviously I won't have kids, but someone will." She indicated her sister and brothers. "One of them will, in the normal way, not like what Troy is doing, which is obviously weird and upsetting, but you will get a proper grandchild. I promise you." "How can you promise me that, Amy? I don't see your brothers and sister rushing to agree with you. And what do you mean, you obviously won't have children? Why not? Anyway, why are you talking about grandchildren? Have I mentioned grandchildren? Ever? Not once." Joy's whole body burned and shook with the injustice of it. "Never once. Did I? Well, did I? If she wasn't to be rewarded for her forbearance, it should at least be recognised. You never did, Mum, said Brooke, and she sounded so sad, as if she might cry, and also frightened, as if Joy were drunk or mad or sick. Just like you never said how much you wanted us to win, said Troy quietly. Joy stood. Her legs were wobbly. The only person whose eyes met hers was her damned husband. She could see what he wanted to do right now. She could see it settle over him, a deadly stillness or silence, like everything was shutting down. It had been 20 years since he'd done it, but she still recognized the signs. She always used to know when it was coming. She'd see it before the children did, and if she acted fast, she could intercept, she could avert the crisis. The feeling had been like running to catch something before it shattered, except you weren't allowed to run. Maybe it was how bomb disposal people felt. But she was no longer in the business of bomb disposal. She was too old for it, and she could not believe she had ever put up with it in the first place. Don't you dare! She pointed a shaky finger at him. Don't you even think about it! She swayed on her feet. The ache of grief and humiliation spread not just across her stomach, but all the way up her left side. It was Savannah who got to her first and supported her with a surprisingly strong grip. Make them all go, Joy said to her. Make them all go home. Chapter 25. Now. It was now 15 days since Joy Delaney had been seen by her family. My mother got very sick on Father's Day, said Brooke Delaney. She collapsed. It turned out she had a kidney infection. We had to call an ambulance. That must have given you all a fright, said Christina. Christina and Ethan were interviewing Joy Delaney's youngest daughter at her physiotherapy practice, surrounded by exercise equipment. There were only 2 chairs. Ethan had accepted Brooke's offer to sit on the balance ball, which he did with great aplomb, diligently taking notes. Christina would have fallen off. They had met Brooke at the press conference, but it had taken a few days for this interview to be scheduled. Christina couldn't be sure if Brooke had been deliberately delaying. Right now, she seemed keen to be cooperative, or at least to give that impression. Well, yes, it did give us a fright, said Brooke. We didn't know what was going on at first. Mum was behaving so oddly. We thought it was because she was upset, not sick. What was she upset about? I felt especially bad, reflected Brooke, because I'm the one with medical training. She had a fever. I should have realised. She was upset about something? Pushed Christina. Just family stuff, said Brooke. My brother and I had both broken up with our partners. And Dad decided it would be a good day to do a comprehensive analysis of our failed tennis careers. She gave a faint smile. So, what was your impression of Savannah? Asked Christina. She burned her tongue, sipping the too hot cup of tea that Brooke had made for her. She was just a sweet, quiet girl. She'd cooked all this food for us, but then she was kind of serving us in our parents' house. It was odd and uncomfortable. It was like she was Cinderella, barely eating anything herself, and both my parents had become strangely enamoured of her, dependent on her. It was like she'd turned up and solved a problem we didn't realise needed solving. What problem was that? Brooke considered the question. I guess maybe the problem of cooking or the problem of retirement. My parents aren't the sort of people who dreamed of retirement. They loved to work. Has your mother shown signs of depression recently? Absolutely not, said Brooke. She blinked. Things haven't been great recently, but Mum is not the sort of person to get depressed. What about your father then? Is he the sort of person to get depressed? He can get grumpy, said Brooke carefully, but never violent, if that's what you're implying. I don't want to imply anything, said Christina. I'm just gathering information about your parents' states of mind. I wish you could see my father coaching a child, said Brooke. Even a child with no talent, especially a child with no talent. He was so gentle and patient, so passionate about tennis. He just always wanted everyone to love tennis as much as he did. This told Christina nothing. Gentle people snapped. People who are patient and kind in some circumstances were cruel and vicious in others. But he's not coaching anymore, right? Your parents are retired and you said they loved to work. So I take it they haven't been enjoying retirement. They've been floundering a bit, said Brooke. They tried travelling, but they didn't know how to holiday. We didn't really do holidays in our family. You never went on a holiday? Well, we did. Every summer we went for a week to a caravan park on the Central Coast, admitted Brooke, which was kind of fun. She frowned. Kind of not. She sighed. But there was never time for many holidays because we all played competitive tennis. We were either travelling to a tournament or training for one, and my parents were trying to run a coaching school at the same time. Was it a happy childhood? Asked Christina. She hadn't got a handle yet on this family. On the surface, they seemed loving and cheerful, but she could sense dysfunction bubbling ominously beneath their sporty, matter-of-fact demeanours. I don't know, said Brooke. She picked up a ballpoint pen, chewed on it, and then seemed to catch herself, removed it from her mouth and put it back on the desk in front of her and pushed it away. I mean, yes, it was happy. It was very busy. It was dominated by tennis. Tennis hijacks your childhood. There's no time for anything else. Did you resent having your childhood hijacked? Not at all. I loved tennis. We all loved tennis. You still play? Christina looked at the framed print of a tennis player on the wall. Brooke's nostrils flared. Not competitively. I play with my dad every now and then, for fun. So, growing up, did your parents put a lot of pressure on you to win? We put pressure on ourselves, said Brooke. We all wanted to win. She followed Christina's eyes to the picture of the tennis player who was stretching for a backhand as if a life depended on it. It's hard to want something so badly and give it your all and then not get it. There's this idea that all you need to do is believe in yourself. But the truth is, we all can't be Martina. Martina? Christina checked her notes. Was that the older sister? Navratilova, said Ethan. He pointed at the poster. Oh, of course, said Christina. The only tennis player she knew was the angry one from the 80s, McEnroe. She had an uncle who used to put on an American accent to imitate his tantrums. You cannot be serious! Ethan said to Brooke, when you said things haven't been great recently, is that because there was some fallout following that Father's Day lunch? Astute question. Christina watched Brooke's body language as she answered. Her shoulders went up and she stretched her neck in a turtle-like manner to make them drop. There was no fallout, she said definitively. There were just a few things said out loud that day that had never been said out loud before, that's all. Then Mum was sick in hospital and we all focused on that. Was that the truth? Or was that when things began to fray? Okay then, so why do you think things haven't been so great lately? Asked Christina. Brooke went very still. I don't know, she said, and she didn't blink. There was the lie, right there. Christina could point at it like a doctor points out a fracture on an X-ray. She did so know. Christina waited. Are you sure? She said gently. Are you sure you don't know? 2 spots of colour rose on Brooke's cheeks. Yes, I'm sure. So, back to your parents' house guest, said Christina. She was alone with your father? While your mother was in hospital? Yes, said Brooke. It was only 2 nights. Right, said Christina. That was long enough. She waited. Brooke didn't flinch. Then your mother came home from hospital and Savannah stayed on? Yes, said Brooke. We were grateful because she was doing all the cooking. I believe it's around this time that your brother Logan discovered something unwelcome about Savannah? This time, Brooke definitely did flinch. Had she not expected this information to be passed on? If not, why not? Brooke recovered fast, although she had to work too hard to maintain eye contact. Did Logan tell you that? He did, said Christina. Logan had mentioned it in a sudden rush just before he had to hurry off to teach a class. Can you tell me more? Well, said Brooke, and she spoke gingerly, as if she were tiptoeing her way through broken glass. Logan was just sitting at home one day when he discovered something about Savannah that made us all feel a bit... She broke eye contact to try to find the right word. Ethan wobbled on his balance ball. Nervous, finished Brooke. Chapter 26. Last October. It was the middle of the day, the middle of the week, the middle of his life. Logan had taught an early morning class and now he was back home, on his green leather couch, in his half-empty townhouse, on a clear, sunlit day filled with birdsong, lawnmowers and leaf blowers, and the sound of his next-door neighbour learning the cello. She'd left a preemptive note, "Thank you for your patience while I learn the cello." Logan channel surfed, drank warm beer and ate cold leftover pizza for his lunch and tried to stop his eyes continually leaving the television and returning to all the blank spaces in the apartment left by Indira. There was a blank space in front of him where Indira should have been standing right now, hands on her hips. Do you realise the sun is shining out there? She thought it was illegal to watch television when the sun was shining. It was because she and her family had emigrated from the UK when she was 12, and she still appreciated Australian sunshine in a way that Logan, who grew up with the sun in his eyes, never could. He saw sunlight as a peril, an obstacle to overcome on the court, like the wind. She saw it as a daily miracle. She'd left behind literal blank spots too, like the faded rectangle on the wall where she'd hung that god-awful abstract painting she'd bought from an artist at the markets in Hobart, and the flattened carpet by the front door where her pointless vintage hat rack used to stand. Except apparently it hadn't been pointless, because Logan kept going to chuck things on it, like his hoodie, and it kept right on not being there, its absence so surprisingly consistent, like the balls of dirty grey fluff that still floated disconsolately around the space in the laundry where Indira's bamboo laundry hamper once stood. She'd left behind her washing machine. It glared at him each time he attempted to use it. It was a small, fiddly front loader with too many cycle options. Indira had done all their laundry. She loved laundry. She'd sometimes peeled socks off his feet just to wash them. At least the fridge still liked him. He'd had it for years. It stayed solemn and stolid, humming softly to itself through each relationship breakup as the tubs of Greek yogurt and punnets of strawberries vanished to be replaced once again by pizza boxes and multiple six-packs of beer. Faithful old fridge. For Christ's sake, he was turning into his mother, personifying his appliances. He stared at the blank rectangle on the wall, as if it were a bricked-up window and he was uselessly looking for a view that was long gone, for an explanation that was not forthcoming. "It's beautiful," she used to say about the god-awful painting. "It makes me feel alive." "It's god-awful," he would say, and he'd heard the echo of his parents in their banter. Or he thought that's what he heard. Maybe Indira heard something else. Her parents had an unhappy marriage. She might have heard the echoes of something entirely different. He thought he was being funny and flirty, but maybe she thought he was being nasty. Maybe she hated doing the laundry. Maybe they'd been living side by side in entirely different realities. It was an awful painting, but he missed it, just like he missed her questions, her perfume, her insistence he eat bananas for the potassium. She was obsessed with potassium. Her runners by the front door, her high-pitched sneezes, the unfathomable pleasure she took in capturing the Pokemon that apparently loitered invisibly throughout their apartment. Were they still here? Waiting, hopefully, for her to capture them on her phone? Her butterfly kisses on the back of his neck early on a Sunday morning. Her... Jesus. Enough. He picked up his phone and called his friend Hien, because Logan was not fucking passive. He was keeping a daily inventory of his non-passive actions. He was the only one in his circle of old school friends who ever picked up the phone, and all his friends' wives noticed this and told their husbands, "You're all so lucky you've got Logan." "You thought about it yet?" asked Hien as soon as he answered. Eh? Logan hadn't thought about anything. Thought about what? But then he remembered that Hien believed his 6-year-old son was the next Nadal, and he wanted Logan to coach him. And he didn't care that Logan hadn't coached since he was a teenager helping out at Delaneys. Logan had preferred coaching to all the other jobs they had to do, but he didn't need to do it now. "I told you already. I don't coach," said Logan. "I gave you a list of names." "Just see him play," said Hien. "Just once. I used to come to all your matches." "You did not?" "I came to one," said Hien. "You were good." "No shit, Sherlock," said Logan. "I ranked. Yeah, whatever, mate. I don't care what you ranked. Your time is done. But my kid is the future, and he could be your future. You'll see. You and Indira come for lunch, and then we'll head down to the local courts and see what you think." "Hien," said Logan, "I want you to coach him. No one else, not even your dad. I'm doing you a favour. You think about it. Gotta go." Logan tossed the phone aside on the couch and laughed a little. Even hard-nosed Hien had turned into a typical tennis parent, blinded by love for his kid. Hyen's wife and Indira were good friends, but Indira must not have told her yet about the breakup. His friends would react in the same way as his family had on Father's Day. People liked Indira more than him. He'd always known this, and this was the first time he'd cared. He felt unfairly maligned. Even bloody Troy had looked at him like he was a fool for letting her go. He remembered his mother's words just before her dramatic collapse. "Did your father and I not set a good example to you of a good marriage?" He'd never considered his parents' marriage something that could be rated. In his mind, it didn't exist relative to anything else. It just was. He guessed that he had an unconscious, childish belief that his parents were not really two individuals, but one unit. They had been together for half a century after all, and they worked together, played tennis together. He rarely saw them apart. Had they set a good example of a good marriage? For the first time, he truly considered the question. He liked the way his parents teased each other. It was like watching them play a game. And when he and his siblings were little, they hadn't understood the rules, but they'd known it was a fun game. He obviously preferred to know nothing about their sex life, but he liked that they'd always touched and hugged and kissed, more than other people's parents. His father was so large and his mother so small, he could lift her up under her armpits and put her down somewhere else when he chose. And even as a child, Logan could tell his mother liked it when he did that, even when she pretended to resist, which was part of the game. Logan would never attempt to do that to Indira. She was violently ticklish. She would probably have head-butted him if he ever tried to pick her up. She also believed herself to be too heavy for him to lift. She had issues with her body. He loved her body, but he had to be meticulously careful about what he said. Indira preferred to pretend she didn't have a body at all. In the beginning, he used to compliment her, and she'd turn on him. "You're lying. You're just saying that? How could you say that? I know you don't mean that. My legs are revolting. My arms are disgusting." Suddenly, he would find himself in the position of defending her body against a cruel attacker, and he didn't know how long or how vigorously he was meant to fight back when she was the attacker. So eventually he surrendered. He stopped saying anything at all. Every relationship has its quixotic rules. You just had to follow them. Only his hands could talk, and he tried to let his hands say everything he wasn't allowed to say out loud. Theirs was a relationship with a lot of touching, not just in the bedroom. They held hands in the street. They lay side by side on this couch when they watched TV. He'd thought all that touching meant that everything that needed to be said was being said. If he'd thought about it, and now he was thinking about it, he might have realised that growing up he hadn't liked certain aspects of his parents' marriage. He'd hated it when his mother made faces behind his father's back and muttered bitter remarks, so low that only her children could hear. "Well, I told him that was going to happen, and did he listen? No, he did not listen." He hadn't liked it when his father used to get the final word in an argument, not by yelling, but by leaving. "I hated it when my father left." He felt a rush of memory, as if he'd smelled a long-forgotten scent from his childhood. There was a dropping away sensation in his stomach, like tripping in a dream. He hadn't thought about that in years. Maybe he'd never really thought about it. At some point, his father had stopped doing it, and the memory had vanished, the way old clothes vanished, and you forgot they had ever existed until an old photo reminded you. I loved that T-shirt. One day his father came back and never did it again, and years piled on top of those particular memories, obliterating them from view. His mother no longer pulled faces or made bitter asides, and his father no longer left. His phone rang, and he jumped. He picked it up, saw it was Indira. He studied her name, considered putting his thumb on decline. Indira was determined to stay friends. She had this new way of talking to him now, without a trace of emotion. She sounded like a friendly customer service representative. She was a nearly perfect clone of his Indira, except that something essential and beautiful was missing. He muted the television, answered. "Hi, Logan," she said in her friendly telemarketer voice. "How are you?" "I'm well, Indira." "How are you?" He didn't quite imitate her tone, but close. She paused and in a slightly less friendly but more normal tone said, "I thought I'd just call to check if your mum has been discharged from hospital." She could have texted, "How's your mum?" That's what he would have done. Or she could have just disappeared from his life like other ex-girlfriends. But she was staying in touch, remaining dutifully apprised of family news. He wanted to tell her this wasn't necessary. If he wasn't getting her warm body next to him in bed, he didn't want her cold, friendly voice in his ear. "She's back home," he said. "They only kept her 2 nights." "Oh, good. That's good. And is that girl still staying with them?" "Yeah," said Logan. "She is. She cooks for them. Mum loves it. It's strange. It's nice. It's comforting. It's kind of frightening." He didn't know what to say or feel about Savannah. She seemed to make both his parents happy. How could he complain about that? He looked at the blank spot above the television. "How are you?" Indira was in Perth, where her parents had relocated a year ago. She did not get on with her parents, yet she was prepared to stay with them on the other side of the country. That's how badly she no longer wanted to be in a relationship with Logan. "This morning, my parents yelled at each other for 10 minutes about a water glass," she said, and she forgot to use her clone voice. "They don't even seem to be aware they're yelling. That's just their default position." "I'm sorry," he said. "Why did you leave me?" "Anyway, I'm checking out a place this afternoon that looks promising." Back to her friendly clone voice. "We never yelled at each other," said Logan. And he held his breath, because talking about their relationship was against their unspoken rules of engagement. "Come home. Please put your god-awful painting back up on the wall." There was a long pause. "We never really argued," said Logan. "Did we?" "Why did you leave? Can you come home now, please?" "There's no point talking about this now," said Indira. "I've got to—" Logan spoke fast. "On Father's Day, just before Mum collapsed, she was getting really upset about you and me breaking up, and Brooke and Grant breaking up." "Brooke is well rid of him," said Indira, who had taken against Grant in a way that Logan had never really understood. Logan barreled on. "And anyway, she asked if she and Dad had not set a good example to us of a good marriage." "Your mum and Dad have a great relationship," said Indira. "They're so cute together. I'll call your mum today." He could hear pain in her voice. She loved Logan's parents. She'd probably talked more to them in the past 5 years than Logan had. Talking to his parents was like a domestic duty he'd handed over to her because she was so good at it. Like she'd handed over bathroom cleaning to him because he was so good at streak-free shower screens. They do have a great relationship, agreed Logan. Although, it's funny, when you called I was thinking about how my dad used to... He couldn't find the right word for what his dad used to do, and he wasn't sure if he really wanted to talk about it anyway. How your dad used to what? Said Indira, as if she wanted to know. And if this was a way to keep her on the phone and hear her normal voice, then he would take it. He used to do this thing when we were kids, maybe 3 or 4 times a year. Not that often. It wasn't a big deal. Except that it was kind of a big deal. I'm sure I told you, he said. You never told me, said Indira. Her voice sounded a little louder in his ear, as if she'd just sat up, and so he sat up straighter too. Oh, said Logan, well, if my dad got angry enough about something, he'd just walk away. You mean he avoided conflict? Said Indira. There were certain syllables where he could hear the trace of her long-lost English accent, just on the con in conflict. I guess that's what he was doing, said Logan. It didn't feel like he was avoiding conflict. It felt like a punishment, because you never knew how long it would be before he came back. But I don't quite get it. Where did he go? We never knew. What would happen if he asked now? Where did you go, Dad? What was that all about? So he didn't just leave the room, he left the house? Yeah, said Logan. Once Troy and I were fighting in the back of the car on the way to a tournament, and Dad stopped the car on a 6-lane highway, got out, walked off, and we didn't see him again until the following night. The following night? Screeched Indira. It did sound quite strange, now that he said it out loud. He remembered how they had all sat in the car, watching their father walk away, his pace unhurried, as if he were right on time for an important appointment. The car had felt hot and stuffy and airless. The only sound, the whoosh of passing traffic and the monotonous tick, tick, tick of the indicator that their father had left on when he pulled over. That was the day Brooke got her first migraine, or the first one that Logan remembered anyway, the day their mother said, flatly after 20 minutes, "He's not coming back," and got out of the car and went around to the driver's seat and drove them to the tournament, where Logan lost 6-2, 6-1 against that troll of a kid from the Central Coast with no technique. He didn't remember how the others went in their matches. Dad must have hitched a ride, Logan thought now, for the first time. Obviously that's what he did. There was no Uber to call back then, no mobile phones. Not that his dad had a mobile phone now. He must have stuck out his thumb, hitched a ride, and spent the night in a cheap hotel. No great mystery. It had all seemed so terrifyingly mysterious when they were children, like he'd vanished into thin air. He thought about ringing up his dad now and saying, "So what? You stayed at a travel lodge? Good on you, big man." Big deal, Dad. The longest time he was away was 5 nights, said Logan. He'd counted the nights. It was after Troy jumped the net and beat up Harry Haddad, so the whole family was angry with Troy. 5 nights? But your mother must have been in a state, said Indira. Didn't she call the police? I don't think she ever did, said Logan. He didn't know if she ever called the police or not. He assumed not, because he always came back. She knew he'd come back. He remembered Brooke crying into her spaghetti bolognese while their mother soothed her, as if this were no more serious than running out of Parmesan cheese. "Daddy is coming back, silly girl. Stop making such a fuss. He just needs to clear his head." There were no bitter asides from their mother about their father when he was gone, just reassurances that he would be back, not to worry, he'd be back any minute, and they could forget all about it. You just had to be patient. "You never asked where he went?" asked Indira. "You weren't allowed to ask. You had to pretend nothing happened. That was like the rule." "I can't believe your mother put up with this," said Indira. She paused. "Surely Amy asked where your dad went?" Logan had a sudden distressing flash of memory. Amy running down the hall and launching herself against their father when he came back one time, pummeling his chest with small fists, screaming, "Where did you go, stupid, bad, naughty daddy? Where did you go?" And their mother pelting along behind her, unpeeling her from Stan, who stood as unresponsive and expressionless as a tree. Was that the time his dad turned around and left again? Or was that another time? "He did it at my 9th birthday party," said Logan, "before we sang Happy Birthday." "That's awful," said Indira. "That's really awful. Stan. Lovely Stan. I thought he was just a big old bear." "Oh, well," said Logan. "It's not the worst thing a man can do, and he wasn't gone for that long that day. He was back in time to put me to bed." That time, his dad had bought him a crunchy bar. He remembered the gold shimmer of the wrapping as his dad put it under the covers next to him. It was the closest he ever got to an apology. And the taste of the illicit chocolate in bed, shared with no sibling, after he'd cleaned his teeth. He knew objectively that his father had behaved badly that day, even cruelly, but still the memory of the crunchy bar shimmered gold in his memory, evidence of his father's love. "At some point, he stopped doing it," said Logan. "I don't remember exactly when. Sometime in my teens, I guess. And we all just forgot about it." "Still, that would have been pretty formative," said Indira. "For you." "No," said Logan. He was suddenly profoundly irritated. Indira's parents were both psychologists, and he hated it when she attempted to apply this kind of simplistic cause and effect psychology to him, because she was a graphic designer, so what did she know? And surely her parents were not good psychologists, because if so, you'd think they might have analysed themselves and diagnosed themselves as awful, and maybe they might have noticed that their gorgeous daughter hated her gorgeous body. It wasn't formative. It was just a weird habit my dad had, and he grew out of it. It didn't form me. Did I ever do that to you? Did I ever disappear on you? Indira didn't answer. "Indira, you know I didn't. I never did." Something was building in him. "You never physically left," said Indira slowly. "But whenever we had any kind of disagreement, you definitely checked out." "I checked out?" said Logan. "What the hell does that mean?" Now he could hear the echo of his mother, except that his mother would say, "What the heck does that mean?" He didn't wait for an answer. What did it matter now? Indira was the one who had left, who had checked out without an explanation. "I've got to go," he said. "Yeah," said Indira coolly. "I expect you do." Now, what the hell did that mean? He didn't wait to find out. He hung up and slammed down his phone on the wooden arm of the couch. He sat for a moment, his heart beating fast. He remembered times throughout his relationship with Indira when he'd actually felt the desire to do exactly as his father had done, to stand up and leave the room, to go for a drive around the block to calm himself down over a disagreement, an accusation, an issue that seemed to be upsetting her. And he never once had. It had taken all his self-control to force himself to remain. And as often as not, Indira had been the one to suddenly throw her hands up, to walk away, to slam the door behind her. And now she was acting as if that demonstrated some sort of character flaw. He hadn't yelled like his mother. He hadn't left like his father. He certainly hadn't done anything unforgivable like his grandfather, whose violent actions hung like a shameful pall over their family. As a child, Logan had once found a tiny black and white photo of a man in a fedora and trouser suspenders in the back of a drawer, and when his father caught him studying it, he'd snatched it from his hands as if it were porn. Stan didn't need to say that the man in the fedora was his father. Logan had felt his father's hot shame, and he shared it. He accepted it as part of his heritage, like his height and hair. Whenever there was conflict in his relationships, he took immense care not to repeat the mistakes of the past. He clenched his body tight and waited for those potentially catastrophic feelings to pass, which they eventually did. But there was no recognition or praise or approval for what had cost him so dearly. It doesn't matter how hard you try, you won't ever be good enough. It was true about tennis. It was true about everything. He would always be average, smack bang in the middle of the bell curve on every scale. Good enough to get a girl like Indira, not good enough to keep her. His heartbeat slowed. He was done. He saw it very clearly. He was done with relationships. The relief and absolute correctness of his decision reminded him of when he made the decision to give up competitive tennis. No more striving, no more failing. The absolute bliss of thinking, I will never lose again. He would be a bachelor. His refrigerator would never see another tub of yogurt. He would have no pictures on his walls, no hat stand, no throw cushions on his bed. He would be fine. He would be better than fine. His phone rang again. He picked it up and saw that the screen had a spiderweb of cracks across it, as though it had been shot with a miniature bullet. If it was Indira calling back, he would ignore her. But he saw it was the head of his department. So he answered in his professional voice. "Logan, mate," said Don Travers. He had a deep, slow voice like Logan's dad, but he was a relaxed Queenslander, and the one word that could never be applied to either of Logan's parents was relaxed. "Mate, just wondering if you got any problems with, ex-girlfriends at the moment?" Ex-girlfriends? Logan's head snapped back so fast he hurt his neck. "What do you mean? Why?" He looked wildly around his apartment. Was he being bugged? How could Don possibly know about Indira? Logan kept his personal life completely separate from his work. There were no office parties or drinks. There was an annual Christmas party that Logan had never attended. "We got an anonymous telephone complaint about you." "What kind of complaint?" Logan was well liked by his students. He never got complaints. He got thank you letters. Well, she was kind of implying sexual harassment, although it wasn't really clear exactly what she was implying. What the? Logan got to his feet. I know, Logan, I know. Your record is impeccable. That's why I wondered if you might have been through a relationship breakup recently. I have just broken up with someone, said Logan, but she would never in a million years. You sure, mate? Because sometimes people lose their minds after a breakup. I'm 100% sure. He would bet his life on it. Well, we explained the process and what she needs to do if she wants to make an official complaint, but she hung up, said Don. It was a week ago now, and seeing as she didn't give a name or even say which class she'd taken, we're not going to take it any further. I just wanted to give you a heads up that there might be someone out there with some kind of vendetta. He cleared his throat. No need to be embarrassed. I had an ex who gave me a whole world of trouble once, so I sympathise. Or maybe it was just a random crazy. It happens. Logan thanked him and hung up. He thought about the ex-girlfriends before Indira. No. All the way back to Tracy, when Troy was also dating a Tracy. Troy's Tracy might have done something like that, but not Logan's Tracy. Logan picked good girlfriends. He always got invited to their weddings. Would he one day get a cheerful invitation to Indira's wedding? The thought of watching Indira marry someone else was like imagining the death of a loved one. It must have been a random crazy, as Don had suggested. But still, it was unsettling. His whole day was feeling very unsettling. He picked up his beer and the remote, unmuted the television, and flicked through channels. An episode of Friends, an episode of Seinfeld, an episode of Antiques Roadshow. Everything at this time of day was a rerun. He stopped on a pretty woman with brown curly hair talking to an interviewer. The camera was close on her face as she said pleadingly, I don't know why they put those shows on television. They don't help. It makes it worse. He must have seen it before. He didn't recognise her, but there was something so familiar about the way her voice skidded up on the word worse. She continued on. Those stories always put him in a filthy mood. I think they made him feel guilty. He'd be like, it's always the man's fault, never the chick's fault. Logan was standing in his parents' backyard and Savannah was telling the story of her boyfriend hitting her. He was almost positive that some of the words were identical to the words Savannah had used. It's always the man's fault, never the chick's fault. He put down his beer, turned up the volume. The girl said, So I changed the channel super fast. I was like, I want to watch The Bachelor. Not exactly the same story. Didn't Savannah say she changed the channel to some other show? Was it Survivor? It must be a weird coincidence. I started to relax, said the curly-haired girl. The camera zoomed in on eyes swimming with tears. And then I thought, it's fine. And then, like a stupid idiot, I asked if he'd paid the car registration. She'd asked if he'd paid the car registration. That's what Savannah had said too. He was absolutely certain that's what she'd said. It had to be more than a coincidence. Surely. That 2 domestic violence incidents could be precipitated by a question about car registration? I wasn't trying to make a point. Apparently, I was being passive-aggressive, and then it all just spiraled from there. He broke my jaw. 3 ribs. I was in hospital for longer than he was in jail. An old photo of the woman filled the screen. It made Logan wince and look away. The girl's face was unrecognisable, like swollen, black bruised fruit. Had Savannah helped herself to someone else's painful story? Something had happened to Savannah. Her injury was real, even if it was minor and hardly compared to the atrocious injuries this poor woman had suffered. He looked back at the television. Another woman in a white coat with a stethoscope around her neck sat behind a desk, talking with despairing expertise about the scourge of domestic violence she had personally witnessed. Logan remembered Savannah's ex-boyfriend sitting up in bed, grabbing for his glasses. Something had felt off. The guy had just seemed so confused. But Logan had sternly chastised himself. His instincts were wrong and evil. How dare he question a woman's story of being abused just because the man didn't look like the type? Logan picked up his phone, scrolled through his contacts, and considered who to call. He didn't want to disturb Brooke at work, and she had enough to worry about at the moment with her separation. He could call Troy, but Troy's first instinct would be to throw money at the problem. Would he offer money to Savannah to make her go away? Maybe it wasn't a bad idea, except that she seemingly made their parents so happy. He would call Amy. He realised he'd always been going to call Amy because in spite of everything, she was still in charge. She was their mad queen, to whom they still all swore their lifelong allegiance. "What's on your mind?" answered Amy in her big sister voice. "Savannah," said Logan. "Oh, me too," said Amy happily. "I don't like her at all." Chapter 27. Now. Apparently, the husband had a habit of walking out the door and disappearing when family life got too much for him, said Christina to her boss. She was in his office giving him an update on the Joy Delaney investigation. "Smart man," said her boss, Detective Sergeant Vince Oates. He had 4 children under the age of 5. He drank Red Bull like it was water. "Some of the family think this is payback," said Christina. "It's the wife's turn to walk out." "What do you reckon?" "She's been gone 16 days now. The longest the husband ever left was 5 nights, and that was over 20 years ago." "The last thing we need this year is another no-body homicide case," said Vince morosely. He rattled his empty can of Red Bull. "I know," said Christina. They just had a high-profile case fall apart. Too much media. No result. Dispiriting for all involved. "I really want a body." She paused. "I mean, obviously, I don't want a body." "If she's dead, you do." "If she's dead, I do," agreed Christina. If she were a betting woman, she would have put 100 to 1 on Joy Delaney being dead. Chapter 28. Last October. As soon as Amy got off the phone from Logan, she went downstairs wearing nothing but a t-shirt and bumped straight into Simon Barrington, who should have been at work at this time. The house was meant to be hers during business hours. Her young flatmates all had sensible, young person corporate jobs, which was the way she liked it. "Sorry," Simon flattened himself dramatically against the wall and averted his eyes, as if they hadn't had sex last weekend. This was the problem with sleeping with your flatmates. It put everything out of rhythm. And with everything going on with her family right now, she wanted things to remain in rhythm. "We had sex last weekend," she reminded him, to put him at ease. The sex had been vigorous and wholesome, as sweet and delicious as apple crumble. She didn't think she'd ever slept with such a clean man. Even when dishevelled and drunk, he'd smelled of soap and clean laundry. This didn't seem to put him at ease at all. He blushed. He actually blushed. He was a darling. "Yeah, I'm sorry about that," he said. He paused. I'm not actually sorry about it." He cleared his throat. "Should I be sorry about it?" Amy sighed. "Why aren't you at work right now, Simon Barrington?" "I resigned," he said. "I'm making some big life changes." "So you're not going to be an accountant anymore?" He looked taken aback at the thought. "Oh, no, I'll still be an accountant, just not for that particular practice. I'm going to take a few months off, clear my head, maybe travel." A shadow of a frown crossed his face. "Do you like to travel?" she asked. "Not much," he said. "Anyway..." He took a deep breath and clapped his hands together in an adorably geeky way. "What are you up to?" "I'm getting my jeans out of the dryer and then I'm going to visit my parents. There's a strange woman living with them right now. My brother thinks she's up to something." "What? You think she's a scammer?" said Simon. "Well, so far all she's done is cook really excellent food for them," admitted Amy. "But you're trying to work out her end game?" said Simon. "Exactly," said Amy. "My parents are extremely innocent." "All parents are innocent," said Simon. "My parents nearly fell for that latest tax office scam, if you can believe it." "Oh, no," said Amy, who had nearly fallen for it herself. Thankfully, she'd called Troy when she was on the way to the bank to withdraw money to pay her apparently unpaid taxes. "It's a scam, you idiot," he'd shouted from America. "I can give you a lift over to your parents' place, if you like," offered Simon. "You don't drive, do you?" He said this with interest rather than implied criticism. Some people couldn't get over her lack of a driver's license. It was like her dad's refusal to own a mobile phone. People took it personally. "I've never been behind the wheel of a car," said Amy. "I'm pretty sure I died in a car accident in a previous life, possibly involving a bridge." She really did think this. She had fragmented memories of a crash, water, glass, screaming. It may well have been from a movie. "Were you driving?" "What?" "In your previous life," said Simon. "Were you behind the wheel?" "Oh," said Amy. "I think so." "So you have been behind the wheel of a car," said Simon. "Just not in this life." "That's right," said Amy. "You're very accurate, aren't you?" He had actually been very accurate, even when drunk. "I have good attention to detail," said Simon. "I'm thorough." "You are," said Amy, straight-faced. "Your attention to detail is scrupulous." He held her eyes for just long enough to show he got it, and then he said, "I could give you my accurate opinion on this potential scammer." "Your accurate accountant's opinion?" said Amy. That's right, said Simon. I don't have anything else to do right now, and one of my goals for the next few weeks is to improve my spontaneity. Why? Asked Amy, interested. She had always been advised to pull back on her spontaneity. You know, I was meant to be getting married this April. When my fiancé was explaining why she'd decided to end the relationship, she had a list of, things about me that didn't work for her, and one of them was my lack of spontaneity. She wrote a list of things that didn't work for her? Asked Amy. She liked lists, said Simon. It was something we had in common. She sounds just lovely, said Amy. You sound like my sister, said Simon. Amy looked at him. He radiated good health, as if he'd just stepped out of a bracing cold shower after a run. His T-shirt was crisp and clean. Do you iron your jeans? She asked. He was so exotic. Of course, he said. Okay, she said. It's okay that I iron my jeans? No, that is definitely not okay. I mean, okay, you can come with me to meet the scammer, the possible scammer. She may also be a nice girl who is down on her luck. It's up to us to make that call. I'll keep an open mind. He looked pleased. I'll just go put my unironed jeans on, she said. No problem. He courteously waved his hand to let her pass him on the stairs. She was a head taller than him, so now that she was on the step below him, they were eye to eye. He had bushy old man eyebrows and good, honest, tax-paying eyes. Before I do that, said Amy. She moved a fraction closer. Before you do that? Repeated Simon, and there was a catch in his voice. It was like the satisfaction of striking a match first go. She saw the understanding spark and shine in his eyes. We could work on your spontaneity, she said. We could, said Simon. Just very quickly, said Amy. So they did that. An hour later, Amy stood at her parents' front door and rang the doorbell that didn't work, just in case it had been fixed, and then, without waiting, because she knew it would never be fixed, knocked hard with her knuckles. She looked at her clean, delicious flatmate, standing next to her in his white T-shirt matching his white teeth, with his buzz cut and broad shoulders and glasses, like a door-to-door missionary or the nerdy best friend from a teen vampire movie. Her mother would ask Simon lots of probing questions, and Simon would be the type to answer them in polite, comprehensive detail, and her mother would remember that comprehensive detail for years after Amy had forgotten Simon Barrington's very existence. He was a distraction from the visit's main purpose, which was to subtly collect as much biographical data about Savannah as possible, particularly as it related to the alleged assault. You brought your flatmate. Why? She could just hear her sister and brothers, that careful, patient tone they sometimes used, as if she were an explosive device that could detonate at any moment. Is this where you grew up? Simon asked, looking about him. Yes, she said. Happy childhood? Asked Simon. He looked at the big pots of flowers, the shiny, clean terracotta tiles, and the stone figurines in the carefully tended garden beds. It looks like the setting for a happy childhood. He touched the tip of his runner to the base of the statue by the front door. It was a blank-eyed little girl in a bonnet holding an empty basket. What happened to her eyes? The crows took them, said Amy. "She looks like a demon child," commented Simon. "I know," said Amy. "I always think that." Maybe she and the accountant were actually soulmates. The door opened the tiniest crack. A low, husky voice said, "Can I help you?" For a second, Amy wondered if she'd somehow come to the wrong house. Anything was possible. But then the door swung open just to the length of the security chain, and Savannah stood there, wearing not Amy's old clothes, but a long-sleeved paisley shirt tucked into three-quarter-length black pants that Amy was pretty sure belonged to her mother. It was worse seeing Savannah in her mother's cast-offs than in her own. "Oh, hi, Amy," she said. "How are you? Your mum is asleep at the moment?" When Joy collapsed on Father's Day, it had been Savannah who caught her and carefully laid her on the floor. Joy's head had ended up resting on Savannah's lap, and one could hardly say, "Get out of the way, strange girl, that's my mother. Her head should be resting on my lap." "That's okay." Amy had talked to her mother a few times on the phone since she'd got out of hospital, and she knew she'd been napping. "I won't wake her." "What's Dad doing?" She waited for Savannah to hurry up and release the security chain. "He fell asleep in front of the television," said Savannah, and she stuck out her lower lip to convey, "Oh, isn't that adorable? I think he got a real fright when your mother was in hospital last week, so they both have some catching up to do." "Oh," said Amy. Her father was a veteran snoozer. He always dozed in front of the television. He'd be awake any minute. "Well, I'll still come in and—" "Now is not such a good time," said Savannah. "Now is not such a good time?" Did she really just say that? Amy felt many emotions on a given day. Desire for inappropriate men, nostalgia for long-ago days that never actually happened, great rolling waves of happiness and sadness, bouts of high-level panic and low-level anxiety. But rage was an emotion with which she was not familiar, so it took her a moment to identify the feeling whooshing through her veins. Was this girl really going to block her from entering her own childhood home? "Hi there." Simon leaned in front of Amy. "I'm Amy's boyfriend. Sorry to be a pain, but could I come in and use the bathroom? I'll be very quiet if everyone is asleep." He didn't really think he was her boyfriend just because they'd slept together twice, did he? She gave him a look. He winked. There was a beat. Of course, Savannah knew Amy was single. She knew everything about Amy's family, although they knew virtually nothing about her. Savannah tapped a fingertip against her lower lip, almost as if in parody of Joy, who did the same thing to indicate skepticism. If Savannah denied Amy's boyfriend this valid, ordinary request, she would kick down the door. "Come in." Savannah opened the security chain with an upward flick of her finger, opened the door and stood back, as if she lived there, which technically she did, but temporarily, supposedly. There was just nothing guest-like in her behaviour. Steffi, the traitorous hound, sat at Savannah's feet as though she were Savannah's beloved pet and politely cocked her head at Amy like they were meeting for the first time. Once again, Amy registered how the house felt perceptibly but pleasantly different, as it had on Father's Day. It was like it had been styled by a clever real estate agent for inspection by potential buyers. There were flowers on the sideboard in a vase that Amy had never seen before. All the family photos on the wall were the same, but they'd been straightened or dusted or polished so that all those familiar shots of their childhood were suddenly thrown into sharp relief. Simon held out his hand to Savannah. "Hi there, I'm Simon Barrington," he said in a loud, showy voice completely unlike his own. "So pleased to meet you." She took his hand. "Hi, I'm Savannah." "Savannah." He kept holding her hand, waiting for her surname, like someone's embarrassing uncle. "The bathroom is this way," said Savannah. "I'll show him the bathroom," said Amy, and she knew she sounded 13. Then she said, "Well, but, what actually is your last name, Savannah?" Because how are they going to secretly investigate her if they didn't even know her last name? Did their parents even know it? They may never have even asked and had probably never bothered to Google her, just blithely believing every word she had to say. "It's Pagonis," said Savannah. "Savannah Pagonis." The cut above her eye had completely healed, and she was wearing just a touch of makeup, and there was a kind of creamy, settled confidence to her, as if she were wearing her own clothes in her own home, and Amy and Simon were unwelcome guests who she would soon be sending on their way. Amy's mother's clothes didn't look wrong on her. They looked exactly right. She was a younger version of Joy. She could be Joy's daughter. Joy had probably dreamed of a pretty, feminine little daughter like this. Amy and Brooke had talked about this over the years, how their mother sometimes made them feel huge, like big, lolloping orangutans. "Oh, that's unusual. How do you spell that, Savannah?" asked Simon. It was like watching an accountant perform in an amateur community production. He was terrible, but so adorably committed. "Pagonis, answered Savannah, eyebrows arched. "Huh," said Simon. "Is that, let me guess, Greek?" "Apparently," said Savannah shortly. "Savannah Pagonis," repeated Simon. "I bet people never spell it correctly. I hope your middle name is something simple, like Anne? Marie?" Amy looked at him admiringly. His delivery remained forced and theatrical, but the strategy couldn't be faulted. "You guessed it. It's Marie," said Savannah. "Do you want me to spell that too?" Could he really have guessed it that fast? Or was Savannah just going along with it to shut him up? "It's my mother's name," said Simon. "Marie is very popular as a middle name." He opened his mouth to ask another question, and Amy took him by the arm. Next, he'd be asking for her date of birth and tax file number. If Savannah did have evil plans, Amy didn't want her feeling compelled to fast-track them. "The bathroom is this way," she said. "Wait, is this you?" asked Simon in his natural voice. He'd stopped in front of a photo of Amy triumphantly holding up a tiny trophy with both hands, racket resting against her thigh. Big Wimbledon winning smile, even though it was just the under-9s regionals. "Yes, that's me," said Amy. "You were so cute," said Simon. He kept standing there, examining the photo. "I didn't know you played tennis." "Yep," she said. "I play a bit of social tennis," said Simon. "We should have a game sometime. You'd probably beat me." "I would definitely beat you," said Amy. She pointed down the hallway. "Second door on the left." Simon looked at her blankly, forgetting his ruse to get inside. Bathroom? Amy reminded him. Ah, yes. Thank you, Amy. He returned to his loud, overly enunciated tone. When he left, Amy and Savannah looked at each other. It was the oddest feeling. Amy was in the home where she grew up, with photos either side of her attesting to this, and yet she still felt like Savannah was the host. She couldn't seem to find the right balance between two indisputable facts. Savannah should feel grateful to Amy because her family had given her shelter in her time of need. Amy should feel grateful to Savannah because she was taking care of her parents and doing a better job than any of the Delaney children ever would or could. "I'll just pop my head in the door and see if Mum is still asleep," said Amy. A complicated expression crossed Savannah's face. "Sure. I'll get back to the kitchen. I'm in the middle of making minestrone. Sing out if Joy needs anything." Sing out if Joy needs anything, because I am the one who can provide your mother with everything she needs. Sing out was a Joy phrase. This girl was a mini Joy. The besotted dog pattered off on Savannah's heels. Amy resolutely turned her head the other way as she walked past her old bedroom where Savannah now slept. Selfish, childish. No one else in the family still considers any room in this house their bedroom. She heard the toilet flush as Simon completed his fake bathroom visit. She pushed open the door of her parents' bedroom. It smelled as it always had, a comforting mix of her mother's perfume, her father's deodorant, and the old-fashioned furniture polish still used by good old Barb and Amy's mother when they cleaned together. Her mother lay on her side, facing away from the door, the covers pulled right up over her shoulders. Her hair, which brought her so many compliments, was mussed against the pillow. Amy tiptoed to the end of the bed. Her mother was asleep, breathing steadily, one hand curled up near her lips so that she seemed to be kissing her knuckles. She had told her children this was because she had sucked her thumb as a child, and it still gave her comfort to have her banned thumb close to her mouth. The lines on Joy's face looked like crevices. Amy breathed fast as that old familiar terror gripped her. All children feared their parents dying, except Amy had once been so consumed by her fear that she hyperventilated and had to breathe into a paper bag, and the babysitter had to call Joy and Stan to come home fast because this kid was weird. She wondered what would have happened if her mother had died when Amy was a child. How could the reality of grief be worse than her imagining of it when she had imagined it so very, very hard? How would she cope now when her parents inevitably did die, as parents inevitably did, and you had to be so grown up and mature about it? How did people cope with ordinary, predictable tragedy? It was impossible, insurmountable. "Amy?" Her mother opened her eyes and sat up. She put on her glasses from her bedside table, smoothed down her hair and smiled. "Amy, you've caught me napping." "It's good that you're napping, Mum." Amy breathed slowly in and out. Her mother wasn't going to die for decades. "You've been in hospital. You should be resting." Joy waved her hand dismissively. "I took my last antibiotic this morning. I'm fine now. I just get tired in the middle of the day." "Come here." She patted the side of the bed. "Give me a hug." Amy went and sat next to her, and her mother hugged her fiercely. "You look especially beautiful today, darling. I wasn't so keen on the blue hair at first, but now I think it really makes your eyes pop. Thanks, Mum, although I guess they'd pop more if my eyes were blue. You should dye yours blue. Narelle is in charge of my hair, and I don't think she's keen on blue. Her mother stifled a yawn. Why are you here anyway? Where's Savannah? Where's your dad? Savannah before Dad. Savannah is making you soup, and Dad is asleep in front of the television. He has this idea in his head that he never naps, said her mother. He just briefly closes his eyes. Will you please pass me my hairbrush? Amy got up and passed her the heavy silver embossed hairbrush that had always sat on her mother's dressing table since Amy was a child. Her mother had received it when she won a district tournament as a teenager, back when brush and comb sets were common prizes for female competitors, while the men got cigarette cases. Amy still coveted that brush. It looked like something a princess would use. You visited the hospital. You didn't need to come again. Her mother used swift movements to brush her hair back into its smooth white bob so that the frail old lady vanished, to be replaced by Amy's trim, senior citizen mother, wearing a long-sleeved, cherry-coloured jersey. She threw back the covers to reveal her vulnerable little legs in tracksuit pants. Have you seen Brooke? How do you think she's coping with this separation? I couldn't tell when she visited. Do you think Grant left her for another woman? No, said Amy, but I think he'll move on to someone new with lightning speed. Do you remember when Brooke was a little girl? Said her mother, and every year she fell in love with a new boy in her class. I do, said Amy. She was very cute. Brooke used to write love letters to boys. It was hard to imagine now. I was just thinking about that, said Joy. For some reason, she used to be so passionate, and then it felt like growing up just flattened her. Those damned migraines. She frowned and put a hand to the side of her mouth and whispered,